Hey everyone, we're going to be starting soon, so make sure to hop on. So guys, welcome to our second round of Kahoot. If you guys were unlucky yesterday and were unable to win, well, here's your chance to win $10 more. And this is a completely different topic from our sponsors, so yeah, let's get started. All right, so congratulations to our winner. Please reach out to our director Scott on Slack. Um, Provide him some sort of proof so that he'll be able to validate you and give you your reward. So stick around because in 7 minutes we will have another competition, Type Racer, where you'll have the opportunity to win more prizes. Hey guys, make sure to stick around. In 10 minutes, Bleebly will be hosting a panel.
Hi everyone. Welcome to day two of our talks. We have a lineup of fresh speakers ready to go. First up, we have a team of five from our title sponsor, Booby.com, talking about why you don't need native apps anymore. We have Hidayat from Research and Development Technical Architect, Sally, um, Software Engineers, Alex, R&D Tech Lead Principal. So Blibli is one of Indonesia's largest e-commerce players, and they will tell you about why Blibli thinks this way and designs their apps accordingly. So team, you're up.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. So, welcome to our session here. So, I'm Fabi from Doobie.com. Today, we're going to present about the title is quite clickbait. Like why we don't need an native apps anymore? Like why we don't need Android developer anymore. That we can joke about it, but we'll see on the following slides why what the reason why we can minimize the usage of Android native apps. So uh, this is a disclaimer. So editing presented here is part of self opinion. So this doesn't do not necessarily reflect this of Libby.com. Okay. So we are coming in a group. So not only me, it will be a quite large troop. From left to right will be Stally, Hans, Andy, and myself. So we are part of the Bibli Web Guild. So Bibli is it's organized like in Spotify, if you've heard about it. So we have the squad, the tribe, and so on. So this the Bibli Web Guild producing several remarkable solutions. For example, the homepage of Blibli is part of the Blibli Web Guild result. So right now, Stelly and Hans are experienced in the product we're gonna share today. So uh, I'm gonna present now about the introduction first. Okay, this is contents. We I'm gonna explain a bit. Of course, you know about this one problems with apps. Why apps is problematic for nowadays solution, and then the other solution, and then another the ultimate solution, we're gonna present. And then afterwards, you're gonna have the step by step guide. This it is part of the workshop. We'll have some demo, and last part is the question and answer. Okay. It's quite long actually. I made it long, but the point is that it's hard to have a real native apps developer. For example, uh, the apps itself is requiring a lot of different skill set. They have a different language. They have a lot of different terms and stuff. So having another part of development team with different skill set is another burden kind of to the system to the company. So right now it is quite hard to find a apps developer. And then the bundle size is huge. If you see the Blibli at the right side here, the Blibli is bundled at 300 megabytes. It's huge. Like maybe you don't feel it because you're downloading through a Wi-Fi, but it is huge. For the lower end people, I mean lower end devices, it is gonna be hard to download this size, including this one, the 28 megabytes. For example, we have only like 32 gigabytes of RAM or 8 gigabytes of RAM. We cannot reach that kind of user, so they cannot really install the apps. So we're gonna have to do something else to have a smaller size of bundle. And then user has to click update to update the system. And then there's a step of free approval of every version upgrade. So a lot of steps to do, and a lot of uh, uh, manual process need to be done by the user to get the system updated. And we've heard a lot complain about it is slow at low end devices because of course we design with the newer version of SDK, and maybe not the very low end testing devices. So still a question how to reach that low end devices. And then some compatibility issue. So this is part of the problem with apps. Of course, apps has a lot of benefits, but we're gonna focus on the bad side for now. Okay. This is for example also the Facebook has 454 megabytes. So maybe we thought like it is small. Facebook is small, but when we saw the size, oh, it's big. So we actually download the size just to get online. And for example, also the Instagram has 148 uh, megabytes. Also, it's like huge. However, Facebook provided the version, a light version, although it's still like 22 megabytes. So having a native app is quite big. This presentation will be not compatible, fit with this kind of people. For example, the startup that is wanting to deliver fast apps. I mean, a fast and agile application, so they don't need to build in a very long time to get it on board. Or a small company with the existing responsive mobile friendly web. So, or a company who wants to extend the customer base to the lower end, for example, Bibli. And then the mobile first company, of course, that want to launch everything first for the apps. And then this is the cue that this is for the web tech lovers that love web technology rather than coding in Kotlin or in Android. And then people who don't want to write code twice. So we usually code for web and then we code for app. Okay, one solution is using React Native. People say we code in web and then just make it like bundle it in an app in with React Native. Actually, in reality, React Native is not a web. It is an entirely rewritten of JS DOM. So you will find that it is actually quite weird in terms of like it is different behavior. It has different behavior with the web. It will be compiled into a semi native apps. Semi, I say semi. So I'm like I don't know the real underlying when we build it, but they built the native one and then some for a part of it is kind of semi native still in web. The bundle size is huge. Also, you will need to add at least 20 megabytes just for the library. It is very slow in many cases. Like not very different with just loading a regular web. So what is the benefit of using React Native if it is slow? And then we still need to rewrite existing web. So when people say that just write web and then put it on apps, in real, no, not like that. You have to convert your apps web again into a React compatible app. So it's like not very portable in a way. And then I say again, it's not a web, so it's not a web. So this is for web loving people. And then Ionic, okay, it is good. I still agree with it. However, it is still huge. Like, and nowadays technology, it is already supporting the uh, high advanced features. For example, what supported only in Ionic now supported already in native browser. So jQuery is already old, so we don't use that kind of thing anymore. Including this one, it is old. So I don't know. We'll gonna start proposing a new one here. Okay. This is the one. Maybe you've heard about it. The TWA, Trusted Web Activity. Maybe you've heard like, oh, it's kind of. I've heard about this before. PWA, of course. So it's like PWO, TWA is quite similar. So basically, TWA is a next version of PWO, kind of. So you have the PWO website, and then you convert it into TWA. So that's that basic concept. So you can have a running website and then make it an apps. It is still different from WebView. You will see why it is different, and it is fast because it is using the native API from the browser. So the two steps is first you have to have the PWA criteria, and then we have to make a APK. So that's the basic steps for it, like only two steps. That's why we can present it in 1 hour or less here. We have example on Blibli. We call it the Blibli Mitra. You can open it up. It's like mitra.blibli.com. We have the same code base for both like apps and web. So it is remarkable. Uh, it has only like 2.3 megabytes installation size, and then you see like the version is only 1.1. We never upgrade the version because we can live update or live upgrade it. without any requiring a user to click update. So because it is web. So just as I said, we're gonna make the P disappear and place a T there. Next slide will be presented by my friend, my teammate Hans, about the PW, and the next one will be the step-by-step guideline from Stally. So, okay, Hans, go on.
Oke, hello guys, selamat pagi semua. Oke, so hari ini saya bakal introduction mengenai PWA. Thank you Mr. Feby for the short introduction about PWA. Now let's start dive into PWA or Progressive Web App. Sorry. According to Google, PWA is a latest technology to combine the best of web and mobile apps. Think of it a website built using web technologies, but that acts and feels like an app. If we see in this diagram, PWA is like a bridge between mobile apps and web apps. PWA enable us to create a website that feels like mobile apps. So for example, you can add your website to your home screen, access the website without internet connection, or even like receiving push notification just like a normal mobile apps. We are also prepare our demo to show to you all in the middle and at the end of the presentation to help you understand better about PWA. Okay. According to Google also, we have some criteria that we have to fulfill to fully active the PWA features. The first one is you have to make sure that your website is secured by using HTTPS. The second one, you should have a standard manifest JSON data. We are going to learn more about this in the next slide. The third one, we have to provide offline support by implementing service workers because PWA should feel like a native app. We must make sure that our website have an offline support. Okay, the fourth one is Lighthouse performance score with minimum 80 to 100. Why this one is really matters? Because PWA target market is a mobile user. Sadly, most of mobile user in Indonesia sometimes still using 3G network connection and also low performance device. Since nowadays modern framework like Vue or React and Angular are using client-side rendering, so it will be impacting the performance in customer device. So this is the manifestation, the web app manifestation file that tells the browser about your progressive web app and how it should behave when installed on the user device or mobile device. Manifest JSON contains some information that are used in PWA requirements such as name, short name, background, and etc. It also contains list of icons that will be used at when you add to home screen. On the left, you can see the simple manifest JSON data. We have many different icon size here because PWA expected to be installed can be installed in desktop, tablet, or mobile web. We have to input many kinds of icon with different size. The PWA will choose the best version icon based on the device size icon. This is how to check the manifest JSON in Chrome DevTools. We can go to Chrome DevTools, inspect element on your website, then go to Application tab, and in the left side, in the manifest section, as you can see here in the middle, this is the manifest section. All the data that we are input earlier, we can check it here. Also, if there is a warning or an error in your manifest JSON file, should be appear here. On the top, error like a missing app name. If you forgot to add your app name, should be error here. Or warning if you wrong input the format image. For example, your image is too large for the icon. Okay. This is a service worker. Service worker is a script that your browser run in the background separate from web page, whose features do not need a web page or user interaction. To give a simple definition, service worker is a JavaScript file that runs in the background. That's why service worker script will have a different thread from app.js script because it's run on the different thread than from the main thread. Service worker cannot do DOM manipulation, but it can listen to the event and trigger the app.js to do something for DOM manipulation. Service worker also can listen to complex event like push notification. This is the service worker lifecycle for the first visit. You can see in the slide. Make sure that service worker script is located equals to the index.html path. This one, service worker JS, should be the same path as the index.html. First, we have to validate this window navigator object. Is the service worker is supported or not in our browser? You can check the list of available browser with caniuse.com. Should be appear what browser it's supported to the service worker. If the service worker is supported on your browser, the app.js will register the service worker with the navigator window object to the browser. After that, the install event will be triggered. For this demo, we are using Vue CLI template with pre-catch strategy to catch the app content, so it will be available in offline mode. I think Create React app also use this strategy, the pre-catch strategy. After that, the service worker will be trigger an active event. After the active event is done, service worker will fully active and will listening to every event that trigger it. For example, like push notif. Okay, continuing from the previous slide. Now this is the life cycle for a second visit on the page reload after already register and you reload the page. The app.js will also trigger the registration, but because the service worker already registered, it will skip the install event and active event. Should be all listening to the event. Okay, this is a Lighthouse metric. Lighthouse metric is an open source automatic tool for improving the quality of web pages. Lighthouse is used to test our PWA requirement. The metric that we see in this report is performance metric and PWA checklist here. Lighthouse is really great tool for us because when we generate our report for our website, it also gives us the suggestion on how to improve our website and how to pass all the PWA criteria. Here are the example results for our demo website. Our website is garudahack.hansehita.com. Okay, so this is the end. I will demo our PWA app to you guys. Okay, so this is our app garudahack.hansehita.com. We create a simple PWA that show us some of list data about Star Wars. It's showing people list, planet list, and also the species list. Okay, just to recap what we will doing in the manifest.json configuration, go to application and choose the manifest. This should be our manifest.json. You can see this is the identity, the name, short, presentation, and also list of the icon with different size from small to really big to big. Okay, if we can see, we pass all the validation in manifest.json. There is no error here. And then under manifest JSON, there are service worker section, if we can see. If you can see, the service worker status is active and it's already running. After make sure that service worker is running and manifest JSON, there are no errors anymore. We can try to test our offline support. Okay, we can go to network here, and we try to offline this website. Already offline, and now we try to refresh our page. Okay, I think the offline support is active now. If you can see, it still respond to us. I think we are already passed all the criteria, and now I will try to generate our website report with Lighthouse. You can install the Chrome DevTool, the Lighthouse here. I will use it. We wait to the Lighthouse to generate our report. Looks like what we are seeing here is performance and progressive web app, but we are going to focus about the progressive web app. If we can see, all the PWA checklist it's already up and running, so that's why this application it's already approved the PWA. I think that's all about me introducing about PWA. Okay, I think my partner Staley will continue the presentation on how to convert this PWA application to TWA app with Android Studio. Okay, go on Staley. Thank you all. Terima kasih.
Hey, Study. Just a quick reminder, your mic is muted right now.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. Let me recall what I've said before.
All
right. Hi, everyone. Just a quick information about me. My name is Tali, and currently I'm working as a front-end developer for official store feature in Blibli.com. Anyway, thanks, Hans, for explaining us about the PWA functionality. Now our goal is to make our website can be uploaded in the Google Play Store. To achieve that, actually, we need our website to become in the APK versions or Android package version. So to do that, we can achieve it by using the custom tab from the Chromium. So our goal is from the left side. When we open the website only on the Chrome, now we can open our website using the Android app. Okay, how we could do that? So basically there are three ways to do that. The first one is obviously we need to create an Android project for Android Studio. So first you run the Android Studio like usual and click the start a new Android Studio project. And then you choose the add no activity one and then just click next. And then you can fill the form as usual, like the name will be the name of application that will be shown after you download the applications, the package name, the location of the project, and also the language. You shouldn't care about the language at all because we are not coding at Java or Kotlin. But one thing that you should concern about is the minimum API level. So the minimum API level should be at least 16 because below that, I'm afraid the TVA, the functionality is not supported. So after that, we must install some dependency. Because the TWA function uses Java 8 feature, so we need to add Java 8 in our applications in the build Gradle in the project one. And then we also need to add two more dependency about the Android X browser and the Android browser helper to activate the custom tab feature. And also at the last, we need to add the Maven one. After that, we must launch the TVA functionality by adding some information to our Android manifest.xml. So basically, when you start the project with the no activity, this part should be blank, and we should fill it by using activity tag inside the application tag. So it should be a child of the application tag. The two things that you should consider is the first meta tag that will launch the URL if the user open the Android app. And the second one is the intent filter that allow the trust web activity on Android intents to open the website that we serve. And now your apps is already working fine, and the website can be downloaded or built as the APK. But the main problem in here is it will show the toolbar that as can be shown in the middle screenshot. So as we can recall before, the meaning of the trust web activity is to open the Android website inside your Android app by using the custom tab feature. So we still have the URL bar or the toolbar here. So basically, custom tab and the web view is actually have a same similarity, but the difference is in the custom tab, it's allow the developer to custom and enhance the experience of the website itself. So it can manipulate the toolbar color, the open and exit animation, and also custom action. But if you want to consider whether I should use the web view or custom tab, the tips from the Chromium team is if you want to show the URL inside that or have same domain as your website or inside your website, you should choose the web view. But if you want to open the other URL or the content that being served by other website, you should consider the custom tab one. So to remove the URL or toolbar in top of the website, we need to create an association between your app and your website. Trusted in the trusted web application words means that the content must be trusted. What is being mean by the content must be trusted? So it's expected to have the same content from the same developer. So we must need to have some key to make sure that it came from the same developer. To do that, we must there are two steps. The first one is to establish the association from the website to the app, and the other way, in the other ways. For the website itself, we can do that by adding some digital asset link statement to the string.xml file. As we can see in this, that we must put the URL front end here, so it can identify which URL that being served. And the second one is we add the metadata again, but the difference is now inside the application tag, not inside the activity tag. And the last is we just generate the file key store to get the fingerprint. So to generate the file key store, you just need to go to the build menu and click the generate sign APK. The next step is you just choose the Android app bundle and create some key store if you don't have it, or you can choose existing. Just press this button. If you don't have the key store, you just can generate the new one by clicking the create new. And you just can insert some key store path, or if you want to custom the path, you just click the file directory in the right side and choose whether you want to store it, and insert the password, the confirm password, the key, the password, and also some information about the developer. This information will be needed when you upload your APK to the Google Play Store. So make sure you write it correctly. And now you can generate your file key store by using this command inside your app folder. And if it's working well, it should be look like this. And the important thing is this line of code, which is the fingerprint that will be need to store in the website. So that is from the application side. So what's about the website? For the website, we need to generate the digital asset link in the JSON format. So to generate that, we can directly go to this apps, this link, and just fill some forms about the hosting domain, the app package name, and also the fingerprint that we already created or generated before. And just click the generate statement, and it will be showing some JSON that we need to be stored inside the static or public, so it can be accessed by using this /.wellknown/assetlink JSON. And now you can finally you can generate your APK and upload it to Play Store. And I will show you how to generate your APK. The first one is you just go to the build menu again, generate the APK, and also you choose the second one, so the second option, and you just put the key store password that you already registered before. And you can choose the build variant that you needed. But for the Google Play Store, I think you just need the release one and the APK format. And you just need to wait, and it will be inside your app and the release folder and the app.release APK. Now you just need to register your APK to your Google Store like usual. Now I will show you some demo of what we already explained to you before. Let's move on to the screen. This is the code. Okay, so this is the APK that we already generated before. We just need to run in some emulator. Right now I'm running in emulator, or you can use your phone, use the USB debugging. It's just your choice. And then just drag and drop to the emulator. It will install the APK, and we will see the APK that we installed before, and we run it like an app, and voila, it's appearing like a website, like a native app, and your user itself can differentiate whether it's web or the app itself, and it's working like an app. Okay, I think that's all from me. I give it back to Mr. Fabi. Your microphone is mute.
I see. Okay, sorry. Thank you for your sharing, remarkable sharing from the Web Guild team, Hans and Stelly. So coming to the next session, I think it's gonna be Q question and answer. Is there any question from the floor, Nicholas? Okay, while waiting for the question. Oh, okay, there's one question. Can we implement SPA together with PWA or TWA? Okay, I think I will give to Stelly. Okay, Stelly, bring up again. Stelly, are you there?
Yeah, sorry. Just recap for this. So the question from Aldo Harinata. Thank you, Aldo, for asking. Can we implement it SPA together with the PWA or TWA? Yes, absolutely. Because actually, for the PWA itself and the TWA, it's just running like usual web browser. But the difference is you can add to your home screen, or you can it's downloadable from your Google Play Store. So yeah.
So as mentioned in the beginning also, to get to TWA, you have to build the PWA first. So that's the prerequisite for the TWA. So usually we can make it into a web view, but from our presentation that you see that actually Google supported it by default, like natively in the browser and in the Android, that you can just embed your link and then it is running well. Just need some tweak and certificate exchange to get working. Okay. Any other question maybe? Okay, let me bring up our head of engineer, Andy, I think. Andy, come up. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yeah, it's clear, a lot and clear.
Okay.
So maybe just kind of discussion here, like, uh, do we have a real implementation, and how far we've implemented this TWA, and also the effect of this, like the cut cost? Maybe you can tell us about it.
Okay. So probably about the maybe we should make it clear first about the title of this presentation. It's a bit like a clickbait, but yeah, it's intentionally
Yes, 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 yes. It's a
interesting.
clickbait a lot.
Yeah. So if anyone asks like, does Blibli doesn't have full native apps anymore? Well, we still need full native apps for Blibli. It's for sure, no doubt about it. Because there are features that are still relying heavily on native codes. For example, our NFC features in
Oh, for
Indonesia.
the e-money, right? Yes.
Yeah, in Indonesia we use those NFC features a lot. We use it to top up our e-money card, and we can use the e-money card to pay when you go to like a public bus, public train, even when you go in the highways. But like if you ask us, would we do it differently if this technology was available like few years ago when we started, like if it's already available since 2011, 2010, will we do it differently? The answer is yeah, definitely we will do it differently. We will probably start with a TWA instead of a full-blown native app. So uh, the benefit of TWA is actually when you're starting new ideas, new line of business that you're still not sure, it's kind of a bet, and you don't want to spend too much effort into it. Just like when you're doing a hackathon or you're a startup coming up with a new product that for sure you don't realize on specific native apps feature like NFC, and then your target market is not mainly iOS users. It's actually like a no-brainer decision. Like just go ahead with TWA, and you kind of get the best of both worlds. Like you have your web app, and you can rely on the SEO and everything, and get it searchable on Google search. But then you also get a presence of your products on Google Play Store. It's like two channels for one effort. And in fact, in Blibli, we also apply those lean startup concepts. We did it with one of our new line of business. It caters to the need of the individual small store owners, like small mom and pop store owners, to replenish their inventory. I think it's mentioned earlier on the slide, the Blibli Mitra. Yeah, I hope that make it clear about our stance about native apps versus web versus TWA. I think that's for me, Fabi.
Okay, thank you, boss. He's my boss actually, VP of engineer. So just add a bit more. So we still have this kind of app thing that we put it in Play Store, because usually nowadays people don't Google it, but they put in Play Store and then click something in the search bar. So we found that kind of cases many also, and supporting both world, like the web and the apps together. It's good. So okay, coming up, another question from the floor. What was probably most notable implementation of PW and TBW? So, what is the like most significant kind of or milestone for from your point of view, boss?
Okay. So PWA, PWA, right? So I think one of the main stuff we did on PWA is probably our homepage slide. It's not really fully everywhere, right? It's just on our homepage slide first. We did that because we see like if new customers coming to Blibli, we need to give them the fastest possible response time. We don't even fully load the usual web homepage. So, for example, you can give it a try by opening your incognito window on your mobile phone and just open the blueberry.com. It will load like the minimum, the fastest version. But once you refresh and go around the pages, will start loading more of a complete version. So that's one of how the PWA really affects us. The other one, the most significant TWA, is the Blibli Mitra. You can Google it in the Play Store. You see Blibli Mitra. You see in apps, and in open it, it looks like an apps. But if you go to a browser and open like mitra.blibli.com, it's a web, but like both are exactly the same. The apps in the Google Store is actually a TWA apps. That's the new line of business that I was talking about earlier. I hope that can answer the question.
Okay, cool. So the PWA is like quite memorable for me because I was part of the project. We were inspired by the Netflix landing page. So Netflix doesn't use the full blown page for a landing page, the first coming user. They use a very, very light version of it. And we kind of copy the idea from it. And we got praised by the some of the top developer that Bibli is very fast just for the first impression, and that's quite good for our marketing kind. Okay, next question maybe. How is the dynamics like? Is the team? I just want to ask the part of the front end developer lead here, Alex. I think. Can we bring up Alex? So Alex, it's like maybe some of you guys wonder like how is the web and app still related in Blibli? Are you guys doing work together or the same team maybe? Because you guys both are front end developers. Can you tell us about it maybe?
Yeah, hi everyone. So for our web and apps team, it's actually a different team. But since we are doing the PWA and TWA thing, we are pretty much working together very tightly. So we work together on implementing things like syncing the session between the apps and the web via WebView or other stuff. And we also do integration together with things like native web share, which is a PWA feature, the new feature. So initially, we are working separately between apps and web, but PWA enables us to work together and sort of being more lean and agile because when developing apps, you will have a lot of downtime for deployment. You need to submit to App Store, you need to wait for approval and all that stuff. But PWA enables us to just do a lot of those things via WebView, and then in WebView we integrate directly into the native app functions as well. So for the user, it is indistinguishable, and for the developers, we could move very, very fast. That's mostly it. So we are working more tightly and closer because of PWA.
I see. So it's like I heard you guys have like collaboration, like a lot of collaboration. I think for the very tight deadline for campaign, right? So you were
Yeah,
guys
yeah,
viewing the web in the apps, kind of like semi TWA.
yeah. So in the future, I think it's possible to go full PWA, but for now, even just using some of the features is already helping us very much.
I see. So yeah, I think we have to take both worlds benefit. App is good on experience, but web is good for the business. Okay, maybe another question
Yeah,
from the front.
correct. And
Alex. Yes, can you add more?
yeah, yeah, no, no, it's fine. Let's go to the next question.
Okay, thank you. So another question from the floor is, what is the most important aspect that needs to be present within a PWA? So what is the most part of PWA that need to go to TWO? I'm kind of confused actually, but So just this is my assumption that maybe is there any point in PWA that needs to be part of TWA? I think that it's gonna make a good TWA. So maybe Hans will answer it. Hans, you're muted.
Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you, Dan Kusuma and Mr. Febi for the question. Yeah, I think I have to recap again about the PWA. I think the most important one is the PWA checklist. You can see all the lists in the lighthouse, and also you can. I think I prefer you to find a template about this one, for the manifest and also for the service offer. Yeah, I think the important ones is from the lighthouse report. There
Lighthouse.
are, yeah, already, I think, all the checklists already documented good enough in the lighthouse.
I see. Okay, so performance is important because why the TWA requires that high score of lighthouse score in performance because it need to behave as fast as a native apps. That's the point of from Google. So another part is also the mobile friendliness. It has to be mobile friendly because if it's not responsive, Google will treat it like it is bad for a user experience. Okay, thank you, Hans, for answering it.
Thank you.
And then next question from floor is from Venkatesh Kamat, I think. How do you tackle your competitors? So what is your mindset since all these industries are going faster? So maybe I think my boss will answer for that kind of thing. So it's like more on roadmap. Okay, Andy, let's go on.
Okay, it's a interesting question. Thank you, Venkat. Now, definitely, I cannot go into very details because that would beat the purpose of beating the competition. How do I say this simply? We have like many strategies and all, but simply said, we believe in Blibli that e-commerce company cannot stand on its own. That's our like one thing that we really believe. So I hope that kind of answer it on our mindset, right? Like you need other people to be successful also for you to be successful. You cannot stand on your
Okay.
own. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
basically that's the principle we believe in. Okay, thank you guys.
Okay. Healthy competition is good, I think.
We believe
And
like
I
in
think everyone is doing anything right now, right? Every e-commerce is doing
blue,
anything.
what do you call it, like blue ocean strategy or something?
Blue Ocean? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact business
Okay,
term.
just Google it. Blue
Okay,
Ocean.
yep.
Thank you, boss, for your answer.
You.
Okay, maybe next question. So I will give Stally and Hans for the floor. I think you can replace me on the screen. My question will be, uh, how is the challenge while you guys are developing the TWA? Maybe you can share a bit more, like maybe a few minutes.
Maybe Hans go first or me?
Okay, I can go first. Okay, so I think the PWA and TWA is a new technology for us, and it's a bit challenging. I think still a minimum documentation, and mostly me for front end engineer, mostly doing the styling one, and also the interaction in JavaScript. But right now we have to learn about the new technology like a service worker, and also we have to understand how the browser behavior, how to the service worker works, and also how to add the home screen. Yeah, I think it's the challenging one is we have to learn faster and seek for the documentation in Stack Overflow, Google, uh, and and many documentation. I think that's one the challenging for me. Maybe Sally can go on.
For me itself, because JavaScript world is changing very fast, and also the technology is changing fast, and to cope with the requirement or to solve the problem in reality, that's why we need to learn faster and more abroad, and also search for the informations itself. See, because for the TWA feature actually is very new. It's just launched like last year's, so it's very limited according to the documentation. But fortunately, the Google itself give us the developer some kind of blog where it show us the step. But yeah, we must learn very fast and keep up with the technology. That's in my opinion what is the main challenge when implementing the PWN and TWA.
Okay, I think that's a good sharing. Like, of course, a challenge is not to be afraid of. Like, it is something to be happy about. Life without challenge is like gonna be boring. Okay, I think another question from the floor. It's about the motion layout. I think Alex can we bring up. Okay, go on, Alex.
Yeah, so let me read the full question first. Can PWA run motion layout like in native apps to enhance UI UX experience? The short answer is yes, because PWA or PWA is basically just web technologies, and you could do any kind of animation like in motion layout with the current web technology, wherever it is via CSS or JavaScript. So in some frameworks, even like React, it has some stuff that enables exactly like a motion layout with all the XML and stuff. So it is possible in pretty much any framework in JavaScript or CSS to do that.
Cool then. It's like web technology is far beyond like what we've imagined. It's like started with simple web like HTML, and then now it's blown up application, right, Alex? It's very complex
Yeah,
right now.
correct.
Please, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, maybe another question from the floor. Thank you, Alex, for the answer. It is from Sarah, I think. I think Sally will answer it. Like, what is the best way or tips to start getting into TWA and PWA development? It's like, how do we start? Like, maybe we are confused. We start doing this thing? Can you explain from experience?
Okay, honestly, like I said before, the technology was new, and the research or the developer who are using it's really limited. So we only can cope with the documentations and also the Chromium block that already provided by the Chrome team. So maybe my tip is first you just do it as is instructed in the documentations, and try to follow it step by step, and also try to download and run it first smoothly, because to run it first is really hard because sometimes there is bug appears, and when the bug is appears, the third step for me is read the documentation again, or search to the Stack Overflow, asking to some
Okay.
developers. Yeah, I think that's for me. See,
I see.
where
Yeah.
to start it.
So from my experience also, we should start from PWA first. Like install a Lighthouse and then try to figure out what can be optimized first, right? And then if it is PWA compatible, and then start with the TWA that Stally has presented. Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
thank you, Stally, for your info.
Oh,
Next question is for uh, the AI, I think. Oh, I think Stally again. It is quite unrelated with uh, our topic, but what are your views on implementation of artificial intelligence on this platform? Do you have any experience on it?
actually, no, because my background itself doesn't relate it to the AI. So far as I know that the latest one that you are using is the offline mode, or where it want to solve problems where some country that doesn't have the high speed of internet. I think the latest technology is want to cope that, but for the AI, I think no. Maybe we should wait for that. See.
Okay, yeah, I think the computation power is very limited nowadays, even especially for the mobile. But we'll see. I think we will have another session for this discussion for the AI in web, of course. That's a very broad topic, I think. Okay, maybe one more question, the last one. Okay. Oh, maybe from the AI, I think I want to explain a bit from our experience also. We had projects like we had kind of a hackathon in our company that one of the team, maybe two of the team, I think, if I remember, they made the algorithm for the Jigsaw, like sort of path algorithm run on the browser. So it is not impossible, but we'll see for the next advancement. But yeah, you can run it, of course. You can run everything in JavaScript. Okay. Yeah, the last one will be about the deliver update to customer on PWA. Most of the case, even if deliver update, some customer might don't get it since it's cached by service worker. Okay, maybe Hans can wrap. It is maybe the last question. Okay, Hans, come up.
Yes. Sorry, I need to share my screen to better explaining
Okay,
to us.
okay, switch the screen maybe to Hans.
Hi guys. So thank you for the question. So how the service worker, so how the web know there is an update? We can see to the source in our website and source and go to the service worker. And when build our code, it should be create a pre-catch manifest here. And also in every file that we catch, it's have a revision here. The revision here is unique. So if the service worker get an fetch event and see the revision is different, it will be automatically update the file in here. So so the file, for example, like CSS, there is an update for that because it have a different revision. The CSS file should be automatically updated to the customer after refreshing the page. I think
Okay.
that's all. The revision. This is
Okay.
the
Maybe
key
just
to
I
know
will
the
add
update.
more. You can cache everything, but you shouldn't cache the service worker.js and the list of the files to be pre-cached, because every time you open a tab in the web, it will reinstall everything from the first time. So it is like the basic procedure of a website. It will reinstall the service worker. So if it is not cached, it is going to be downloading from the original site. So cache everything except the service worker. That's all. Okay, I think that covers everything. Thank you, Hans, Steli, Andy, and Alex for your sharing of knowledge. Like, it is very fun to have it to show how we do it in Blibli. Do you have any closing statement, Andy?
Yep. So basically, thank you for everyone for joining and spending your time with us. It's great questions. And if you have some more questions, I put the link on the YouTube comments. You can visit us and connect with us on Slack. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you
Bye,
very
thank
much.
you
Yeah,
guys.
thank you.
Bye
Bye.
bye.
Yeah. So thank you so much to the BB team. So we have competition on Instagram wherein you're allowed to we're asked on your Instagram and the hacks on it. Hacking session going. So automatically you'll be enrolled in a $20 raffle if you are enlisted for a gift card of your choice. So next talk by Flutter is a software engineer.
All right, guys. So up next, we will have Lucky Pradana from Wahoo, who will be talking about speedy mobile development using Flutter. Lucky is currently a mobile engineer at Wahoo. He's a CSS, Flutter, and Clojure enthusiast. He has also done talks in other events before, including Flutter Jakarta, Surabaya GS, Android Dev Surabaya, and GDG Surabaya. So everyone, please welcome Lucky Pradana.
Lucky, just a quick thing, you're still muted. Oh, Lucky, you're still muted.
Oh, thank
There
you.
you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me introduce myself again. Hi, my name is Lucky Pradana, but you can call me Lucky. So currently, I'm work at OIU as a mobile engineer, and I also CSS Clojure, and I think it's kind of a bit that refactoring enthusiast. it's not. It's not. It's just a joke. I also doing CSS because I was a front end developer before you, and I decided to explore more about Flutter, and I also like Clojure for fun. And deleting your friends and our colleague code is also fun. That means refactoring enthusiast. And yeah, I also sometimes active in Flutter local community like Flutter Jakarta and Flutter Indonesia because I basically love community and sharing each other's. Me and my friends also made Surabaya JS and Android Surabaya, and I also volunteered in GDG Surabaya as a Flutter speaker. So let's get started to Flutter. So in this kind of morning to afternoon, I try to introduce you further for those who already been there and making products. This talk will also give you some fast tips when using Flutter. So that's why this talk is gonna be speedy mobile development using Flutter, but I need to introduce the Flutter first. So Flutter is a UI toolkit for building native compiled application for mobile, web, and even desktop from a single code base. So you can basically make every apps using one single code base and compile it to mobile, web, and desktop without changing the, maybe adding some code, not that using Spirit code to make it different. So Flutter has a reason for me personally why I love Flutter is the ease of development and code reload. Uh, it helps a lot when you're doing such a building an UI or just some changes in your logic. It's also expressive and flexible UI. Flutter also lets you to customize the widget and make your own widget. Like maybe you can add some styles when you are using text or modifying the rounded of the buttons or the elevation of the buttons. Flutter also has a flexible design. It uses principle like flexbox, or you can just calculate the pixel or the size of the widget. And Flutter is kind of different. It has native performance, but in a different way to approach that. In order to make something appear in the app, unlike the others, like maybe React Native or Ionic, or maybe even native, Flutter is using the canvas or accessing the native canvas of each platform to draw everything in a place. So in a compare, maybe React Native uses JavaScript, to access native components like button or another native components, but Flutter is just draw the button inside the canvas. So if you have a button, yeah, Google is that crazy that they make every components of a material design and cartoon design to be used in Flutter. And Flutter now support to be compiled to Android, iOS, and the new Google OS Fuchsia or Fuchsia. I don't know how to say that. I'm sorry. And also, you can make Flutter run on your desktop, like Mac OS or Linux. I think it's Windows is on early progress, and you could also run Flutter to the web. It was called Flutter Hummingbird, but now it's just Flutter for web. And Flutter is also using the different languages that maybe you never tried before. It's called Dart. So Dart is a language that Google has made. So Flutter is almost all of the Flutter code base is also built in Dart because Flutter apps are compiled to native code, and also Dart is compiled to native code, so they don't require a slow bridge like JavaScript does to React Native. And Dart is not language that you might be struggle for, because Dart is more likely like a Java, but you can do style of JavaScript. It's mix of the languages that you can think of. And also that is easy to learn, I think, because yeah, you can compare your favorite programming languages and the Dart, and it does the same. That also you can also specify the type of data like you use in Java or Swift or Kotlin, and also you can just use var like JavaScript to declare a variable like that. Flutter is kind of easy to learn, trademark. So for those who confused to start learn Flutter and you have a background from another front-end development, you can go to flutter.dev, and there are complete guide that compare how things work, and whether you are from web development, React Native, iOS developer, and Android developer, even Xamarin.forms. Yeah, it's kind of pretty crazy that this was like a shock me really hard, because I never met that some UI toolkit that this has the complete documentation for migrating that you from the side of the front-end developer like React Native or Xamarin Forms development. And it's just an intermezzo that Flutter has a web-based animation app called Drive. It was called Flare by seconddimensions.com. You could make a second dimension animation, and import it to your Flutter app and use it as a model, animation model. And there is an update recently on the second version of Rive that they rewrite the animation software, using Flutter. So you could go check out Rive.app later if you're also interested in animations. And the point of the talk is how fast. So maybe this question comes to your mind when they read the title of the talk, but actually we can actually measure this. But the developer experience that Flutter gave, that you are using Flutter, you can even code UI and logic with so much effort. It also has hot reload that I mentioned before, that you can change your code or change your simple logic, and it changes to a simulator or device that you are run Flutter to. And the first thing you need to know is reserved widget. So Flutter has hundreds of widgets, but actually you don't really need that much to build your first app. So I have some tips that maybe you can use in your next apps, because yeah, Flutter is easy to learn for me and for others, but it's too many choices because Google let you choose the whether this or that, and using this widget or another, and other resources too, that so many choices of package or plugin that you can use in Flutter. And it makes your mobile development needs time to decide to which package or plugin that you have to use. So here's some points that you can maybe write it down to units in your next app that you may build. So the first one is route. So I'm gonna say that you have to navigate to somewhere else and don't really need fancy transition. You can use name route, and the other reason is when you're using Firebase dynamic link, or pass route from the notification to your app. It is a type of string, so you can directly navigate and pass an argument using parse data that you have. Because Flutter has I think some of the choices of the route that you can customize the animation of your navigation, that you can differently pass data using navigator without naming the navigator like that. So I just suggest you to use name route to make it easy. And the second is state management. I would suggest you the provider. It's a common package that people use for development in Flutter. There are couples of state managements in Flutter, like provider I mentioned there, such as MobX, Redux, Block, business logic component, etc. But I suggest you to use provider because it's simpler than the others. You don't need to generate something, or you read something unnecessary. You read something you just need to. As you can see in the screen, provider has just three steps: the declaration, the the model, and the usage. So you can call every variable inside the change notifier of the provider using a context. Next is dependency injection. For this using state management like MVVM, maybe getting data by passing your activity context is kind of pain and not practical when you're using MVVM pattern. You could use Git to help you get through that and declare the locator to get the data and send the data wherever you want. Sorry. And next is model generation. So you can actually generate the model. You could also write it by yourself, but it's let them work for you. You can use JSON serializable to generate your model. And next local database. So there's some local database. The first one is set preferences. It's just for saving the simple data like string or list of string or just a boolean. Second is more. For those who don't know, more is just a backpass of Room. If you're from Android development background, you may be familiar with Room. It's a SQLite kind of library that helps you to generate the model of the database, and you just call the DAO from it. Also, one small it's called Hive. So it is a NoSQL library that you can use same as Moore, but it is a NoSQL. And for the API request, you can use Duo. It's basically wraps the HTTP package that Flutter has, but it can be customized. So you can put some interceptor inside of Duo. And also the next one is GraphQL Flutter. If you are using GraphQL instead of REST API. And the common widget that you might use in Flutter, it's listed in Flutter widget catalog. It documented really well. You should check it in flutter.dev. But there are some widget that frequently used in your project. The first one is like text, button, scaffold, up bar, something like that. It's just repeatedly used in your project. So you just don't really need to remember which widget is which to use. Yeah, you should check the Flutter widget catalog. And the package, for a package, you could go to pub.dev. It's a site like Android Arsenal, I guess, in Android native development. Pub.dev provides you hundreds of packages also that you can search there, and you just put that in pubstack.yaml in your Flutter project. And next is DIY native plugin. So in Flutter, there's three choices when you're making a Flutter project. The first one is just Flutter application. It's just Flutter application that you can run to your devices. And the second is packages. So the packages is just a basically library that just access or a list of your functions that you can put and share to people. And the third one is plugin. It's kind of same of packages, but with plugin you can access the native side of the device. For example, for iOS, I can access the native side using Swift or Objective-C, and for Android, I can use Kotlin or Java. It's called meta channel to access that. So, and the last one is linter. So if you're a collaborative person and you want to work with other people to code together, you should use linter. You could visit the Flutter repository to quick analysis _options.yaml to start your project. I think this talk is more than how I give you some like tips, I think. So I think this is it for me. You can visit Flutter_ID or Flutter_GKT to maybe ask more about Flutter and to learn more about Flutter, I'm sorry I missed the link below, and you can talk to me in Telegram, also at ampersand. Thank you. Maybe say Q&A or something.
Thank you so much, Lucky, for the insightful workshop. Right now, we will have an intermission, and then we will start again soon. And we have an Instagram challenge coming up for you guys. So yeah, as you guys can see in the picture here, like, we want to know how your hacking session is going. So please post a picture of your hackathon activity on your Instagram story and tag us at Garuda Hacks. Also, don't forget to use the hashtag Garuda Hacks. Please participate in this challenge because everyone who posts an Insta story will be entered to a raffle to win a $25 gift card of your choice. So yeah, looking forward to see everyone's Insta story.
Do you have a brilliant idea and do you want to take it to the next step with a venture capital? Pitching to investors is definitely a daunting task, but we have you covered with this talk. We have 3 investment managers from Intudo Ventures who will talk about fundraising or pitching to venture capitalists right now. So joining me now are Ashley, Tiffany, and Aura. Um, guys, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Brian. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Ashley, and I have here my colleagues with me, Tiffany and Aura, and we're all from the investments team at Intudo Ventures. So first of all, actually, I just wanted to congratulate the Garuda Hacks team for such a great initiative. We're definitely quite excited to see, the projects and sort of the things that people are working on, and especially, I think the 3 tracks that you guys are focusing on, which is, education, healthcare, and small businesses. Those are sort of the investment themes that Intudo also looks at. Yeah, so I think in terms of like the agenda for this talk, we're definitely going to sort of, talk about our efforts in, Intudo Ventures and like how we're sort of, becoming sort of, another leading player in the VC and sort of tech ecosystem space in Indonesia. And then I'm going to give it to Aura and Tiffany to sort of talk about, what's sort of the right approach to finding that right investor for you if you guys are looking to potentially fundraise in the near future. And also in terms of like the investor and VCs, how we, evaluate and what sort of matrix do we look at when we sort of analyze potential startups. So I think with Garuda Hacks, there's also a couple of our, portfolio companies that's, either sponsoring or like holding talks. I think those are, namely Wahyu and Populix. So definitely keep a lookout for them. They've built, amazing product. They have a really solid team. So yeah, definitely keep a lookout for, those workshops held by them. But yeah, initially I kind of just want to start to sort of, introduced Intudo Ventures. We're quite a relatively new VC player in space. We've been around since, late 2017, 2018. And, our partners, both Patrick Yip and Eddie Chan, they basically started the fund. Can you skip to the next slide? Sorry, Brian. Sorry. Yeah, and so our first fund was launched in, late 2017. And we started investing actively in 2018. Our first fund was, $20 million. And our second fund, which we sort of launched in 2019, is, definitely a much bigger fund size of $50 million. But across both funds, I think we have quite a similar sort of investment strategy where, we are Indonesian only, we're independent, we're not backed by, a specific conglomerate. And so our LPs range from, we have a lot of LPs from the US, North Asia, and we actually have, 20 Indonesian families invested in our fund as well. So in terms of the investment strategy of, the first fund and the second fund, we definitely back sort of early stage companies. So for the first fund, our usual ticket size is around 500 to about 1.5 million. Where we sort of, our sweet spot was, seed companies, pre-A and Series A companies. But the first fund is, fully deployed. We're kind of going into, deploying from our second fund now, since it is a bigger, fund size of 50 million. We definitely, kind of moved up a little bit in terms of our initial check sizes of $2 to $3 million. So our sweet spot is, we like to typically lead, Series A companies. And across both funds, we keep sort of a concentrated portfolio of 12 to 16 companies only. And so, we don't have 100 companies, portfolio companies. And so actually, because of our, concentrated portfolio approach, we're quite active in terms of, post-investment work that we do for, our companies. So I think, the sort of the value and the post-investment work comes to sort of, 3, main categories. One is obviously sort of, business development and strategy. As I've mentioned before, we have, 20 Indonesian families invested in our fund, right? And so in terms of like we look to our LPs here in Indonesia to open up sort of even commercial arrangement, introducing them to a potential party, and basically just validating whether their products are suitable for the Indonesian market or not, right? So yeah, that's sort of BD and commercial strategy things that we help them in terms of post-investment work. So the second thing is obviously sort of becoming their interim sort of CFO role in a case where they do sort of plan to follow. They do plan to raise the next fundraising round, right? And obviously, you guys know that fundraising will take a lot of effort from the management team in terms of time, in terms of resources, and obviously because they're very occupied with their with talking to investors. I mean, that's why we kind of want to step in and sort of help them and sort of lead sort of to set up the whole round, right? Like meaning in terms of like curating the right investors, talking to these investors, especially if these investors are sort of foreign and they don't have a local context. Since we are here in Indonesia, we provide a lot of local context to these potential investors, right? And so yeah, we talk to these potential investors. We help the companies sort of go through their pitch decks, revising their pitch decks, look at their financial projections, whether that's sort of realistic or not, in terms of taking the company forward 2 to 3 years down the line, right? Before they sort of, probably raise another fundraising round. So yeah, that's the second sort of help that we do provide. And I think sort of the last bucket of, value that we provide is obviously hiring. We see, a lot of companies, especially in Indonesia, right? Like talent is very, I would say talent is very lack, right? And so I think this initiative with hiring our partner Eddie in the US, so he spends, most of his time in the US, and basically we have this strategy of what we call sea turtles. Like just like the animal, they always eventually come back to their homes, right? And so I think our sea turtle strategy is actually basically just mining these Indonesian sort of people, whether that's like they're still in school or they're like already working there, basically mining them, right? And talking about our efforts here in Indonesia and like how the tech ecosystem is sort of developing, in their home country. And so because we've already been in touch with them since they're probably in school or doing their MBAs or working, when they do decide to come back, they would sort of Intudo would sort of be at the top of their mind. And so I think our initiative there is definitely one. I think we've definitely backed some founders that we have sourced as sea turtles for sort of a seed stage company. But then in other cases, we would definitely, if they were open to sort of joining a startup, maybe a Series B growth startup, we would be able to sort of plug these talents into our portfolio companies as well. Yeah, so that's sort of the three key values that Intudo brings for our portfolio companies. So it's just BD partnership, helping them with follow-on capital and like fundraising, and obviously the third one is sort of hiring. So yeah, I think that's sort of a quick background on Intudo, our investment strategy, and sort of how we do things for our portfolio companies. I'll give the floor to Aura now to sort of just describe in terms of like what's sort of the right approach to fundraising, right? Because obviously not all VCs are like the right one for you, and you will need to sort of cater your message to sort of the right audience. So yeah, Aura, on to you.
Thanks, Ash. Thanks also to the Garuda Hex team for setting this up. And I think to follow what Ashley was just talking about, we tell this a lot to our portfolios, specifically during BD work, or also when we're helping them with the fundraising. To Ashley's earlier point, we help them with the data room, with the technical stuff, but also kind of with how to mitigate, how to go around with the right investors, how to make sure we're not fundraising forever. Because sometimes people think like, oh, we talk to as many people as we can, but it might not be the most effective strategy. So there's three things we're going to really talk about today for my part. It's going to be the when, the who, and the what, right? And what we've seen in the market is that the when is the best time to talk to investors is probably, in our opinion, when you're not really looking for money yet. It's like when you're meeting a friend and then you want to ask them for money. Usually it's like you take them out to lunch first and you're like, hi, how are you? Has life been good to you? Blah, blah, blah. And then you just catch up. And then the second time, so just to make sure that your friend knows you're on the radar. And then after that, you come back to them a couple months later and be like, hey, we had such a good talk the other day. Just wanted to follow about my life. If you're interested about my life, maybe you can give me some money. I mean, obviously not literally like that. But the idea is that, right? You don't approach investors as if there's some foreign entity and you're just like, oh, what do I do? I'm so nervous. I have to present to this person. It's more like you're inviting this person to be part of your family and your cap table. So you want to make sure that you have the right time and you make sure that, I guess, when you do ask them for money when you're fundraising, you come off as sincere and you're not just like, hey, I heard you're cool in the market. Please give me some money, you know? So I guess that's the when, and in our opinion, earlier is better, but also tying to the when is who you talk to. For example, if you're a seed stage company, or if you're pre-seed or pre-product and you talk to somebody whose ticket size is like $10 million, it doesn't really make sense, right? To them, they're like, why are we, I mean, it's good to know who you are, but it's probably going to be like 3 to 5 years until you ask me for money, for example. So why are we talking now? Unless you're friends with them, then that's cool. But otherwise, it's really important to know your audience. Like Ashley mentioned earlier, our ticket sizes are about 1 to 5 million. So that's the companies around Series A or a seed round or maybe like early B. Those are the types of companies that we are talking to. And sometimes if a company is too early for us, we like to introduce them to other VCs. But for the most part, it just makes a lot more sense for both sides, for both the VC and also the startup to know, to target the people you talk to, kind of curate the list of VCs you want to talk to and find introductions from there. Yeah, and then lastly, it's kind of what we're trying to talk about, right? How do you sell your product? And this goes a lot to, we've been working on this a lot as well internally, just because we help a lot of our portfolios pitch, and specifically for the ones that are very, very technical. None of us are engineers. I don't know if that's obvious, but none of us are engineers. So sometimes it's a little bit difficult to bridge the conversations between engineers and investors. I find everyone we know and everyone we invest in are super nice. So it's not about that, but it's more about the understanding of the product. Because what we realize, and later in the Q&A, you might tell us if we're wrong, but this is just from our experience. What we've seen is that with engineers, they always want to convey every single detail of their product because it's their baby. You guys built it, so every detail is important. And so we've seen decks that just go into every single nitty gritty of what your product is. It's not very effective, I feel, because I mean, from what we've seen, the most effective communicators are those that can explain complex concepts into layman terms. Like it doesn't do anyone any benefit if you sound like the smartest person in the room, but everyone else feels dumb. You know, and that goes both ways, right? When we try to pitch our portfolios to other VCs as well when they're fundraising, we can't just be like, oh yeah, their code is very complicated because there's this really interesting line, blah blah. Nobody. I mean, I'm sorry guys, I'm not saying that nobody cares, but that's not the first thing you sell. You know what I mean? So that's a very long-winded explanation for me to say what you're trying to sell when you're talking to these investors that you've curated is what's your vision, right? What's your vision for this company? What's your dream? And why did you make this product in the first place? This is specifically very important for early stage companies. And Tiffany later after this will go into this when she talks about more of what VCs look for in a seed stage company. But when you're very early on, talking about your vision is super important because you don't really have a track record yet. Not to say that discredits you, and it's just a matter. Oh, sorry. But that's just the fact of the matter at this moment. It's just you don't have a track record yet in this field that you're playing in, unless you're a second or third time founder, which is totally okay. But that just emphasizes my earlier point on you have to sell your vision, you have to sell your dream, and I guess who you bring onto your cap table, especially in the early stages of investing, this person has to share. Going back to the second point, which is who this person has to share your vision as well, and has to, I guess, doesn't matter what the reputations are in the market. A lot of questions I usually get is like, oh, which VC is the best, or like which VC is the most active, or I heard this VC, their reputation is not that great in the market, they're not as friendly, but it doesn't matter, right? At the end of the day, like it doesn't matter what reputation you might have as a VC, because some people who says that this VC is a lot more, it's kind of scary, or this one is not that good, or whatever. Like they have all, I'm sure all of the VCs in Indonesia have really strong portfolios. So that being said, it doesn't matter what reputation you hear in the market about different VCs. Who you want to invest in after you know what to pitch, and how to pitch your pitch. Who you invite on your cap table just depends on how well you jive with them. So once you see if there's a strategic angle to their other portfolios, or maybe their LPs or their network, if you see that there's a strategy there, then yeah, just hit them up and say, oh, I feel like we might have a lot of synergies. Do you have some time? Probably, like I said earlier, though, not right when you're raising not right when you're raising funds, but probably a little before that, just to show that I guess you've prepared and you're not just like crunched on time to the point where the VC could be like, oh, let me get this for cheap, you know. So yeah, I guess that's my advice on the when, who, and what with regards to talking to investors. And yeah, I'll pass on the stage to Tiff now to talk more about kind of what we look for when we're talking to companies.
Yeah, thanks, Aura, and thanks, Garuda team. I think, so I know the slide that we have on now is a slide of all our portfolios. As you can see, just going back to Ashley's point, that we range from seed to Series B companies, but because most of the people here, you guys are, just starting to come up with a concept or finding your team. So the metrics that I'm going to share a little bit about is going to be more geared towards seed stage or pre-product. So hopefully you find this helpful. So something to keep in mind, it's a quick acronym. So TMT is a metric that we really look for. And TMT stands for team, market, and traction. I'll leave explaining team to last because I think that is the most important when it comes to early stage and pre-product companies. But yeah, let me dive right into market then. So market size and predicting market size is really a key component of any pitch. If you can hook up an investor based on a large potential or sway others from kind of like a cutthroat niche market, it really does like make a difference in your pitch, right? So this is kind of like your first kind of kind of like looping your potential investors into the potential that the potential market space that you're operating in. You might hear acronyms like TAM, SAM, and SOM. VCs love their acronyms, but don't be intimidated by it. They translate to TAM is total addressable market, SAM is serviceable available market, and then SOM, which is service obtainable market. So basically, like a TAM represents the entire universe that your product can capture, and it helps investors like prioritize deals by serving by like understanding the TAM. It serves as a quick metric of like what the underlying potential of like this opportunity is, right? So that's kind of like selling the vision. When it comes to SOM, which is really important, is like what is it? What's the reality now? Because when you start, it's not like you have all like unlimited resources, right? So realistically, you might start with like 3 co-founders. You guys, have limited resources and manpower. So in the next like couple months or year or so, like what does that market look like, right? So I think by really understanding those like numbers and feeling comfortable with it, it'll go a long way, because when investors kind of like poke at it or like ask a little bit more question. We're not trying to be like malicious or intimidating. It's more like we would love to see your like mindset behind it, and can you kind of defend that number, right? The next T is traction. So by presenting information about like how your product or service is already showing value, that's also really important. And this can include like sales, growth, valuable partnerships, endorsements, pre-order, or like in your case, in a lot of like people's case in Garuda Hacks, it's maybe data from like a pilot study or MVP, right? Like, so if you can't show revenue yet because you don't have like a purchase order or a contract yet, then that's okay, because there's other metrics that you can use. So for example, like how many signups there are based on your MVP or your beta, right? That shows like, okay, there's initial interest, maybe when the product is super young or like when it's still free. So that shows like the potential, and it goes back to selling the dream, right? So as you can see, there's like a theme here of selling the dream. And it ties into not just like the way you communicate to investors, but also, when you're trying to share your metrics as well. And so going to the last T, which is team, I think this is like by far the most important when it comes to early stage companies, because essentially it's a founder's bet, right? So it's really important for companies, for founders to, have a strong vision, not just yourself, but also the founding team or just your co-founders, and really be able to articulate that well, right? Because if you seem uncertain, like people are kind of putting in money into a company where maybe like if you're uncertain, then we're also like more hesitant to like put money into a shaky foundation, right? But if you have true conviction, you have kind of like the metrics, like the T, the M, and the other T that kind of shapes and like supplements that kind of like vision as well, then you've got a really strong, I guess, like foundation up front for like a seed or early stage fundraising, right? So I would say also like a well-rounded team in the beginning would be a huge competitive edge, especially if it's pre-product. So for example, if you have 3 finance guy creating a software, I think that's a little bit questionable when it comes to like an investor, because who's the engineer who's creating the software, right? But really, like, so I think like when you're curating your like founding team, it's really important to think about what each of your strengths are and what areas you're going to be operating in, because we do want to see like a complementary team, a well-rounded team, not saying like, okay, we're more hesitant to say like, let's say like you have 3 finance guys and you're going to be really great in finance, and your tax and like projection and accounting is going to be set, right? So I think that's something to keep in mind too as a founder. When you bring on people on your team, like what are those people and what are those strengths, right? But yeah, I think that's just a quick overview of TMT, the metrics that come into like pitching, especially in early stage. Make sure that you kind of share your experience too as a team. So, your expertise, your schools, previous work experience, all of that will go into selling the dream if you don't have a product yet. But also, like, I think showing the potential and selling the vision, just going back, it's a common trend to what Ashley's saying, to what Aura's saying. It really is key in delivering in completing a successful fundraising.
Cool. Brian, are we taking Q&A now?
So thank you so much for the really enlightening presentation. So I guess we'll jump back into Q&A. So the first question is from one of our viewers. Hi Intudo, how to get funded by your VC? Is it like by sending a proposal to you or other kind of recruitment?
Okay. Yeah, great question.
Thanks, Brian. I think I can take that one.
Go ahead, Aura.
Ash, do you want to take it?
No, it's fine.
Thanks. Also, Very sweet of you to immediately want to request funding from us. I think hopefully this presentation is effective then. But no, just kidding. I think this doesn't go for all VCs. I mean, everyone has things that they specifically look for. But for us, as you can see from this slide, we invest primarily in 4 sectors: fintech, consumer, healthcare, and education. And also we're Indonesia only. So the company has to be headquartered in Indonesia. That being said, if those 2 things are off the checklist, we like to see a couple of things when we're investing in seed stage companies. The first is regarding the presentation. Sometimes we get lost when the presentation is really, really long. So my tip would just to keep the presentation at most 15 slides with all the other details in appendix, especially if you're holding your meetings through Zoom these days because COVID. It's very easy for the investor to get lost in the presentation, but having everything else in appendix once you send your slides, it makes it a lot easier for the investor to just read through the details later. Because if you remember to what I said earlier, you really want to sell your vision and who you are, right? Whatever product you make, I mean, it's innovative, but it's all about the person really driving the car. You know what I mean? Like a car can only go so far as the person who's sitting behind the wheel. So I guess that's my tip. 12 to 15 slides. Founder journey is super important. It doesn't matter if you've made startups in the past, if you failed in startups in the past. I think I can say to all of us, and maybe Tiff and Ash, you can add on this as well. I really like it when people talk about their founder journey and they've talked about the mistakes they've learned from, because it shows a lot of personal growth, and we're pretty big on that because you can't be stagnant as a company, really. And also highlight the North Star metrics you're going to look at. If you have no metrics yet because you're pre-product, just highlight to the investor that you know what type of margins you want to look at, what the average margins are, just to give us a gauge of like, it's not just fluff, right? There is kind of underlying metrics to this business. There is a monetization method. So I think these are the tips that we would give: short and concise, founder journey, and also highlight your metrics. And Tiff and Ash, do you want to add anything to this?
No, I think you covered it, Aura.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think similar to Aura's question, we received another one that says, we have to submit a video pitch that takes roughly 2 minutes. What are some applicable techniques that we can apply? Similar to Aura's advice, keep it short and sweet, share your user journey, definitely. I think especially in early stage, right? If you don't have a product that's rolled out to the market already, that doesn't have traction, and I think it's important to share like why you guys came together. I think it's a huge red flag when a founder comes in and says they're doing this on the weekend or on the side, and you're looking for VC money, right? I think for us, we want to invest in someone that, has conviction, believes in this company, is committed to it 100%. So I think that's really important. You don't have to say that like we're doing this part-time or like, I'm doing this full-time. It's just to share like, okay, like me and my co-founder, we went through this, we saw this problem, we solved it, and we really want to share this with everyone else, right? So something like that, that gives us a bit of context to who you are, why you started this, and kind of like the dynamics. Because I think in VC, a lot of what we look for is the human touch, right? Early stage is founder bet. So seeing how you work with each other, I think that's a huge kind of like consideration for us too. Can you like complement each other? Can you build each other up? So yeah, I think that's something to definitely think about in your 2-minute pitch, but also hitting those key like TMT, right? You only have 2 minutes. There's not too much, so keep it short and sweet. Kind of a quick overview on your founder journey, then straight to the product, kind of the market size. And if it is pre-product, kind of like share the potential to build off of like that TAM, SAM, and SOM, right? So yeah, hopefully that helps. And after the 2 minutes, if it is a strong pitch, you share this, you sell the dream, you show the potential. Investors will follow up because then you've piqued their interest, right?
Yeah, so definitely there's a human touch required beyond the product, right? So we have a career-related question. What are some of the advantages of working in a venture capital rather than something similar like private equity?
Yep, I can take that question. So obviously with the VC setting, right? To be honest, I think for me personally, and I think speak for Aura and Tiffany as well. VC is obviously similar, quite competitive, but usually in Indonesia, like the VCs, I guess the VCs in Indonesia, they work in smaller teams, and I think the VC space amongst like other VC players, we are quite friendly with each other because obviously we do have to sort of co-invest with each other, right? Whereas compared to like a PE, it's more of like, okay, like if you already like found one company, like okay, that's only like that's my deal. I don't want to share it with you. But whereas with VCs, because we are in the business of sort of co-investing together with other players in the space and basically creating that like solid dynamic between like the startup and also like the co-investors, we do share, like it's a friendly culture between all of us. Like I think in terms of like just sharing insights, I think with VCs, amongst like associates, analysts, managers, and like we really do get sort of an end-to-end process with the roles in VC, right? From like deal sourcing, from like doing due diligence, from like obviously the boring stuff, admin, legal work, their subscription agreements, working with lawyers, other stakeholders, and obviously the fun stuff, which is post-investment, right? So I think in a VC setting, because it is a relatively smaller team, maybe compared to like a PE, you really do get sort of an end-to-end process, and like it's quite a, to be honest, it's quite a flat organization in where everybody works with everybody, right? And so I think with VC, to be honest, it's just definitely more of a friendly environment. It's not as cutthroat. Obviously, there is some competitive angle to it as well, but it's not as competitive as compared to like like a private equity per se.
And I think what to add on to Ashley's point, I really like the aspect of that VC has is like you're in the business of people. So for PEs, the deals are like typically way larger. So around like $100 million and above. For many PEs, you kind of have a slower, I guess, deal flow on a yearly basis, just because not a lot of companies reach that size and is like eligible for a PE to come in, right? But typically when you reach that size, you have quite a number of years of like historical data, right? And so I think a lot of the work that you do, while it is more technical, it's great for building your technical skills. A lot of it is like more number focused, whereas like in VC, because we operate in like earlier stage companies, it's really great for me personally, and I think for Ashley and Aura too, that you get to work with people on a daily basis. So I think that's something to keep in mind too if you are interested in PE or VC. It's like, do you enjoy working with people on a day-to-day basis? Because it is a huge part. It's not just like meeting the companies, and like what we mentioned before, sorry to sound like a broken record, it is a founder's bet for a lot of early stage companies, right? So can you work with them? But also to what Ashley was saying, like, can you work with lawyers? Can you work with other VCs? We're a pretty lean team. Do you work well with other people? So I think all that like just comes into your mind, like should be consideration as well when you're deciding maybe a career path. Yeah.
And also, I think the last point I want to clarify based on Ash and Tiff's is that you don't have to be an extrovert to succeed in VC. We always talk about VC being, it's the business of people and all that, but it doesn't mean that if you're an introvert, then there's no hope for you in VC. I think it's all about how you manage your time, how you manage your networking sessions. And so, yeah, it doesn't matter. It's not about this or that. I just want to clear that up because we also get questions like that a lot sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm pretty sure that you guys get a lot of people, entrepreneurs with different backgrounds. So with regards to work experience, how much consideration do you place on an entrepreneur's work experience when pitching. What if I have a solid idea but less work experience?
No, thanks, Brian, for the question. And I think for this, it's a case-by-case basis. It depends on which stage you are coming to us in. If it's a seed stage company, I think I can't say for all VCs, because I know some VCs do prefer prior work experience, or they prefer they prefer prior work experience or like prior startup experience. So I know there is sometimes a preference for that, but I don't think it hurts you too much if you don't have it. For example, we've recently announced our investment in Delman. And I think this is one of the companies where Eddie found them when they were still in Berkeley, and we worked with them for a year before investing in them. And once they've come back to Indonesia, we worked with them again on our side, on the local team, for a couple of months, and then we've invested in them. And with Delman, I think the CEO, he graduated. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong, yeah, but I think Surya just graduated from Berkeley, and then Raymond and Theo had prior experience, right? But that wasn't the first thing we thought about when we looked into Delman. We weren't like, oh, did they have work experience before? You know, I mean, it really helped when you see the slide with all the logos of the companies. But it's not the first thing that comes to mind. I think if you have a solid idea, then go with it. Make sure that your idea fits the market first. Do a little bit of survey to see if your product is actually needed in the market. Because sometimes people have really, really interesting ideas, and just throwing buzzwords out there like, oh, I have this AI machine learning algorithm that can solve a lot of problems, right? But that's really cool, but it might not be as applicable to Indonesia, just because the market here, we might not be as technologically literate as a country as compared to other countries. So we have to see if the product actually fits the market. And once you find that, okay, my solid idea is also solid for the market, then your job is to market it, right? Like you market it to people, you market it to the VCs, and then you focus on that. So my advice on this would be just focus more on the things you do have control over, which is your product, your product and your idea, as compared to whether or not you have prior work experience.
Yeah, for sure. So let's talk about your portfolio companies. Have you funded a tech startup before? If so, what was it, and what made it distinguishable from all the others?
Ash, you want to take this?
So the question is, which one, Axel? Sorry.
So it's have you founded a tech startup before? If so, what was it, and what made it distinguishable from all the others?
Funded, right? Not founded.
Funded, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would say I think with most of Intudo's sort of portfolios are sort of, even though they're not like, like their product is not just software, maybe there's some sort of, O2O, which is online to offline sort of aspect to it. But I think most of them are sort of, either like tech enabled, right? Whether in their internal process or like whether that's sort of creating a platform for, their I guess target customers and like target users, right? And so I think maybe we can definitely try sort of use the example of, Delman again, because that's, I think, more of the sort of more applicable to probably this hackathon, because their, I guess, product is, a data warehousing software, right? And so I think personally for us, obviously we're not, engineers and not, super tech savvy people as well. And so it also definitely took a lot of time for us to, understand what their product actually is, right? And like what sort of solutions is actually they're providing to sort of through this product. And so I think what's sort of unique to us, right? That's why it took us quite a long time to sort of, invest in Delman, because basically just we do some sort of, channel checks first. So even before like issuing term sheets and whatever, we hold these sort of exercises and where we, take them to a potential client or like a potential corporate that we see may sort of use this, data warehousing solution, right? And so I think, through those exercises, right? Like, it's not just, obviously us, since it is sort of put into more of a practical sort of case study, us as investors, we are also able to sort of learn and also understand how these software and products sort of apply in sort of the real life case studies, right? And like how to implement it into maybe like a traditional sort of business line where it was not digital at all. Everything was sort of, offline using Excel or whatever. And so I think through those exercises, us as investors as well, definitely, got the hang of it and like got to understand what the product is. And on the other hand, like through those exercises, the company itself also can understand sort of how we work in terms of like the value that we bring as well, right? So, it definitely is like a two-way street. It's not just like us, like as investors, like doing like, due diligence and stuff, but like actually the founders and like the team itself can also understand like, whether like they're actually, can sort of sync with us, right? Because obviously, I think with Tiff and Aura as well, they mentioned before, like once you get into sort of, the cap table together, right? It's sort of, like getting married. And so, yeah, you don't want that to happen where, suddenly like a divorce needs to happen, because obviously that's going to get ugly. And so I think that's sort of unique to Intudo, where, we don't just give out, term sheets in like the first or two meetings when we meet a potential company, right? We really do take our time to actually get to know the founder, to actually understand the product. Yeah.
And I think to add on to that as well, maybe to the second part of the question, what makes it distinguishable to all others? Like Ashley said, we are not the experts in tech or engineering specifically. But I think to us, what made Delman really special is their team. And this is talking about Delman over and over again, just because they're our most recent fully enterprise tech startup. I think, as you can see from our portfolios here, not all of our portfolios are announced, but for the ones that have been announced, it is here on this slide. Yeah, for the most part, they have an offline component to it. It's very rare that we invest in a full-on enterprise. So I think with Delman, what made them unique to us was the team. Again, I don't know how to not sound like a broken record, but we worked with the team for about a year before we invested in them, and we just like them as people, and we really like the product. I'm sure there are products that are similar to them out there that are a lot more advanced and later stage, so too late for us, or about the same stage. And we can't attest to maybe the specifics of the product beyond the feedback we've heard from companies that we work with. Like we've heard really positive feedback regarding Delman's product. So yeah, regarding the product, there's not much we can really say beyond what we've heard. But what really sold us was definitely the team.
Yeah, and I think to just highlight a couple other like seed portfolios, Arudify, which is a full stack ed tech platform. Originally, they started out with education loans, and then Knowledge Genetics, which is a pharmacogenetics company where they use kind of the information. They use genetic testing to help mitigate adverse drug reactions to get ahead of the problem. Populix too, which is a market survey tech startup, also super strong team, and that's kind of like why we kind of why it was like a sure bet, like on top of a stellar product. And then Our Fitness as well. These are all like our early stage. Our Fitness, which is like a boutique fitness company that pivoted into more online content. So it'll becoming a well-rounded wellness and fitness company, which is fun fact. They're actually the first fitness company in Southeast Asia to get funded. So as you can see here, like they're pretty like for example, education is still up and coming. Pharmacogenetics, like in health tech, is also up and coming. Market research is disrupting the traditional industry, and then Our Fitness is also changing kind of like the wellness space in Southeast Asia. So all these companies, you can see like, oh, okay, like maybe they're not the most like I guess trendy. Like when people said like sometimes if you read in Tech in Asia, there's like a lot of trends. But for us, we like to go against the grain and just focus on the team, right? We want to see that TMT, but focusing a lot on the team and see if there's good synergy between us and the team.
Yeah, thanks. So basically, we have a question about building a team. I'm sure you've seen a lot of teams come to you together. Is it possible to start up with something and eventually build the team as you go? Or does the team have to be complete right at the get-go?
Yeah, maybe I can answer this first, and then Ash and Aura, feel free to add on.
Yeah.
We definitely have a case where I think because of our Sea Turtle program, Eddie meets a ton of great Indonesians abroad. So in addition to kind of like being that bridge and host on like bringing Indonesian talent back home, we also meet a lot of people who are interested to be founders. And if we meet them early on, Eddie himself was a founder in his before he founded Intudo, and so he was able to give a lot of insights and help groom a lot of these early bets, right? And so we do have a case where I don't think we published this yet, but we did invest in a company. Eddie met the founder in Stanford and then worked with him, and then after he graduated, created product himself, a very strong like engineer. So he created his product from scratch on his own. And then slowly built like the more BD side of it. And so you've got a really strong founder who's like an engineer, and then he slowly built the team around him to complement him. So someone who can really sell, who can communicate with other people, B2B sales, which is very different from B2C. So all that was done like in just throughout the time we worked with him, right? And so that doesn't mean like if we find you and then you don't have a team, it's a complete no. But I think it's just more like, okay, can we work together? Do we believe in your vision? And yeah, and I think that goes back to kind of like the TMT pitch. Like I'm sure this founder gave that pitch to Eddie, and Eddie saw something in him, and that's why we continuously worked with him until the final closing.
And then I guess to add on to Tiff's point, after we worked with him for a while, he eventually did find his co-founder. So he didn't stay as sole founder forever. And I guess to sum up the question, no, your team doesn't have to be complete in the beginning. It's good if you are lucky enough that you can find a strong team from the get-go and then pitch that. But it's quite common for us. We've seen that it's quite common that people come and they're like, oh yeah, we're looking for a CMO, or like, oh, we're looking for a CTO. Completely normal. I don't think it's a severe disadvantage. It is sort of a disadvantage, but not to the point where it's like definitely not looking at this company. So it's all good. I mean, it's a seed stage. We're all still working right at this point.
No, but maybe also to add on, definitely understand that obviously, maybe as like sole founders or maybe just CEO and COO, obviously, maybe initially you guys do sort of, outsource the tech portion, right? Like to other engineers and whatever. But just keep in mind, like you guys are not in a rush. Definitely sort of, take time in terms of finding that right talent. Because obviously, then again, going back to sort of the marriage analogy, right? And so if you sort of bring on board that new talent, which you guys know that you require, but doesn't necessarily like, it's not a good fit, then don't do it, right? Because I think just bringing on that new talent, especially, sort of, a manager or like a management role is definitely quite important, right? And so definitely, wait for the right talent. Don't just take any random sort of, CTO or whatever just to fulfill that requirement of having a CPO.
Yeah. Culture is a big thing, especially in early stage, because it's such a lean team. Yeah.
So let's talk about Indonesia for a bit. So what are some of the sectors that you see the most growth in for Indonesia for the future in the near term?
Yeah, I think I can start on this, and then Ash and Tiff, you can add on. because I'm sure you guys have a wealth of knowledge on this as well, since we're Indonesia only. There's a lot of sectors that you can read online now, and like Google Temasek reports or like McKinsey Bain reports, saying that like education's pretty hot, consumer fintech. I guess our focus sectors, right? Logistics is also on the rise now. A lot of companies are mushrooming and raising funds. So these are all things you can read online, which is great, and they're also completely valid. These sectors are very hot right now. But what we've seen, and I think I'm going to talk specifically to new retail, specifically within consumer, because as you can see right now during COVID, a lot of companies are negatively impacted. I think we all know this. But specifically, certain industries like F&B, healthcare, they're actually doing not as badly as compared to the others. And if you see what the government is doing with regards to regulations, and I don't want to get into too much of the government regulations because this might be a pretty touchy subject for some. What we've seen the government doing all across the board is they're talking about the importance of digitalization. Everything they're doing now, from like Kartu Prakerja or the funding programs that they're doing with regards to SMEs, and also larger businesses. All this is in an effort to digitalize companies all across Indonesia. So not only in the first tier cities, but also for the second and third tier cities, teaching them to be financially literate. Because in order to get these fundings, right, you have to actually have a bank account. You have to know how to manage your money, and this is what the government is trying to enforce from now. They're talking a lot about not only digital recovery, but digital transformation. Because if you just recover, then I mean, you're probably going to get sick again, right? But if you transform the country, transform it digitally, then yeah, the risk of going back is less, I guess. So this is just a very, again, long-winded explanation to saying we see that new retail is a trend that is on the rise. And new retail talks about, I guess, O2O, offline to online. It doesn't have to be a fully online product. A fully offline product will eventually have to tech enable itself to scale. So that's kind of the trend we're looking towards. A lot of new retail, consumer. But again, a lot of other funds might say might have a different opinions, just because our focus sectors is on consumers. So we've done a lot of offline, on the ground research on this as well. I'm sure there are other sectors that are just growing as fast. Fintech could be another one, for example. But why we didn't mention fintech to start is because it is already quite a saturated market. I think last year and 2 years ago, when P2P first started, when you talk about the fintech pyramid, you start with payments in the bottom, right? The most basic form of fintech. And with you have so many of the leading players already now. They're already pretty large at Series B, Series C's. So payments is done, and after payments, the next evolution comes naturally to lending, right? So peer-to-peer companies was pretty hot, I think, last year and about a year and a half ago. Everyone started investing in P2P, whether it's in China, Indonesia, Singapore. I think everyone was it's such a hot market, right? But then after the crash in China, so many people started becoming sort of like quote unquote loan sharks. I think the regulations became a lot tighter in Indonesia as well. The amount of licenses that are released, or even the companies that are registered, now is, I think, frozen, if I'm not mistaken. Sometimes it's open. Sometimes they open it if they see some very stellar companies, but for the most part, it is still frozen now. And so that kind of license freeze indicates that the market is also already kind of, not to say maturing, but it's getting there with so many companies online. So there's that. And then after that comes wealth and asset management, which is kind of the more complex fintech, right? Asset management, insurtech, all this. So these companies are on the rise now as well, just because there are so many other, the two bases of the fintech pyramid are already kind of checked off, right? To say that this will scale all across Indonesia, maybe. There's a lot of factors that we have to take into account for that. Is it simple to use, right? Like if you're talking about insurtech, for example, can you educate the market on the importance of insurance? With the BPJS being around, I think that is already a step forward. But can you educate the market of the importance of insurance and also of the ease of use of your product, right? There's a lot of factors to take into consideration, but we also think that kind of more advanced fintech will be on the rise soon. Yeah, and Ashantip, do you have anything to add to that?
No, that was super comprehensive, Aura. But I think maybe like to highlight the point of digitalization, especially during the pandemic, we see a lot of offline companies pivoting into online, and how successfully they do that really guarantees that survival. I think we did an exercise, an internal exercise not too long ago, right when the pandemic happened, to kind of capture the health of like all our portfolios. And while part of Intudo is Jodo, which is like serendipity, luckily, like a lot of our portfolios closed funding on time. That really gave them kind of like the dry powder to pivot successfully to online. And so I think that's just really like a testament that, like the pandemic kind of sped everything up, but at the same time, like I think we're already moving in that direction, and like success truly lies in the ability to be O2O. Not so to be, for example, like our fitness, which was you've got like a Soul Cycle-esque kind of studio, so a lot of like cycling studios are there, on offline HIIT classes. But since COVID hit, they were able to have Zoom classes, so they were able to stream their classes. They rented their equipment. They were creating online content, and especially during the pandemic, I think mental wellness became an issue, right? And so they also did a lot of collaboration and talks of just talking through difficult issues. And so I think this is really important too, because when you see like traditional companies, they're companies that are doing well before COVID, it doesn't mean that like that will guarantee success in the long run, right? And so I think, like to Aura's point, to understand where the government is heading, what the initiative is being pushed towards, to understand kind of like where the climate is, and remain agile, I think that's really key. Kind of like off topic on like what the hot markets are, but I do think that like it's not so much market, it's also like how you're able to pivot during different times.
Yeah, and I guess to round off this point as well, tying this kind of startup sector into the real sector, I mean, the government is doing so much to try to digitalize this country. One of the things they're actually doing is that they have built an ICT network across, I think, about 12 or 13,000 villages and counting. So just to re-emphasize the importance of digitalization for our startups as well, to be part of this new digital economy.
Thank you. And we have one last question, actually. Do you take interns?
Yeah.
Sure.
So I think usually we take our interns during sort of the summer period, which is sort of July, August, September. So actually for this year, we've sort of completed our intern batch already. I think we, this year we took sort of, 6 interns, which was quite a lot given our small team, because it's only the 2 partners and sort of, us as 3 investments team. But no, we're super glad that, we had, these amazing interns come with us for this summer, right? And so we'll definitely be taking sort of, internship applications for next year. But obviously, we have some sort of selection and criteria as well. And yeah, happy to accommodate sort of any request. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think like if you guys have any additional questions or would like to connect with us, we can leave kind of like the email for the application process at the Slack channel. We can also answer questions there directly.
But also, since like I think a lot of participants within the Garuda hacks are obviously more looking for tech roles or like engineers. I think we have about 20 companies right now that Intudo has invested in, right? And obviously some is maybe negatively impacted, or like some is positively impacted because of this whole market COVID situation. But a lot of them are still looking for tech talent. And so if any of these Intudo companies are of interest of you guys, definitely do reach out to us, and we'll try to accommodate sort of sort of accommodate that. Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Great. Cool. Thank you so much for coming coming here to talk about pitching strategies and the market in general. Into Ventures is also on our Slack channel, so if you're registered on Garuda Hacks, you can go to #sponsor Into Ventures, and they'll be there to take your questions. Thank you so much for coming here today.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Brian. Thanks so much for inviting us.
Thank you. It's our pleasure.
Bye.
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 So hey everyone, want to learn how to build a great web application? Well, stay tuned. Next up is Herbert Bintoro from OVO. Mr. Bintoro graduated from the University of Wisconsin-Madison with a bachelor's in computer science and finance. Prior to working with OVO, he worked in Silicon Valley for over 7 years as an engineering manager for Eventbrite. Today, he'll be giving a workshop on Architecture 101. Please give a warm welcome to Herbert Bintoro. Sir, the floor is yours.
All right. Hey, let me try to make sure that everybody can see my screen. Hello? Hey, all right. Okay. Yeah. I would like to thank everybody, especially the Garuda Hacks team, for inviting me to speak on this event. A lot of good content already on the past day, and looking forward for more great content. Thank you for everyone who's attending this talk as well. So today I will be talking a bit about web architecture. It's not as comprehensive, it's not as hands-on, it's more of like a story of how web architecture usually evolves. And yeah, that's the topic of my talks for today. Here. So yeah, the agenda for today's presentation, I will talk a bit about myself, and then I will also take probably 5 to 10 minutes to talk to you guys about OVO. And then we will enter into the main content, which is about web architecture. And I will also tell you guys about the guiding principles of choosing the right architecture for you. And I will have probably 15 minutes in the end if you guys have any questions. But this is very casual, so in case you guys have any questions in the middle of my talk, just feel free to chat it, and I can answer either during or after the talk. Alrighty. So about me, as introduced earlier, I got my bachelor degree from University of Wisconsin-Madison in 2010. I double major in computer science and finance. After graduating, I got my first job as a software engineer in Bright Technologies. I spent 1.5 years there. This company is based in San Mateo, California, and this is an SEO platform technology company. After Bright Technologies, I joined Eventbrite. This is probably where I spent most of my career at. I spent 7.5 years at Eventbrite. Most of you might know this already. Eventbrite is based in San Francisco, California. I grew from software engineer, and the last role that I had before leaving Eventbrite was an engineering manager. And I came back for good to Indonesia in March 2020. So I've been back home in Indonesia for the past 5 months. I joined OVO as an engineering manager. As you might know already, OVO is based in Jakarta, Indonesia. So a little bit about OVO. Hopefully most of you have this installed in your phone already, but OVO is one of the biggest financial tech company in Indonesia. OVO is the leading digital financial services company in Indonesia. Probably most of you know OVO as just an e-money provider, but it actually offers a wide range of services from lending, insurance, investment, and some other stuff. OVO is accepted nationwide, and we're committed to building the largest financial technology company in Indonesia. We are actually #1 payment platform in Indonesia by transaction volume. Sorry. So OVO is founded in 2017 with the vision of becoming Indonesia's largest non-bank digital financial services with an open ecosystem of partners and holistic financial products. And we aim to fulfill this vision by providing equal opportunity through financial access, by building reliable and convenient financial solutions to empower SMEs and improve the lives of all individuals in Indonesia. As you can see, Indonesia has a very unique geographical landscape. But I think one thing that is very, very exciting for us is that our GDP is projected to set 5.5 trillions in 2030. And this is a massive opportunity for the whole Indonesian market. As you can see here, in terms of internet penetration, for example, at 2019, we are at 32%, and it's expected to reach 54% in 2023. And the same way in terms of the percentage of GDP that comes from e-commerce, at 2019, we are at 1.4%. But at 2023, it is expected to have 3%, right? So the opportunity is massive here in terms of growth and how OVO can help in this market. So this slide talks about how Indonesian MSMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprise, contribute to 57% of GDP and 97% of employment. However, there's a gap here where they have a lack of access to finance, right? And this is also where OVO can come in and help Indonesian people. So the biggest problem for any country for government dispersal is how to make sure that we actually disperse money in a very efficient manner. And how do we make sure that the budget is received by the right citizens? And OVO is partnering with government to help with that, to help solve that problem. So, government have some budget that they want to disperse to Indonesian people, and now we're helping them to be able to do this more efficiently. Some of partnerships that has happened in the past, right? We had this Kartu Prakerja initiative. This is basically catered for people who graduated from university but hasn't had the chance to work yet. And then we also help with the disbursements of Kartu Sembako. So yeah, this is something that we are OVO is doing with the government as well. And another interesting fact here, in terms of fintech market, compared to China, Indonesia still have 3 times growth to be harnessed across digital financial services segment. So if you look at the penetration rate, for example, Indonesia now still have only 6% penetration compared to 33% of China. In terms of underbanked population, Indonesia have around 50%, right? Like half of the people in Indonesia doesn't have access to bank. Whereas in China, now that number has decreased by a lot. Now in China, the number of underbanked population is less than 5%. In terms of also digitalization, right? The number of transactions that happens through cash, in Indonesia is still 60%, but in China, it's now less than 20% of transaction or payments are happening through cash. And the same way in the financial services market as well. We still have a lot of room to improve. For example, access to credit. 70% of Indonesian people don't have access to credit compared to 38%, less than 37.5% in China. But I guess my point here is that we still have a lot of room to grow in terms of financial technology in Indonesia. So in the past 3 years, OVO has grown like no other, especially against the very hyper-competitive market and a very dynamic payments landscape. And we believe that these 3 operating principles have guided us towards success. The first one is building an open ecosystem. So it's the success that the position that OVO is in right now is not the result of only our hard work, but also with partnerships with other people, with our organization. we found that this strategy of having open ecosystem have propel our business in the past few years. We work very closely with Grab and Tokopedia. In the earlier slide, we also work with Indonesian government, and this partnership has equipped us with the tools and expertise to scale quickly and reach a very large user base effectively. The second one is on leveraging technology and data. Technology enabled us to do things more effectively and more swiftly, while data is the key for us to understand our customers' behavior and how we can create value to our customers and our partners. And both technology and data, we believe, will drive our goal to realize financial inclusion in Indonesia. And lastly, about stimulating growth through positive disruption, OVO as a company is committed to delivering services that address all the gaps in Indonesia's financial ecosystem. So in this slide, I'm going to talk a bit about how OVO's open ecosystem has lent itself to become the #1 digital payment service with the most use cases. So we have a lot of verticals that we take part of. Some big parts here, like in terms of online merchant, we are partners with Tokopedia. Tokopedia is the #1 e-commerce in Indonesia. For transport, we partner with Grab, right, which is the #1 ride-hailing provider also. In terms of offline merchants, we have a large network of offline merchants. We actually have the largest offline acceptance network in Indonesia. In the financial services market, we partner with Prudential for insurance, and we partner with Barexa for investment. For food, we also partner with Grab Food. But on top of all of these things that we partnered with, we also have other products, right, such as utility billing, groceries, parking, telecom, and all this other stuff that we have. So technology and data are OVO's key unique value proposition for both customers and partners. OVO deploys one of the largest IT systems in Indonesia to serve millions of customers and hundreds of thousands of merchants. We serve billions of transactions, and we invested in building a full solution ranging from eKYC, payment, financial, risk, and APIs for our seamless partner integration. All these billions of transactions data are generated and stored in our data lake. And using big data technology, we use machine learning and AI as well. We are able to detect customer behavior patterns, which allow us to predict the needs of our customers before they happen. We use these insights and models to better serve our customers, prevent frauds, and as well creating new assets like the OVO Score that hopefully can help us drive financial inclusion in Indonesia. Yeah, also through innovation, OVO strives to create positive impact in the market as well as in the community. The screenshot here on the left is OVO initiative in partnering with local artists in OVO Kolaborasi. And as I mentioned earlier, we also partner with government to disperse money for Kartu Prakerja. And looking forward, I believe that to be able to sustain this growth, this is for operating models that OVO is adopting right now. And the first one is about sustainable growth, right? And how do we make sure that when we're launching a new product, we're able to work very effectively to make sure that it's cost efficient and we get the highest ROI possible. The second one is about vertical focus. We try to adopt a tribe model where when there's a new project, we can form a tribe very quickly, where this tribe will be able to drive this project to completion, and we can disband it or reform it if needed. The thirdly is about people transformation. Having a flexible and agile working environment have allowed us to make immediate changes when necessary. A good example that happened recently is us in implementing the work from home policy to anticipate COVID. And lastly, it's about tech excellence. We established tech centers outside of Indonesia. Now we have a tech hub in Singapore as well as Bangalore. And we also developed a very world-class fraud and risk systems that we are pretty proud of. So that's it in terms of OVO's introduction. If you guys have any question, please feel free, or I can take them at the end of this session as well. Now, entering into the main topic of this talk is about evolution of web architecture, and I will go about this talk by just telling a story, right? Like how a startup builds an e-commerce website. So let's imagine that we are a team of 2 or 3 people, a very small company, and our goal is to build an e-commerce website. So let's say we want to build an e-commerce website when we sell stationery, right? So in this website, you can sell books, pens, bags, and whatnot. So I work with a couple people, and this is the initial idea that we came up with. So let's imagine that we can have a homepage that looks something like this. Just a very simple page with the list of items that you can buy and a checkout page. So when you click on an item, for example, if you click on a book here, you will be redirected to the /checkout URL. And in this URL, you'll be able to see the description of the book, the price of the book, and then you can select how many books you want to buy, and you can click buy. A very, very simple. In this story, I'm oversimplifying a lot of things. And let's say these 2 pages are good enough for us to launch. So building homepage and the checkout page. So if you might imagine, this is probably how your system will look like in a very high level. So you have 2 URLs, and /home and /checkout. And each one, both of them will talk to the server. And in the server, it will talk to database as well. But as you can see, in the blue box here, the home page is responsible for any logic related to listing products. In the checkout page, because now we can see the product details as well as buying the item itself, the checkout page is responsible for logic related to product display as well as payment. And let's say 2 weeks gone by and we actually got traction. We got business, and we want to add new functionality to our website. Research has shown that having a search page has been proven to be very effective in a lot of e-commerce strategy. And at the same time, this is the number one pain point that a lot of customers are asking us this feature. Hey, I want to add the search functionality because now you have so many products in your website, and I need a way to be able to search what I'm looking for. So let's imagine that we come up with this idea of creating this new search page. So in this, we have a new page which will be hosted in /search. Now here you can enter the keyword. For example, you can enter books, and now you can only see book items. So how do we go about building this? Building this would be probably something like this. So as you can see, the home and checkout page doesn't change because we're just building a new search page. And the bulk of this logic for this search functionality is how do we make sure the search functionality works. And probably we don't want to build a different way of listing our product because we've already built it in the home page. And because we need to get this done very, very, very quickly, we just basically copy pasted the product list logic from our homepage to our search page. So it might look like this, right? After adding the search page to our website. So now, after a couple of weeks, the search page is performing really well. But we got a feedback where your search page is well, but why are we not showing it in the homepage? The traffic to the search page is pretty low because it's very hard to find. So we got an idea to actually just add a search bar to our homepage. So if you remember from earlier, our website initially just list the list of items, but now you can see that there's a search bar here where you can enter your keyword to do search functionality. And how do we go about doing this? Right, being a startup that we are, and trying to move very quickly, this is probably what's going to happen. You're probably just going to copy paste the search code from our search page to our homepage, and everything else looks the same, right? It's just the only difference here is that we add the search logic inside our homepage, and everything else stays the same. So let's say that now you're getting traction, you're getting ready to pitch this to get funding to our investors. So we, however, you look at the news and saw that a lot of websites were hacked. Tokopedia recently got hacked, Twitter just got hacked, and basically the investor told you, hey, I don't want any hacking, anything. I want your product to be secure, and which just makes sense, right? But I think the problem here is that you pitch this over the weekend and you need the more secure product in 2 days, and this is a very common in terms of like startup growth, right? And in order to accommodate this request from our investor, probably we came up with, hey, let's just start to add authentication and security to our website. So if you can see here, we added authentication to these 3 pages. You see there are 3 boxes marked authentication in each of the page. And because of the time constraint, we don't have time to centralize this, so we just copy pasted authentication logic in all these 3 pages. So after that, we were able to secure the funding. Now business was growing. We added a lot of more pages and we added a lot of more functionality to our website. Let's fast forward 2 months from now. After adding a lot of functionality and a lot of pages to our website, our website probably looks something like this. Again, I'm oversimplifying a lot of things, but let's say that we're adding 3 new pages. The first one is inventory, where it basically takes care of all the logic involving number of items you have in stock. The second one is reporting. Now that we're growing, we need to know how much profit we're making, how much revenue we're making. So we need this page to be able to accommodate this analysis. And let's say the last part that we add is recommendation engine. So if the user is logged in, instead of you showing the same list of products to everybody, you can recommend list of items based on your purchase history. And I think one thing that I wanted to double click on here is that we see a lot of redundancy, a lot of duplications in this architecture or in this logic. For example, you can see we have authentication logic built in every one of these pages. And if you look at product list, now product list is product list logic displaying logic related to listing product exists in homepage, search page, reporting page, as well as recommendation page. And when you are in this position, now you basically get yourself a monolithic architecture. And these are some characteristics of a monolithic system. As I just mentioned in the earlier slide, it's a lot of redundant code, right? Basically, there's a lot of copy pasting that's happening. So a similar logic or exact same logic might exist in more than one place. And the second one is about adding new page. Requires a lot of refactoring and copy pasting. If you want to build a new page really quickly, we might see that, hey, we implemented something similar in this before. So let's say just try copy paste and edit a bit, or we can just copy paste directly and just do things on top of it. And the third point is that if you find that there's a bug in, let's say, using my previous example in displaying a product, we have to fix it in a lot of places. If we fix it in only one place, not everybody will get the same benefits. So you can have things that are broken in 2 pages, but it's working fine in 100 pages. So we have to make sure that we have to fix bugs in all of these places. And lastly, monolithic architecture is hard to scale. And what I mean by scaling is that we cannot target scaling per business logic. So to give you an example, let's say our homepage and our search page have traffic that are 20 times higher than the checkout page. So if we want to scale only these two functionality, only these two servers, we cannot do it because everything is only in one server. And also, as your organization grows and you have more and more developers, it makes it hard. Imagine you have 50 or 70 engineers working on one code base. There's going to be a lot of conflicts, merge conflicts. We have to make sure that there's going to be a lot of extra overhead to make sure that everybody changes merge correctly. Somebody's change is not overwritten by somebody else. So this is another complexity that is added by this as your company grows. But we can definitely do better than this, right? This problem must not be unique to our use case, and there's been a lot of success stories in our field, and there's been a lot of very smart people that are thinking about this. And the answer is yes. There's another approach of architecture called service-oriented architecture. It's also referred to as microservices architecture. So I'm probably going to use these terms interchangeably during this talk. And I'm going to explain very quickly in a very high level on microservices architecture. So instead of having one server that handles all the business logic, we separate this out to different services. To use our examples from earlier, let's say that we want to start with these 4 services to begin with. As I mentioned earlier, each service is its own server, and it is responsible for handling a specific logic relating to that domain or a specific business logic. For example, you can have a product service where the responsibility of this product service is anything related to product displays or product listing. We might have an auth service where the service will be responsible for anything relating to authenticating, making sure that our application is secure. We might also have payment service, and this service will be responsible for all money movement related logic. It can be any payments, any refund, all of that stuff will live in this payment service. And possibly we will also have inventory service to make sure that our inventory for our items are always accurate. So using this architecture to rewrite our system, how the homepage will look like in this new architecture. So instead of homepage implementing these logics inside, instead what will happen is that we will extract this logic out to different services. So the homepage in this case will work as the orchestrator, where you just talk to different services. So it will talk to product to get the list of product to display. It will talk to the auth service to make sure that our website is secure. And we will talk to search service to if there's any search functionality needed. And the job of the homepage here is much easier now, because instead of having to implement all these logics, it just calls these different services and just display the return value from the service to our users. And the other example I want to point out here is, let's say we want to add a new reporting page to our system. Let's say our reporting functionality doesn't exist yet. So what we might end up doing is to create a report service or reporting service where we basically the reporting service will host all the logic relating to reporting. So we will have to implement this report service. But for us to be able to reuse the listing of the product and the authentication, we can just call this product service an auth service. So it becomes very clear, right? It's much easier to separate logics. And these are some characteristics of a service-oriented architecture. The first one is that business logic for each area is located in one place. It's very insulated, which is nice. If you grow as an organization, you can have one team dedicated to one business logic. So probably you can have one team that is dedicated to product service. You can have one team dedicated to payment service, that will help in developer velocity. And adding new page is much easier. As mentioned earlier, or as demonstrated earlier, it is much easier because we can more easily reuse the stuff that we built before by just calling these different services. We might still have to build a functionality that we haven't built yet, but we can more easily integrate the things that we've already built before. Only have to fix bug in one place. If you have any bug in your product list or in your product logic, instead of having to go to all these pages that implemented product logic, you can just go to this product service and just fix it in one place. Then everybody that is using product service will get the same benefits. At the same time, if you do have enhancement in your product logic, if you do have any performance enhancement, everybody will get the same benefit just by fixing it in one place. Lastly, it's having service-oriented architecture make it very easy to scale. And what I mean by scale is the targeted scaling, using the previous examples of if I just wanna if I just want to scale our homepage and our let's say if we just want to scale our search functionality, we can just scale our search servers instead of scaling the entire architecture or entire system. So now you might be wondering, if microservices architecture is so good, why don't everybody use it? Why is there still a lot of people who are using monolithic or any other architecture? And because just with anything, nothing is perfect, right? And everything comes with pros and cons. And these are some of the pitfalls of microservices architecture. So the first one is it's harder to maintain. You can imagine in our first example, in our monolithic application, we only have one server. But in this new microservice architecture, each service is basically its own server. And building a new service means that there's a new set of extra responsibility that you need to maintain. Sure that you now have a lot of technology, cloud technology, that makes it easier for us to maintain this, but the fact doesn't change, right? That we have a lot more stuff to maintain in this architecture. The second one is that it's very hard to define clear boundaries for each service. Again, I'm oversimplifying a lot of things here when I use the examples, but the key here is that sometimes you don't know what your business is going to evolve to. And at the same time, sometimes it's hard to define boundaries. For example, where should I put the logic relating to inventory in a product? Does it belong in product service? Does it belong in inventory service? I think you can make argument for both. And sometimes it's hard to define these clear boundaries. For some service, it might be as straightforward. For example, like auth service, every auth related activities goes to this service. But sometimes it's not as hard, especially if we have systems that are pretty complicated. The third point is that each service can have its own technology stack. So imagine you have 5 different services and you have 5 teams responsible for this different business logic. And each team can choose whatever they want. There's no rules stating them, hey, you have to use this programming language or technology stack. You can use Java for one service, you can use Golang for different service, or you can use Node.js. And this can be a problem as well. And lastly, communication is complex. When you have everything in one server, you can talk to each other very quickly. But then when you have services that are hosted in different servers, now you have to talk to different services. And this is not free. There is an overhead for communication. We have, and it can be complex. We have different way of communicating. For example, we can use HTTP, we can use RPC, we can use different communication technology. But again, this is something that we have to take care of because we have to communicate between different services. So I just talked about the cons of service-oriented architecture. But what is if I want to now take a step back and hey, I just want to do monolithic architecture? What is the benefit of the monolithic architecture? So the first one is that the monolithic system is usually simple to develop and deploy. You can imagine that all the code is on the same code base, and all the code is deployed in one server. It makes it very simple to deploy, and any new developers that comes in can understand the system as holistically more easily. And yeah, it's much easier to maintain, right? Because again, the point I just mentioned that everything is one place, and it's much easier to just maintain one server compared to a lot of different servers. No communication overhead. This is by virtue of everything in one place. So we don't have to talk to different services. We don't have to make external calls. Everything is inside our control, and we don't need to talk to other services. And I mentioned this a lot of times already, but everything in one place, which again can be a good thing, but can also be a bad thing. So now you might be thinking, hey, you're confusing me even more. So which architecture should I choose for my next project or for my company? And my answer is that there will be no perfect architecture. You can probably have the best system today, but it might not be the best system 6 months from now as the company or as the business grows. The tips is to know your use case and choose whatever fits your business need. Because in the end of the day, the system will evolve with your business. As your organization grows, or as your business grows, the system will evolve with you. I'm also going to offer some guiding principles that might help you in making these decisions. And first off, the first point is to know your context, right? So if you're a small company, if you're a startup, this is probably the principles that you want to have, right? Like you need fast iteration because you might need to pivot. Something that you build now might not be viable for business. So, it's very common in startup that it started as something but became something else, and this is the operating condition that startup is in, right? How do we make sure that we can be very quickly, we can be very agile, and we can pivot very quickly if needed. And if you're in this mode of operation, my advice here is on how to build system with minimal technical debt. Technical debt is inevitable, especially in the early stage, because here we're chasing proof of concept, we're chasing a product market fit, and we're gonna be doing a lot of hacks and workarounds. And the principle here is how to make sure that we minimize this. And in the context of bigger companies, everything is slightly different, right? We have a product market fit already, we have a running business, and our focus shifted from needing to be able to deliver stuff very quickly to more of these things, right? Like stability. How do we make sure that our website is up all the time? How do we make sure we have all the monitoring tools that we need to make sure that our website is up? We might now think about scalability as well. In the beginning, we might not need to care about this, but as we grow, we have to think about, how we can scale as the traffic spikes. Let's say we might have a campaign where you are expected to have 10 times traffic to your website. How do you take care of that? And also, the last point I want to mention here is how do we make sure a lot of people can contribute productively, right? being a bigger company doesn't mean that we can't be as productive as a startup. But how do we make sure we organize ourselves, how we organize our system, so that we everybody is able to contribute very productively? Some tips for early stage startups. The first one is avoid analysis paralysis. And in general, just to keep it simple in the beginning, I've seen this happen where a lot of people are trying to find the perfect technology, trying to find the perfect system. Hey, I want to build this in the newest and the shiniest technology. I want to build this in whatever technology, the newest technology or the most stable technology, right? But I think the fact is, in the beginning, that is not your problem. Your problem is getting a product market fit and getting traction. And just choose whatever whatever you can be very productive, or whatever you want to learn, right? And just stick with it. Most of the technology that you choose, be it programming language, be it data storage, caching technology, whatever that is, it will be good enough for a good while. I know there's a pretty successful big companies that are still using SQLite, for example, and that's fine. If you're at that point where you have to optimize a SQLite, then you're probably in a good state as a company, and you can allocate more resources to take care of that. And the second one is to do not over engineer stuff and just make it happen. I mentioned this a couple of times already, but there is no perfect system, and the system will evolve with your organization, and there will be hacks and workarounds, and there's no way around it. The tips here is try to minimize these hacks and these workarounds. And if you do make this a trade-off, make this shortcuts, make sure that you document this, because you will thank yourself in the future. There's a lot of examples where there's some logic that nobody knows what this logic is doing. And sometimes the developers that created this code has left the company. So it's always a good idea to try to minimize and document these hacks if you do so. So yeah, thank you for attending my talk. This was pretty much the end of the content. And yeah, I'm wishing you guys good luck for the hack event. And if you guys have any question, I would be more than happy to answer them now. And, can somebody help me on? Okay, there is a question here. What are some ways to overcome complex communication when using the microservice architecture? So when using microservice architecture, overcome complex communication, I think my general strategy here is to make sure that we have a standard. It's about documentation and standardization, right? One is to make sure that each service has its contract, right? And that contract is, we can rely on that contract. So making sure that contract is being honored, and make sure that we give the clear contract, then it's one way to help in that. And at the same time, standardization in terms of technology. It's probably not the best idea if you, let's say, have one service that talks with HTTP API, one service that talks in XML, for example, and one service that talks in RPC, for example. I think it might be best if we can standardize all this RPC communication channel and having a clear documentation for each service. I think in my experience, that has helped a lot to have the standardization and documentation. Hope that answered your question. Is there any other question? I cannot see the YouTube comments, so yeah. Okay, how to decide whether to scale horizontally or vertically? So I think for the most part, you can only scale vertically to a certain point, right? I think it's pretty much going back to cost analysis, right? I think when you're starting out, you probably, let's say you are using a cloud technology, and let's say the price of the small or medium cloud servers in AWS is X, right? And probably if in the beginning, scaling to medium and large is pretty cheap, right? But then when you already start talking about from large to XL or different, then it becomes very, very expensive. So how to decide whether to scale horizontally or vertically is knowing where you are, and predicting your growth. And it comes down to cost benefit analysis. Sometimes you can survive just by keep scaling vertically for the most part, and then you just scale horizontally when you need it. And again, there's no exact science on how to do it. It's kind of an art, right? And it comes with experience. But generally, usually for early stage, like even like a year or 2 years in, I think for the most part, unless you experience a very hyper growth, scaling vertically would be good enough in the beginning. What would be the best way to begin diving into web architecture? Any tips on how to get started? I think this is just not diving into web architecture specifically, but just begin diving into anything in general. Any tips on how to get started is just do it. There's a lot of just do some small projects, right? For example, you can make a simple app, a clone of your favorite apps. Let's say you can make a clone of Twitter, you can make a clone of Facebook, and you just do it. And by doing this, right, by actually doing stuff, you can have a lot of experience. You can gather insights from these projects, and it doesn't have to be perfect. Right? Take this as a learning opportunity on how you can grow. And yeah, I think my advice would be just to do some of this, to do some side projects. There's a lot of resource out there. There's a lot of Udemy resources, a lot of free YouTube resource on how you build some projects, and just find something that you're passionate about and just try doing it. I bet you will learn a lot more doing these projects than just learning by the books. How many microservices are there in OVO, and what's an appropriate timeout value between communication of microservices? I doubt we would want to keep a connection open for so long. How many microservices? I think in OVO each team has its own microservices. If I have to guess, probably in total, OVO will have around 40 or 50 microservices. What's an appropriate timeout value between communication of microservices? And it actually it depends. It depends, right? So it depends on your use cases. For example, our payment service that handles money movement, the service will have a very, very strict timeout SLA. I think it's in the realm of like 20-30 milliseconds, because this is needed, right? Like you don't want people to like hit our API and then wait for like 2 minutes. It's not acceptable. But for some other use cases, this might not be the case. For example, we have our lending business where we try to underwrite, or we try to take an application, take an applicant and see how risky this person is, and if we should give them the loans. And in this service, it's very different, right? Because the service would need to talk to different credit bureaus. We have to talk to different external parties. And in this case, we have a timeout that is 10 milliseconds is just not feasible in this use case. So I think it depends on the use case. And yeah, in general, we don't want to keep connection open for so long. But I think in general case, probably something I think the maximum would be like 200 milliseconds or something along those lines. Next question. Can we actually put the services still in one server in form of monolithic architecture, but kind of having several microservices? Yes, we can actually do that. We actually kind of did that at Eventbrite. So what we ended up doing is that we have different business logics in different services, but it's kind of still in the same server ecosystem. And I think the problem here is that I think our problem when we're doing this is not in the logic itself, but it's actually in the database, because we still talk to some one master database, and this database are being used by so many different logics, and this becomes the bottleneck. So yeah, I think one thing that I want to key in here is that what I explained earlier is very simple, very simplistic view of things, and there is a lot of variation. There's not black and white, right? There's going to be a combination of microservice. There's going to be a combination of monolithic architecture. It's going to be a combination of everything, and the key here is to get back to the basic, right? What is your use case, and how is this helping you solve that problem? Because everything, if you any technical decision that you make will have some implications, and the challenges will be unique to you depending on what you choose. Yeah, I hope that answered the last question. Yeah, I think that's it for me.
All right, thank you, Mr. Herbert, for your insightful talk. I'm sure our participants really enjoyed it and learned a lot. And
All
so
right.
we will be taking a brief intermission for around 10 minutes where we will have a panel by Blibli. So stick around.
Buwi.com is a large nationwide Indonesian e-commerce company. It operates a buyer-to-consumer model, operating multiple warehouses across the archipelago and serving a wide array of customers. This also means that they have a lot of database to base their improvements on, although sifting through all this information is painstaking. How do we incorporate machine learning into this? We are joined by two speakers from Libby.com, Welly Dwi Putra, the Assistant Vice President of Data Science, and Xiao Gie Khan, Senior Vice President of Development.
Yeah, hi guys. So let's start. Okay. So thank you guys for joining. Today we'd like to talk about leveraging e-commerce data with machine learning. Before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Welly Putra. I'm from data science team at Bilibili.com. A little bit background about myself. So I joined Bilibili since 2013. I started as a software engineer back then. And then maybe after 2 years since I joined, I got offered to move from the developer to data team. So I accepted that. And up until now, I'm in the data team, especially in the data science team. And also, we also have Pagikan here. He's SVP of development in Bilibili.com. And he also supervises data team in the technology. So our agenda today is consists of these three topics. The first one is building the right data structure. The second one, understanding customers through data analysis. And the third one is leveraging e-commerce data with machine learning. So I think why we start at the data structure. I think that if you guys like want to build a startup company, you have to understand like a little bit end to end, right? So I think it's best to start from the data structure, knowing where to get the data, where to collect data, down to the data analysis and down to the machine learning. So you can get the overview of what data team does. Okay, let's start for the first topic, building the right data structure. So before that, let's discuss first, like what is the difference between conventional retail versus e-commerce in terms of the data that we have. So in the conventional retail, we might have all data, transaction data, the same as what e-commerce has, right? We know that this product purchased at this price point, at this quantity, at this time. So we know all of that. But what about customer data? Do we know who are our customers in the conventional retail? Maybe because like if the customers apply a membership, we can know like their gender or their age, their name, their email address, their phone number, and all of that. But what if the customers didn't apply a membership? We wouldn't know like who are our customers, right? But for e-commerce itself, we should know because e-commerce, we have to apply a membership in order to purchase from the e-commerce, right? So e-commerce has richer data in terms of customer data. And also, how about the traffic data? We could count the number of visitors in the conventional retail by maybe hiring some people to count it manually, or maybe hire some people to check the CCTV and count manually one by one how many visitors in this peak hour or how many visitors in this non-peak hour. So we can get data from there, but it takes a lot of effort. But compared to the e-commerce, we can build the tracking system by ourselves, and we can also use what is already available at the market. For example, Google Analytics or maybe Firebase. We can use that, and then we can gather data easily. We can know like how many visitors in our website, like what are the demographics, and which page do they bounce or do they churn. So we can know all of that. That's why e-commerce is in a better position in terms of having more data. But e-commerce will face like what I've said, like big data problem, because it has a 4V, right? The volume is huge. If we store all of our data into the traditional database, it will not fit. We need a architecture that support a big data. And then a velocity. the business of e-commerce is growing exponentially. That's why we need a data structure that cope with that exponential growth. And then the variety. Think of product information. For the product information itself, for example, the product name and the product description, it is the text data, right? And also the product photo. Product photo is the image data. And the product price, the merchant location, merchant ID, and all of that things it is the tabular data. So for the product information itself, it contains a lot of variety of data. And then the veracity. Veracity is noise or like anomaly. Because we are in the internet company, we couldn't validate like this is the real users or this is the bot, or maybe there are some users that are very anomaly in terms of the traffic, in terms of the search query. So the veracity is very huge also. So that's why e-commerce has this 4V, and we can categorize the e-commerce has a big data. And then big data needs a right data structure. What is the right data structure? So in our understanding, there are three parts that we can consider this is the right data structure for us. The first one is the scalability. We want our data structure to be scalable, so it could hold a lot of data, and also it should be reliable. We want it to be 24/7 uptime, and we don't want it to be slow, right? So for example, if we want to analyze data, we don't want like we need to wait 1 or 2 hours just to query some data and then come back again and look at, oh no, I'm missing something. Then we need to add the filter and we need to wait again for 1 or 2 hours. That's so much wasting time. So we need our data structure to be reliable for us. And the third one, it should be less maintenance. So we don't want to waste our time in terms of like maintenance our data system. So we want to be focused more on the data itself. We want to get insights from data. We want to build machine learning on top of the data without worrying too much about the system, the architecture, or the workflow from the data. That is why we are right now we are using the Google Cloud Platform, which enable us to just really focus more to the data. So if maybe you have known or maybe you haven't known, Baby.com is the adopting the microservices approach. That is why maybe its service can store the data into the Postgre, into the tabular data, or maybe some services could store data into the document-based database like MongoDB, or maybe in the file storage. And we also have like the third party data, right? For example, like Google Analytics or Firebase that I have mentioned. So we want to gather and collect all of that data to our data lake, which is the Google Cloud Storage. After that, we will build the data warehouse and data mart from that in the BigQuery. After the data is already in a BigQuery, we could do a lot of analysis. We could build machine learning in from that data, and then the result could be shown in the dashboard, or could be we could use the Elasticsearch as the serving layer, or maybe serve our model as an API in the AI platform itself. So this is a simplified version of our data structure. It actually has a lot of components, but I tried to put just important components here. Okay, moving on to the data analysis. So we have a lot of data, right? Like the customer data, even like the warehouse data itself, logistic data, the merchant data. So for this session, I want us to just maybe narrow down our context into just customer data, because if we talk about a lot of data, it will not we will not have much time for that. So, what are our customer data? Right? We have the demographic data of the customers. We have like the gender of the customer, the age of the customers. We also have the device preference of the customers. Is the customer using Android app, or is it using iOS app, or is it using Windows Windows desktop or is it using Mac OS? So we can know from the tracker service that we have, we can know the device preferences of the customers, and we also know the geolocation of the customers. For example, if it is Indonesia, is it in the Java island or is it outside Java? And also we have the purchase history. The purchase history, we could get like the what are the customers' preferences, right? For example, if the customers purchase a handphone, like a laptop, then we know that these customers is the gadget and electronic customers. If the customers purchase like groceries, then we can categorize that as the groceries customer. So from the purchase history, we could get a lot of data, and we could also segment our customers based on purchase history also. In this example, I'm using a RFM model, which is commonly used in the e-commerce. So RFM means recency, frequency, monetary. So we segment customers based on how recent have they purchased from us, what are their frequencies, and how many values or how many monetary that they bring to us, so that we can take action based on that. For example, if the customers has a high frequency and high monetary, but low in terms of recency, we could do the win back campaign, right, to reactivate the customers, because these customers before he or she generate high value and high frequency, right? We don't want to lose that type of customer, so that's why we launch a campaign to win back those customers. And other segmentation, we could separate like good or bad customers. What do we mean by good and bad customer? We can think of like bad customer as the customers that are violating our terms and conditions. For example, if we have like a promotion and we already said that, oh, this promotion, one customer only can get one voucher or only can use one voucher code, but these customers are creating multiple accounts, or maybe they are using bots to abuse our promotion. That's what we call like bad customers, because they are abusing our TNC. And to catch that bad customers, we have to really have like a good fraud detection system, for example, so that we can like distribute all of our vouchers fairly and equally to the our customers, especially for the good customers. Okay, this is the example of maybe one customer profile. Maybe the age span of this customer is 25 to 30. Gender is male. Location maybe in Jakarta. Device is Android app. The last active is 1 week. Most active time is after office hour. 3 last purchases: shoes, snacks, and video games. Recency is low, frequency high, monetary high, and fraud indicator is low. Based on that, if we as a marketing user, we can know like what action can we give to this customer. We can like I have mentioned before, we can win back this customer. How to do it? By giving them discount voucher. And how to do it? Because we see that the device is the Android app, we can push notification to the Android app. And at what time? We can look at here. Most active time is after office hour. Then we know that this customer maybe in the way of going home, he check his phone often. So we can push the notif at the time. And what content do we give them? Like so. From this data, we can know like we can give them like maybe related to purchase history. We can give them like shoes discount or video games discount, or maybe based on demographic, like male in the age 25 or 30. Maybe he is the gadget customer, so we can give them the gadget promotion, something like that. So this action we can think of like what is the best action to be given to the customers. But to do that, it's very manual, right? Because we have to look at the data one by one. That is why we can build like the machine learning to do this type of thing. and then it can be automated and it can be scalable up to like million of customers. So that's why we have to leverage our data, our e-commerce data with machine learning. So that's what I mentioned, that it could be scalable and could be automated. Okay, leveraging e-commerce data with machine learning. So like I mentioned before, the more data and the more parameters we have, we could have like the better enablement of the machine learning. Because machine learning, as we know, we should have like a lot of data in order for the machine learning to perform better. And then we can do like the product recommendations or the fraud detection. I will explain one by one. So for example, the product recommendation, the machine learning can learn from the customer data, the customer view, product view, or customer search behavior, and the machine learning can know like, or maybe this guy is married with 2 kids, or maybe he is a private employee and passionate in music, and then the machine will output like this product the customer might like. For example, in this example, it shows like guitar and motorcycle. And also on the same case, if the machine can categorize that she is a single and entrepreneur and food and fashion lover, she will be given like the fashion items or maybe makeup items. But the machine learning by itself, we only give them data and it learn the behavior of the customer, so it could give the best product recommendation. And also the lifetime value prediction. So imagine if we want to buy like products, for example, we want to buy a phone, right? Do we choose like the cheapest phone in the market, or do we choose the affordable phone but bring us more value than the cheapest one? So that's the premise. So that's why we need to create the lifetime value prediction. If we look at our customer data, for example, if we have 2 segments of the customers, the first one is the 500 customers with the acquisition cost of $10 versus 500 customers at $2,000 each acquisition cost. So which customers do we choose? If we only have like acquisition cost data, we will think that it's better to have this cheaper acquisition cost customers. But if we given the future value of the customers, for in this case, the future value of the customer with $10 acquisition cost, $100 versus the second one, like the lifetime value of the customers, if is $500, we will choose the second one if we can afford $20 acquisition cost, right? Because it brings us a lot more value than the $10 one. So that's why we need to build the lifetime value prediction. Lifetime value prediction model can consist, we can look at customer data like this one. We can look at the registration date. We can look at the frequency. We can look at the recency of the customers. We can look at many other data, like maybe 2 out of 5 orders of that customer are purchased without using promotion. So many data that we can use from the customers to be fit to the LTV model. And then the output of the LTV model, we can project the revenue of the customer, or maybe the order, or maybe the lifetime value. Think of this like for example, if we want to invest in a company, right? We have to know like what is the current revenue and what is the projected revenue, or what is the projected margin of the company. So that is why we treat each customers like the company. We want to invest in the customers itself, and we want to invest in the good and high value customers. Okay, the third use case is the fraud ring detection. Like I mentioned before, if we have like promotion, there may be some users that are abusing our TNC. We have to create the fraud ring detection to detect the fraudster that has created multiple accounts to abuse our promo. So in our cases, we can like use the graph to map, like if this user has the same phone number with that user, we can group that together. And also we can run machine learning model on top of that graph database. So there's also a use case for this. And also the fourth one, we can do the automation of the product upload. So as you may know, our customers is not just the end customers buying from us, but also the sellers, right? Sellers want to upload their product easily. That's why we need to care about those customers. So we want to make their life easier. So what our plan is that we have to, so the sellers could just input the product name, or maybe just input the product name, product description, and the image, and we fill all of the other information. For example, in this slide, the Apple iPhone 11, the category prediction model could predict that it is a handphone, and then it will give the to the other machine learning model. In this case, is the attribute extractor for handphone and tablet, and that attribute extractor could extract the attribute of that product. For example, the RAM maybe 64 GB gray, and maybe it could identify what are the missing attributes for the sellers to be fill again. So it benefit both the customer and it benefit the sellers to provide more clarity, and also the customers could get the better clarity and complete information of the product, and it will trigger them to buy that product if the product has complete information. Okay, so the next topic is the important steps in machine learning project. So there are a lot of steps, but I've tried to simplify it again into 4 steps. This is the beginning steps, because what I don't cover in this session is that the monitoring part, the deployment part, like the iteration of like doing testing and so on. So what I want to discuss today in this session is just four steps. The first step is framing the problem. Second step is defining objective, exploring data, and also up to design a solution or model. But I think this 4 step is the one that are really important, because the deployment part, or maybe the modeling part, I think nowadays it could be automated. We have seen a lot of services that give us feature that can like automatic machine learning that can, if we just put the data, and the service will kind of figure out which model will work best for that data. So and then we can deploy it just easy as just one click, and then it could set up the monitoring for that. So all of that is already covered by the platform that we choose. That is why I'm focusing on these 4 steps. The first steps is the framing problem framing. So we could, where are the ideas come from, right? The ideas could come from the complaint of the customers. Like for example, if we have the complaint of customers that said like that have something like this: I visited your site, but I didn't find any interesting product there. So based on that, it's still quite abstract, like what is the problem. So we need to narrow down the problem, but how can we do it? By doing data analysis. So there we could just think of many possible assumption of what the possible problems is or are. So like for example, I'm thinking that there may be the 3 problems here. Is it because of our product selection? Maybe our product selection is so little so that it couldn't cover the customer need, or maybe we already have the products but the customer didn't see it. Maybe because the customers only browsing the homepage he scroll down up until end of the page and he doesn't, or he or she didn't find any interesting products there, and then he left. Or maybe he stopped after he searched multiple keywords and then he or she left. So there's multiple possibilities. And also maybe he or she is looking for rare products, right? Because the product is so rare that it is not available at anywhere. So we have to narrow down the problem here into, like, maybe after we do some analysis, we could narrow down and we think that, oh, maybe this second one is the problem. Like, if we already have the product, we check the data and we compare it in the customer preferences of the customer search, and we know that this customer is maybe dropped at the homepage. So based on our data analysis, we could narrow down the problem into this problem statement. Like, okay, customers couldn't find products or content that are relevant to them, especially in our homepage. Like, right? But the problem will come, what we need to define the objective for this problem, because we could not just say, okay, we will give customers the relevant product, but we need to define, like, how can we set that this is relevant versus not relevant. So that's why we need to be to have the objective that should be measurable. It must be measurable. So the objective could be increase click-through rate. If we have, if the customer drop at homepage, right, we should have some maybe product recommendation, or maybe like a banner or promotion that are relevant to them, so they will click that. So we could like measure the click-through rate of that product or that promo banner. Also, maybe we can look at the conversion rate also, and also like the bounce rate. Bounce rate is the customers that are coming to our website but only at certain page one time and then drop off. Or maybe increase the session duration. Session duration is important maybe in the company that are not selling the product but selling the content, because we want viewers or readers to stay at our site in the long time, right? Maybe, for example, news company, or maybe like social media, we want people to stay at our site in the long time. That's why this metric might be more relevant to those types of companies. So the objectives here, we should have like the business context to determine which objective is the right one for us. And we need to have the exact number. Or if we want to increase click-through rate, by what percentage or to what percentage. That is why we could have like the goal and the target to achieve. And the next one is data exploration. So after we know like, oh, this is our problem, this is the objective, we can look at the data again and to see what data can we use. For example, the product recommendation one, we could use the transaction order data, we could use the product views data, we could use the search data, customer data, and many more data that we can combine. But the problem is maybe for early startup or early company, they haven't collected maybe the product views data because maybe they haven't implemented the trackers yet, so they are missing this type of data. So we can start by using our data that already available, and moving on, we can add on and add more data or to the model. And the next one is that do we have enough data? Because some model might need a lot of data. Take example like the deep learning model. It will need more data than the machine learning one. And then how's the data quality? We need to check it also to audit our data so that we don't get like out by after we do modeling and then we realize that the data is so bad. It's already too late because we already spent time like design the model of the bad data. So we need to really auditing our data first. Like, is there any null or incomplete data, or is data format consistent? For example, if we have the gender data, is it the text like male, female, or 0, 1 encoding? We need to make sure that all data is in the same format, and then we can maybe if it is a male, female text data, we can encode it later. Are there any outliers? For example, if we want to predict lifetime value, right? If there is an outlier that maybe this customer purchased like million like 100 millions of value, or maybe this customer is having thousands of orders compared maybe just average customers has which is maybe like 10 or 12, like for something like that. So these outliers, do we want to include it to our model, or do we want to exclude it? So is the data make any sense after like we doing like we compute the statistic of the data, like we look at the average, the median, like the top, maybe we look at the top products, the top customers. We look after we look at data, we can know like is the data makes sense to us. Like the data will not make sense if there is there are outliers out there. But if the data is already makes any sense, then we can move forward to designing a solution. So in the next step, we have the designing the solution or model. This image actually I got it from the Google. So Google machine learning course. So it said that the machine learning steps is actually it's same like the software engineering. Like we have the version 1, and we have the MVP product, and we move to the version 1, version 2, version 3, and so on. So it is continuous improvement. But what is the good heuristic mean? So I will give an example in the next slide. For example, if we want to build the product recommendation model, right? So the first initial system is that maybe right now the product recommendation at homepage is curated by the business user preferences. So if the business user maybe have in mind that this type of handphone is selling, then he or she will put the handphone to the homepage. So the initial system is curated by business users preference. But what is the good heuristic that could bring a lot better value than the initial system, and maybe could be automated or maybe scalable? So we could like just count top products bought, or maybe we could a little bit personalize like the top products bought within the customer's area. So if I'm from Jakarta and I browse Blibli, I might be given the product bus within the Jakarta area. And maybe if someone is from like Medan, and then they see the product might be different from me because the top products bought within the Medan's area are different from the Jakarta. So it's the good heuristic model. And also we could like use trending products, the same like Twitter, it solves like trending topics, and maybe like Instagram, it will show the trending posts or trending feeds to us to look. So it is a good heuristic. But can we improve that by using the machine learning? For some cases it could, but for some cases it couldn't. So not all of the problems need to be solved by machine learning, because if we just have like good heuristic model and we think that is already enough, then we can stop it here, right? Because we don't want to spend a lot of time researching just to increase like a little percentage of maybe CTR, because maybe we can have like area that we haven't touched yet, and we could bring a lot more value than the one that if we just applying machine learning to the one that already has a good heuristic. But for this example, we have seen it also in our experience that this good heuristic model could be beaten by the machine learning. After we applied machine learning, like for example, the version 1 is similar product or market basket analysis, we could see the improvement of CTR and conversion rate. And we move on, we move to improve this model. we use the collaborative filtering in the next version, and in the next version we make the personalized model out of that. So each customers could get a different personalized content so that it will increase. So the customers will feel that they are looking at the relevant products in their homepage. So in this slide, I want to say it again that the machine learning model could improve a lot in the version 1, like 2 times, but along the way, maybe the improvement is not so much anymore. But it's better to start at the good heuristic model as our benchmark. So when we design the machine learning model, we need to beat that good heuristic model. Okay, I think this is the last slide of my presentation. So I want to kind of challenge you guys if you want to write a comment to discuss of all of these issues. How can we frame a problem if we see that this issue is customer's complaint issue, or maybe we get it from data that show that maybe our delivery is slow, and we need to frame a problem out of these issues. And what are the good heuristic model that what are the objectives first? What are the heuristic model that we could develop? And what are the plan of using machine learning? Is it we are using the supervised or unsupervised, or maybe later we will use the deep learning with this type of features. So if you want to discuss, you could leave a comment there. Maybe we could discuss it together, or maybe if you have any question, you can raise it also in the comment. But I will give one example here. Maybe I will choose the first one, like the customer couldn't buy our products because those products are out of stocks. So the problem framing, after we narrow down, it could be that the products, maybe because the business user didn't properly predict the demand, right? So the products will always go out of stocks. So the objective is to reduce the number of out of stock views from the customers. So maybe the first, the good heuristic model could be, we could just talk like the top 100 or top 1,000 products that the customer bought. So we ensure that top 100 or top 1,000 products are always available, are always are not in the out of stocks. But in the machine learning version 1 or going on, we could do the demand prediction or inventory prediction, or maybe later we could predict in each area how many demand that could happen in those areas. So we can move the products to the area that closer to the customers, which also increase the delivery time. Okay, I think that's all from me. I will look at the question. Okay, the question is, what are some privacy laws in Indonesia? How does Blibli navigate the intersection between ethics and using data effectively? So I'm thinking that as long as we don't use, as long as we don't give the data that the customer input in our place to the third party, or maybe because we have like the PII compliance, like we couldn't give like customer name, customer email address, customer gender, customer phone number, address to other party. We are prevented to do that. But if the data is the customer input the data in our system, we could use that. But it's not like we could use it to give the customers better experience, because we are like the customer focused or customer obsessed company, right? So as long as the customers are feeling better or got advantage from us, I think that's okay. Do we have Pagikan here? Maybe he wants to add something.
Hello, thank you.
Yeah.
So, oh yes, so Willie has provided a great answer for the how we use our customer data. So it's something that we take very, very seriously. Actually, tens of millions of customers have entrusted their personal information to us. And in fact, BP is one of the first e-commerce companies that received the ISO 27001 certification for the customer security data protection. So that being said, the laws in Indonesia is still pretty in gray area. So there is this electronic information law passed in 2016. It only covers general broad guidelines on what we do, what we can do without any specific steps on the safe harbors. But we pretty much try to use our common sense and get our customers' permission before using any of their data for our marketing purpose. We never sell our customers' data to third party. That's something that we closely guard and make sure that it's permission based. Everything that we do is by permission of our customers.
Okay. Thank you, Pagikan, for the answer. So we move on to the next answer. The next question: do we need to have a solid math foundation to excel at machine learning? At some point, yes, but for the early stage, like I mentioned before in the slides, to have an advantage of doing the heuristic or doing the machine learning model, actually it doesn't need like a good great math skills, because we could just build on top of a common sense. But along the way, after we improve and improve again, then we might need some skills and expertise. For example, product recommendations, right? If we think that the product recommendations are important and generating a very good results, we want to keep improving them. But in order to keep improving the model, we need to be to expert in that area, in that product recommendation area. So the data science team or the developer could just take the expertise in that area. So not just like expertise in all area, but just one area to improve the model. But I think, like I mentioned before, also the service that like Google or Amazon provided is already they already provide like the automated machine learning and stuff like that. So it make us easier that maybe the one that don't have the math background to be able to use machine learning. And the machine learning that they produce I have tried it quite as good as the one that we manually crafted. But the skill set of the data science not end just there, because like I mentioned before, these 4 important steps the machine could not figure out. We could not just say to the machine, "Oh, our delivery time is low. Please create me a solution to tackle this issue or this problem." We couldn't do that. But we, as the data scientists, need to figure out what the problem is really are, and then we extract the data from there and we put it to the model, or maybe we put it to the automated machine learning to be able to output the result or the model that we need. So yeah, the answer could be yes and could be no, based on the stage that we are on right now. Okay, the next one is what do you think of a GPT-3? So actually this session is not discussing like this is the best method or this is the best like library or model. because I think it's based on the data itself, right? We need to try it first. Like, for example, maybe we have the data here and we tried using the TensorFlow or using the PyTorch, using the YOLO algorithm and something like that, and it could produce a better accuracy than the other one. Then maybe in the other use cases, we apply the same model that we have in this area to that area, and we see that this model actually lose to the other model. So it really depends on the data itself.
So maybe adding some thoughts on that is just my private view actually. GPT-3, it's something that is just recently shared. It's actually still in a beta step right now by OpenAI. We haven't actually looked into this, but reading into it, it looks it looks promising in terms of the capability that it provides for the language processing. Because I think you guys all know that natural language processing is something that is quite challenging, especially for in for us who deal with Bahasa Indonesia. But we'll see how what kind of capability can be leveraged for several use cases that is specific to e-commerce that we have. Something that we do deal with natural language processing is, for example, getting the feedback from social media comments, the sentiment analysis in there, automating the moderation for product reviews, product discussions. So if we can get some help in terms of technology to deal with that, that's going to be very helpful. So it remains to be seen how we can leverage that.
Okay. Okay. Moving on to the next question. I'm pretty interested in a career in data science. How did Pagikian and me get into the field? Maybe I will answer it from my perspective first. So actually, like I said, I'm from the software engineering background. Like before I joined this company, I took couples of the coding competition, which is the algorithm competition. So I think that background gives me an advantage because I know like how to design a solution based on the problem statement given in the software engineering area. So the skills took me to where I can just apply this to the data science fields. And then I also after I joined data team, I also like learned it by myself. I took a couple of the data science courses out there. There are a lot of courses in the, like, for example, Coursera, Udemy, Udacity, edX. So there are many courses available. You can take it. After that, you need to like really practice, right? So you can practice in the field that you are interested in. For example, if you're interested like in the stock market, like you could just use the stock market data and build your own model. And maybe if your model is pretty good, you can use it yourself, and maybe you can get benefit from that. But if not, then it will be a learning experience from you too. And then maybe you can move on in building a more model based on your interest. Yeah, that's my answer.
Yeah, let me add a little bit to that. I think I have heard that data scientist is classified as a computer scientist who knows statistics better than most other computer scientists, and a statistician who knows programming better than most other statistician. So data science is really in the intersection of that those two fields in the industry. So people can get to data science from either one. Both of us actually came from the computer science part, but there are many others that come from the statistic part also. So it's something that is in the intersection, and I think coming from either field, and we can learn, we can get more knowledge through the many resources available right now to build the other skills that we have. The other thing is that maybe actually back when I was in college many years ago, this data is not something that is even there's no major people are majoring in data, but nowadays there are really few universities offering tracks and study programs related to data. So that's also a great way to get started in the field.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the answer, Magiken. Okay, the next question. What are your thoughts on federated learning, and do you think it will help reduce the compliance overhead for tech companies? For this question, maybe you can help answer, Magiken.
In fact, I'm not familiar either on this federated learning, so I'll probably have to take a pass on
Yeah.
this and contact offline on to whoever is asking the question.
Okay, yeah. I think we will take this question offline and we will answer it after this session. The next question is, what are other sources of problem to be framed other than from customer complaint, especially when you just start out your business? So my answer to that is that actually the customer complaints is the only one way to get insights, but actually the insights come from our data. If we have like a good report or good dashboard, good analysis that already in place, we can see that is the data actually in the good, maybe in the good form, on the good run rate, or maybe the sales is slowing down. We could see it clearly from the dashboard, so we can know like, oh, this is the problem, we have to solve this. So I think that's the other way to look at it, other than just from the customer complaints. Is there anything that you want to add?
I suppose our business stakeholders are also a good source of this opportunity, right? We constantly learn from them what is our difficulties. For example, several that the business case that really what we mentioned during the presentation actually originated from our business issues, not necessarily from customers. So how do we identify our most profitable customers? Certainly, customers do not complain about that, but our business team would like to find that. They want to know the information so that we can identify and then make sure that we keep the relationship, good relationship with these most valuable customers that we have, or on the attribute extraction, for example, or the product category detection. So all those comes from business problems. A lot of times we have business processes that are quite manual, so it requires many people to uh, to support, but it's really just a very tedious process, something that is very simple to do, but time consuming and takes a lot of resource. And those are the good candidates actually for machine learning, because anything that a simple human child can do, computers can be trained to do that as well.
Okay, I see that.
That's a
Did,
question.
yeah, that's the last question. Okay, do you have any closing statement, Bagi Ket?
Um, well, thank you very much, folks, for joining our session today. I hope this has been educational and entertaining to most of you. I thank you for spending your time with us. I know that you guys are still in the middle of hackathon, so it's valuable time that you spend with us here. Good luck with your projects and all the best.
Okay, good luck, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much to the DV duo for presenting about machine learning and how we can use it to improve their practices. Just to announce, we have a mini story competition in that people can post on their Instagram story how their active session is going, and I guess add you the hack and use the hashtag you the by doing that, you will automatically be entered to a raffle to win $25 just for your video content with you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Next up, we have Yogesh Argawal, an entrepreneur and a leader in emerging technologies working in the educational technology sector. He is co founder of Zubi, a platform that serves students and professionals with online class materials on subjects such as blockchain, AI, Internet of Things, and many more. With his extensive background in the blockchain space, he will share with us today some of his experiences with blockchain elements. Please welcome to the stage Yogesh, so you can take it away.
Hi everyone. Thanks, Sheris. Thanks a lot for the wonderful introduction. And let's start with the workshop today. So I'll just give me a second. Let me just open my presentation. Yeah. I hope it is visible to everyone. Okay, I can begin. Okay, so at first I'll just give you a brief introduction about myself. So as Sheris said, that my name is Yogesh Agarwal, and I'm a co-founder at Zubi, which is a next generation emerging technology platform on EdTech. So we are preparing the Gen Z towards the new age of technologies, and we are building the largest emerging technology ecosystem. You can join us on Telegram. So I'll be sharing more details at the end of the workshop. And then I'm a Ethereum DEFCON 5 scholar. So if you guys know about, are familiar with the blockchain space, then Ethereum is like one of the largest blockchain ecosystem in the world. And I was selected amongst the top 50 people from around the world and got a chance to interact with the top blockchain leaders at Japan in their conference called DEFCON. So then I have experience in blockchain development and research, wherein I have written a few research papers on healthcare in blockchain and identity management. And I've taught around 1,500 students on blockchain technologies yet. So moving ahead, these are few of the things that we will cover in this workshop. So we'll start with seeing how the existing systems in the world function. Then we'll move on to the brief introduction of blockchain and how the concepts of blockchain actually work. Then we'll like do a hands-on on creating a smart contract using Solidity in Ethereum. Okay, so first let's understand how exactly the current world functions, the systems in the world, how they are actually defined. So in the current scenario, almost everything is like based on an intermediary system. So if I were to take an example, so for take an example of a bank. So suppose you have to send money to someone, let's say your friend, or maybe you bought something from Amazon, you have to pay to Amazon. Then there's an intermediary called bank, which is facilitating all these transactions, and you have to go through that particular intermediary. So apart from bank, like you can see it in every part of our life. So for example, let's say you go to buy some vegetables or some fruits. So to the vendor that you are going, he or she is also an intermediary. I mean, the farmers are growing those particular vegetables and fruits, and they are selling to some other vendor. Then it comes to some other, and then finally through a long chain you get it, right? So there is an intermediary involved. So intermediaries are not actually bad because they are giving us services, right? They are making it easy because we can't directly go to the farmers. But the problem comes when the intermediaries start becoming corrupt. Okay, so suppose, for example, your local vendor let's say mixes some of the chemicals in the fruits or vegetables, right? So you will never know that at what part of the chain that tampering was actually done. So similarly, in the case of banks, sometimes banks apply various unnecessary charges for their services, and people have to pay it because they don't have any other choice. So moving ahead, so like these two companies we all know, Google and Facebook. So if we see in our like daily lives, then almost these big giants have conquered mostly all of the things that we do. We have to trust these people. We have to trust them with our data. Google, we always search on Google. Let's take an example of Google Docs. We put, let's say, some important information on that. Then we are trusting these third parties with our important data, that they will keep it secure, they will not misuse it. And if we take the example of Facebook, that then there has been multiple controversies in the past also of Facebook data leaks and all. So like there's an environment where we need to trust other third parties. Okay, and these are like YouTube and LinkedIn. So YouTube is like also quite famous for its censorships. So it like there has been many cases when YouTube just removes certain videos, not because they are vulgar or something, just because YouTube don't like it, you can say. And no one has a say in it, because all the authority is in the hands of these third parties on which we are dependent. And on LinkedIn also, I've personally seen many like famous personalities on LinkedIn who are very popular, but they post certain, let's say, controversial posts, and LinkedIn just removes their ID completely without any reason and anything. So like these things are pretty wrong, because these third parties should not be having this much authority. Okay, so this is just a clipping of a news that data of 540 million Facebook users have been exposed. It's from last year. So yeah, so this is another example. So since I'm from India, so some popular Indian banking fiascos. So we trust banks a lot. We generally put all of our money, our parents, our family in banks. But if we actually see, then it's like very risky. So as you can see on the screen, so around 156 million dollars of fraud have been happened in just from April to December in 2019 only in India. So if we'll talk about the world, then it will be much larger. And also we all know about the Great Recession, how the world banking system failed at that time. So there's no telling. Then if I were to summarize these things, then what are the actual problems in the existing systems? Okay. So one is lack of transparency. So for example, if we are putting our money in bank, or if suppose as I took the example of the vendor, so we don't exactly know that from where the fruits are coming to that vendor, or if we are depositing our money in bank, then what exactly bank is doing with it, to whom they are giving loan. There's no transparency. If something were to happen, then like we as end customers will never know then where the fault was actually. Then there are many security concerns, as we saw in the example of Facebook, that we are trusting these third parties with our data, but we are just like assuming that they are keeping it safe, that no one can hack it, or they themselves don't use it for any wrong purposes. But that is not always the case. And then central authority making all decisions, as we saw in LinkedIn and YouTube's case. And there are various unnecessary charges by intermediaries, because if any monopoly is attained, then people can't actually have a right to say much. They just have to pay the charges and all whatever the intermediaries are taking. Then yeah, so what kind of system do we actually need? So we actually need a system which do not have any central authority, because with central authority comes various other issues like the misuse of power and many others. And that system should be completely transparent, auditable, which means traceable. So each and everyone should be able to check going back that what exactly has happened in that particular system, all the transactions and all. Sorry. Then it should be fault tolerant. That means it should be able to like it should be able to handle faults and attempts to hack or maybe these kind of things. Then this is just some imaginary characteristics that we need in an ideal system. But how can we achieve it? Because it's very difficult when we talk about these things in an absence of a central authority, because there is no one now to take all the decisions. Right. For example, in the case of banks, when we are doing a transaction, so the bank is validating that whether that particular transaction is right or not wrong. Whether you have, let's say, you are doing a transaction of $5,000, but you have in your bank only $100. Then who is validating that? So bank is validating that. So if you remove the central authority from the picture, then how exactly things will happen? So this we'll see. So blockchain is like one of the answers to those questions. Dive deeper in this presentation. So I'll just give you now a brief introduction to blockchain. So do any one of you have any idea, any rough idea of what blockchain is? If you can just type out in the comments. I'll just wait for a minute. If you have any idea, you can type out in comments. Okay, anyways, so I'll just give you a brief about it. So before diving deep into what blockchain actually is, let's see what blockchain is actually solving. Okay, so this is like a timeline of like in the 1400s, there was a knowledge gap. Like people didn't know anything what was happening around the world. Then came press. So press, newspapers, and media, all these things. So that they just they filled this particular knowledge gap. Then came the gap of power. So there was like no engines present at that time, no cars, nothing. So in 1800, the engine solved the power gap and told people that yes, technology can do a lot of things. Then we all know about internet. Internet reduced the distance gap and connected people from all around the world. Then in the current scenario, there is another gap which blockchain is actually filling. So that gap is trust gap. So actually, as we discussed, that there's a lack of trust. Like we need to trust these third parties for our things, and a lot of times that trust has been broken. So like we are not able to understand how that trust gap can be filled. So blockchain can actually fill that trust gap. And if we talk about the market, then the market of this trust gap is $100 trillion. So it's a very huge market. So blockchain at a fundamental level maintains trust. How, we will see further. If I were to describe it like blockchain in a single line, then blockchain is a immutable distributed ledger. Okay, what that means? So it means is that first is immutable. So immutable means that this if something is immutable, then that cannot be changed. All right. So suppose in case of a blockchain, so it is append only, right? You cannot once anything written on top of a blockchain cannot be changed. You can only add to it. So it is immutable. We'll see how it is immutable. It uses cryptographic techniques and hashing to achieve immutability. Then it is distributed. Distributed means there is no central authority. No one is there who's governing all the things. It's a distributed system wherein only the community, the members in the network take all the decisions, and there is no central server or a central database where everything is stored. And it's a ledger. So ledger, by ledger, you can like the closest example is a bank passbook. So in your bank passbook, if you have ever checked or your bank transaction history, because nowadays everything has gone digital, so you must have seen that. So it contains all the details of like all your transactions that has been happened. So it's kind of you can say that it is a ledger. Okay. Then okay. Yeah. So then comes that in distributed, so we can say that blockchain is actually a peer-to-peer network. So as you can see that in the left hand side, we have a traditional system wherein there's a third party where all the nodes, or we can say all the participants, are dependent on it. Whereas in the right hand side, there's blockchain, where there is no third party, and there's a distributed system wherein all the nodes, all the participants are connected to each other. So if I were to give you an example of a peer-to-peer network, so you guys must have heard or used torrent. Okay, so if you have not heard, you can check it out. So torrent works on a peer-to-peer system. It do not have any central entity. For example, if we talk about BitTorrent, so BitTorrent do not have any central server or database where which you can access and download the movies or those things. So it is a peer-to-peer system, wherein if you are downloading a movie, let's say from BitTorrent, then you are actually downloading from some other peers in the network. Okay, so that's a peer-to-peer network. So these are some of the characteristics of a blockchain. One is replication, which means that the database and everything, all the information, all the information has been replicated across the network. So it's not stored at any central place. There is no central server or central database where all the things are stored, and any hacker or anyone can come and just hack that particular server and get all the information. But it is actually replicated across the entire network. So suppose if you are a node, if you are a participant in a blockchain network, then you'll have the entire blockchain stored on your system, and similarly every other participant will. Okay, then there is no central authority, as we have talked, and then comes irreversibility. So what this means is that, as we said, that blockchain is immutable. Okay, once you write anything to blockchain, you cannot change it, you can only add to the blockchain. So their irreversibility comes in, that if you cannot change anything, that means you cannot reverse anything. Okay, so then comes accessibility. So accessibility, by accessibility, what I means is that, suppose in a general scenario, suppose you are ordering something from Amazon and the server of Amazon goes down. Although they have very powerful servers, but there can be some situations for some time, for a minute or two, the server goes down due to some reasons. And so that means that the accessibility during that time is like, you cannot access the server. Okay, but in case of blockchain, what happens is that, because there is no central server, you can fetch data from multiple other peers. So it means that the problem of accessibility is resolved to a very greater extent, because now you don't have a single source, right? You have multiple source in the network. You can take data from any one of them, so you don't have to be dependent on a single system. All right, then comes time stamping. So time stamping, so in blockchain what happens is that every data, every transaction that happens is time stamped. Okay, that just means that everything has a particular time, that, like, for example, in your bank account, so every transaction has a particular time written in front of it, that this has happened at this particular time. So in blockchain, everything has a timestamp, every transaction. And then it uses cryptography. So it uses various techniques like hashing and others. We'll be talking about them as we go further. These are some of the blockchain use cases. Okay, so as like most of us think that blockchain is only used for cryptocurrencies, mostly Bitcoin. That's a wrong perspective that we all have. So just to clear that perspective, you can see that these are just some of the use cases of blockchain. It can be used in banking, it can be used in supply chain, in healthcare, in governance, in advertising. Fake advertising things can be handled through blockchain. And in like supply chain, a lot of blockchain can provide a lot of help, a lot of credibility to the things. It can be used in banking, it can be used to write smart contracts for affiliate marketing. In like charities, it can be used. Suppose you are donating your money to any XYZ trust, but you don't know where they are actually using that money. If it's a possibility that it can be a fraud. So blockchain can handle all those things by adding on a layer of trust. Okay, so let's move on understanding how blockchain concepts actually work. So till now, if you guys have any queries, you can ask in the comments and let me know. Okay, I think I can move on. There are not any queries that I can see. Okay, great. Okay, so let's move on into understanding how the blockchain actually works, some of the concepts of blockchain, some of the working. Let's see that. Okay, so blockchain is actually a hash pointer. So what do we mean by that? So as you can see, like the three blocks in the slide, and they are connected to each other. So this, you can assume this as a blockchain, wherein if you see into each block, then there's some data. There's a previous block hash pointer. Sorry. So as we can see that each block is connected to its previous block through a hash pointer. Okay, so what does that mean is that we take the entire contents of a block, we create its hash. What is hash? If you don't know, we'll be covering it, don't worry. So we take the entire block contents, we create its hash, and we store that particular hash in the next block's header. Okay, as you can see. So what happens with this is that hash is like your, you can say, a signature of that particular content. So if let's say you have 1 KB or 1 MB of content in the block, you create a hash of it. So hash is actually a very you can say, maybe it depends, but let's take an example. It's a 16-bit number. Okay, so that hash represents that 1 MB block. If you change even one character in that block, then the hash completely changes. So you can say it's like a signature of that block, or it represents that entire block. Okay, so if and each block's hash is stored in their next block header. Okay, so what's the benefit of this is that suppose you go on changing on any of the block content, then the hash of the consequent block, the hash of that block stored in the consequent block's header changes, because that do not reflects back to the previous block anymore, because the content has been changed, right? So that link is break. So you can easily check out that if any block's content has been tampered with, then you can match it with the subsequent block's hash. If that does not matches, then you can clearly say that someone has tampered with it. Okay, so then comes encryption, decryption. So I think you must have all studied about it in your college or university, but I'll just give you a brief again. So what happens is that suppose there is a plain text called here's my private data. You encrypt it using some algorithms and a key, and it becomes into ciphertext, which is just a coded language, and which can be again used, which can be again decrypted by the receiver using another key or the same key, and you get again the plain text. So the process of converting plain text into ciphertext is encryption, and ciphertext to plain text is decryption. Okay, so there are two kind of encryptions. One is symmetric and the other is asymmetric. So symmetric is one in which we see there are two keys used, one for encryption, one for decryption. So if we are using the same key to encrypt as well as to decrypt, then it is symmetric. And if we are using different keys to encrypt and to decrypt, then it is called asymmetric. So blockchain uses asymmetric encryption in the form of public and private key. So what are public and private key? Public key, you can understand it, let's say your username in any platform. So your username can be your public key and your private key can be your password. So public key anyone can know, but private key only you should have access to. Okay, then there comes a concept of digital signatures. So what happens in a digital signature is that on a blockchain, suppose you are putting up a transaction. Okay, so what you do is that you let's say X is sending to Y a transaction. So what X will do is that he or she will encrypt that particular transaction with Y's public key. Okay, X will encrypt using Y's public key, and then he or she will send it to the network, and it will be there on the network in the encrypted form, but no one will be able to decrypt it. Only Y will be able to decrypt it using his or her private key, because it was encrypted using the public key. So only Y's private key can unlock it. So Y uses his or her private key to unlock the message, to decrypt the message and actually see the final content. So this is how the concept of digital signatures work. Then comes hashing. So what hashing exactly is, so as you can see in the example, that hashing is like on the left hand side, we have some input data which we are feeding to the hash functions, and we are getting some output. Okay, so suppose that we are feeding it a word called fox, then it converts it to a number, to a string in a particular size. Now suppose we are feeding it a sentence, then also it's giving the output of the same length, although it is completely changed. Then suppose we just change the word from runs, we add walks, the red fox walks across the ice. Then the hash is completely changed. Even if we just changed a single word in it, the hash is completely changed. So from this, we can conclude a few of the properties of hash functions. So one is hashes are unique. So it means that I mean for any input, there is only one hash. Okay, so like there cannot be two hashes which are same. If we feed the different inputs, they do not collide. They are almost collision free. Okay, so this is one property. Then there are deterministic and one way, which means is what this means is that you can create a hash from an input. Okay, you give an input and you create a hash, but you cannot track it back. I mean, if you have the hash, you cannot find the input unless you have that particular key which is required for doing it. So it is like a one way, deterministic, unique, collision free, and fixed length. Okay, that length can be anything. We just took an example in this case. Okay, then how is blockchain immutable? So as we have seen that each block stores the hash of the previous block. So in this example, you can clearly see that in the third block, suppose the original hash was starting with 9F86, something like this, which has been crossed. So it is stored in the next block, right? So it is stored in the next block. Now suppose you go to the third block and you try to change something. So as soon as you change something, the actual hash of the block is changed to this 40A00 thing. And now if you go on and match that whether this is the same hash in the next block, then you'll get to know that no, the hash in the next block is actually starting from 9F, but this block's hash is 40 something. So some tampering has been happened. So this can be figured out using this particular technique. Okay, then we come across consensus mechanisms. Okay, so what is consensus mechanisms? I'm not sure if you guys have heard about it. So in blockchain, it's like a backbone of the blockchain, consensus mechanisms. So in general terms, if I were to explain you, then consensus just means agreement. Agreeing to something is called consensus. So let's say in the case of blockchain where we don't have a central entity, so how decisions are made or how we reach to a particular decision, like any decision that whether a transaction is correct or not, whether we have to do an update in the system or what. So all those things are achieved using consensus. Okay, so suppose for example, if we consider a network of the participants who are attending this session. Okay, so suppose we all are in a blockchain system. Now we have to reach to a common agreement. Okay, so how can we reach that? So for doing that, consensus mechanisms are used in blockchain, and will not dive deep much into the details. So those are generally done through peer-to-peer validation. Okay, so like for example, Gillian in this example sends a transaction to Nick. Then how will the system verify that whether this transaction is right or wrong? So it's generally done using peer-to-peer validation, as I said. So everyone in the network, Gillian will share the transaction with everyone in the network, and the people will check the validity of that transaction. And if more than 51% of the network agrees to a decision, then that decision is final. So it's just very a rough idea. You can read more about it in detail. Okay, so moving ahead, do you have any other queries? You can just type out in the comments if you have any queries. Okay, great. No queries. So let's move on. So let's discuss about what Ethereum is and how can we create smart contracts. Okay, so Ethereum is like a decentralized platform. It's a blockchain, which you might have heard about. It's very popular next to Bitcoin. So it like introduced the concept of smart contracts. Till Bitcoin, Bitcoin is mostly used for cryptocurrency. Okay, it do not have many other use cases. You can use Bitcoin blockchain for other purposes, but it's not made in that way. So it's very difficult. So Ethereum first started the concept of smart contracts, you can say. And Vitalik is like one of the founders of Ethereum, and he's like very popular. And Ethereum has a like native asset or cryptocurrency called Ether, which is used to do all the transactions and handle everything on the Ethereum network. Okay, so what's the difference between Bitcoin and Ethereum? The difference is that, as I said, Bitcoin is just coin centric, used for cryptocurrency purposes, and whereas Ethereum has like a much wider range of applications, use cases. So it's a, you can say, Turing complete language. It supports a Turing complete language, Ethereum, which we'll discuss about in this session. And it's like a platform for developing various decentralized applications. So what is exactly a smart contract? So smart contracts are like autonomous agents that are living on the Ethereum network. So they are just a piece of code which are deployed on the Ethereum blockchain or any other blockchain, and they react according to the things that were coded in them. Okay, so they can react to the external world when they are poked by any transactions which any other smart contract or any other person can initiate, or they can they can get activated automatically depending on the terms that has been coded in them. Okay, so each smart contract has their own ether balance. They can store their own balance, and they have their own contract state and a permanent storage where they can store variables and any other things. So how do smart contracts actually work? So I guess you must have you all must have used a vending machine. So in a vending machine, there is no need of any, you know, any other person to be involved, right? So it is just self-sufficient. You just go, you swipe your card, or you put in some money, and you choose that which of the product you want, and you just get it directly, right? So you can relate it with a smart contract. That's smart contracts work on a similar principle, that you can just give some information and smart contracts functions will work accordingly and give you some output, initiate some transaction, or can do anything without the involvement of any other third party. So in Ethereum, as I said, that smart contracts have their own accounts. So there are actually two types of accounts. One is contract accounts, which smart contracts own, and the second is externally owned accounts, which actually the nodes or the other people on the network own. Okay, so these are two different types of accounts. Then let's see how can you like write your first smart contract. Okay, so like talking about this, so we'll just do a hands-on on a banking contract. All right, it's a, like a very simple contract, even if you don't know the language which is used to, I mean, write this particular contract, which is called Solidity. So Solidity is a language which is used to write smart contracts on Ethereum blockchain. So there are multiple other blockchains. There are thousands of other blockchains in the world currently, and some of them have their different languages, their different smart contract languages, and they're trying to achieve different goals. So you can, I'm just giving you a brief introduction of Ethereum because it's the most popular one in the current scenario, and you can start your journey with Ethereum, or you can also explore some other blockchains, and you can try them out like Blockstack, Tezos, Matic Network, and there are many others. You can just search that what are some of the most popular blockchains where I can start. I'll prefer that if you can start with Ethereum, it would be great, because the reason is it has a very good ecosystem, a very good developer community, which you can refer to in case you get any queries or you need any help. So taking it further, so if we are making a bank contract, then let's first understand what does a bank actually need. Okay, so in a bank, you generally deposit your money, or you withdraw your money, or you check your balance. These are just the three very basic functions that a bank need to do. Okay, so we'll include the like we'll include all these three functions and see how these will actually work. Okay, so this is Solidity. As I said, you might think that this is very complex, but actually it is very easy. So we'll go through this contract step by step in this session. So let's see the first step. So if you can see right hand side the code, so it is starting with pragma solidity and then 0.6.11. So it is basically defining the compiler version of the Solidity. So this particular contract is using 0.6.11 version of the Solidity language. Okay, so we have just defined it. Then we are starting with the contract. So it's contract simple bank. Simple bank is just the name of the contract. You can name it anything, bank A, bank XYZ, simple banking system or anything. Then contract simple bank, then we are starting it, then we are declaring mapping address to uint, which is unsigned integer, then private balances. Okay, so let's understand what is this. So mapping is a data structure, okay, and then it is we are saying that it is mapping from addresses to a unsigned integers, and it is private. Private means that no other contracts will be able to access this particular variable balances. Okay, balances is the name, you can change it. So we have created a mapping called balances, which is mapping what? Which is mapping addresses to unsigned integers. So if I were to guess from this, then addresses is the address of the person whose balance will be unsigned integer. So address is the address of a person, and unsigned integer is his or her balance. Okay, so we have created a mapping which is public, which is private. Then we have an address public owner. So then we have created a variable called owner, with whose type is address. It means it can store addresses, and it is public. That means any other contract can also access it. Okay, so I hope this is clear. So moving ahead, so one more thing. So we have declared these two variables, balances and owner, uh, uh, outside of any functions, right? So these are state variables. So if we have defined it inside of any function, then those were valid only throughout the function. And if we go out of the function, then those variables will not be valid anymore. So these are state variables, they'll be valid through the entire life of the contract. Okay. So then the next thing is event. So after this, we have included the event. So as you can see in the code, event log deposit made, and then there are two parameters. One is address, account address, and the second is uint amount. So why these events are created? So events are mostly created to connect smart contracts to the external world. So suppose, for example, you have an application for your bank, and you want, whenever you do a transaction, whenever let's say you deposit some money, you get a notification in the app. So events will help to connect the smart contracts with the app, so that whenever you make a deposit, the event is triggered, which informs the application front end that this has been happened, and you are shown a message or anything that this amount has been deposited. So we have made an event whose name is log deposit made. You can change this name, and then it accepts two parameters. It is accepting one, the address, and second, the amount. So we'll see how it is used in the contract. Then we have a constructor like any other, like constructors in any other language. It's the same concept. So we have defined it public, and inside it what we are doing is owner equals message.sender. So message.sender is a predefined keyword, which means that whoever has sent that particular message. So in this case, since we have used it in constructor, so constructor only runs once when that particular contract is made. So whoever has made and deployed that contract on blockchain, okay, that is referred to as the message.sender here. So we have created a variable called owner, and we are storing the balances address in that particular owner. Okay, then comes the next step, which is your function deposit. So how will you deposit the money actually? So this function, if you just read out the code, so it is function deposit public payable returns. Okay, so it is public, that is clear. Anyone can see this function and use it to interact with the bank. The function's name we have given deposit, it can be anything. Then it is payable. So we declare the functions payable in which we want to accept some money. So since this is a deposit function, which people will use to deposit some money, so that is why we have declared it payable. This is a keyword. Okay, then comes returns. So returns unsigned integer. So it's one thing. So this function will return an unsigned integer. Okay, that will be the final balance of the user. So if we see further, then there is a statement written require balances message.sender plus message value should be greater than balances message.sender. So this balances is the mapping that we have created in the beginning. Okay, so balances message dot sender will give you the actual balance of a message sender. Okay, so what this is checking is that the message value, which means the amount that the user has chosen to deposit, it should not be negative. It should always be positive, right? Because if it's negative, that means your balance will be reduced actually. So this require statement is just checking that if balances of a particular message sender plus the message value that he has sent is greater than the actual message value, that means the message value is positive. So it's just checking that. Then what we are doing is we are increasing the balance of the message sender by the amount of the message value. So the message value is actually when you like try to interact with this particular deposit function, then you will pass on a value. That value is like how much amount you want to deposit. So this is the message value we are talking about here. So the balance will be increased by that amount, and an event has been emitted. So we created the event log deposit made, right? So we are emitting that event here, that yes, a deposit has been made, and we are passing two values, that the message sender, that is the address on which the deposit has been made, and the message value, the amount of deposit that has been made. So it will be emitted. You can catch this particular event using your front end or whatever, and you can display it. Okay, then we are returning the balances. We are returning the balance of the message sender. Okay, so as we have seen at the top of the function that we have written returns unsigned integer. So through this statement return balances, we are actually returning this. So we can use it to check like whether the balance has been updated or not. Then moving ahead, so this is the function withdraw. Okay, we have seen the function deposit. Now comes the function withdraw. So in withdraw, it's accepting a parameter which is unsigned withdraw amount. So you have to specify that what amount you want to withdraw. Then it's public. Okay, because anyone can use it to withdraw money from his or her account. Then what it is returning, it is returning an unsigned integer remaining balance. So as you may have seen in the previous example, that we have just written returns unsigned integer, and in this example we are also giving a name unsigned integer remaining balance. So it's totally optional. You can give a name or you cannot. It depends on you. Then if we see in this function what exactly is happening, then at first we are just doing a basic check that whether the withdraw amount is actually lesser than the amount in the account balance. That is balance as message dot sender should be greater than the withdraw amount. So like one more thing that might be confusing you is that the message dot sender. So message dot sender is different for each case when we were using it in constructor. So constructor is generally called during the time when the contract is deployed, and that particular message is sent by the contract creator. So in that case, message dot sender is the contract creator, and in further cases, let's say in this withdraw case, so whoever has initiated this particular transaction, whoever has called this particular function withdraw, that will be message dot sender. Okay, so if it will just check that whether the withdraw amount is actually that much amount is present in the requester's account or not. If it's true, then what it will do is first it will reduce that particular balance from his or her account. It's a balance message sender minus equals withdraw amount, which means that balances message sender equals to balances message sender minus withdraw amount. So it's the complete statement. It's just written in a short form, and once the that particular variable is updated of the balances, then the actual transfer is taking place. So how that is taking place, we have written if not message sender dot send withdraw amount. So message dot sender dot send withdraw amount is used to actually withdraw the amount, and we have written not message dot sender. So it means that in case this particular withdrawing fails due to any reason, it can be XYZ any reason, your internet is not working or the bank is service is not available. So if that fails, so this if condition becomes true. If this if conditions become true, then we are again increasing the balance variable. Why? Because the sending has actually failed. Okay, so and then finally we are returning the balance message dot sender. So one question may pop up in your mind that why are we first decreasing the balance and then checking and then increasing it? Why don't we just send it, and if it fails then we'll not increase it? I mean, we don't do anything, and if it passes then we'll reduce it. But that generally is not done due to a potential hack possibility here. So I'll not go much into its details, but if you do that, then there is a possibility that an attacker can use a recursive call and can use to hack the system and withdraw amount like even larger than what actually is present or what is allowable. So that can be done. That's why we have not used it. So just for a brief, now you can understand this particular contract. That first we have just started the contract, simple bank, declared some of the variables, declared an event, then we have defined the constructor. Then on the right hand side we have three functions. First one is deposit, that we have already seen. Withdraw we have already seen. And then the function balance view, this is not covered. This is just a very simple function which is just used to view balance. So you can just go and call this function and view your particular balance. Okay, so its name is balance. It is public. It is returning an unsigned integer, and there is a keyword called view. So view, we define those functions as view in which we are not changing anything to the blockchain. So for example, in deposit and in withdraw, we were actually changing the balances mapping, right? You are changing the balances mapping. So it was actually updating the blockchain state. So we have not defined them as view, but this particular function is not changing anything. It's just fetching some data. So that's why we have defined it as view. Okay. So like this was just a basic example. So you can try creating it, compiling it, and deploying it actually on this development environment called Remix. So you can just go and search for remix.ethereum.org, and you can try out different contracts or try out this particular contract, and you will get an idea of how things are exactly happening. So if you want the code of this particular thing that we discussed just now, you can find the code on our GitHub repository. You can go to zubi-io on GitHub, and there you'll find blockchain elements workshop, and inside that we have bank.sol contract. Okay, so you can just see that, check that out again, see this video again, and you'll get a more clarity if you don't, if you have any, if you're not able to understand much right now. So I have a very interesting task for you that will help you to actually understand these things. So just go through this contract once. Think of what else do we need in our bank. It can be very simple things. Okay, just think of those things you can add on. It can be a new function, or it can be a check in the existing functions only. Okay, so you can do that. Think about it. Okay, you can read some more basics of Solidity on the Solidity docs. So you just have to Google Solidity docs, and you can just read it within a few hours. Some basics you can read, and you'll be able to get a hold of the things. And then you have to think of some relevant functionalities which can be added in this particular contract, and you can add it to this particular GitHub repository. You just have to fork the contract in your own GitHub repository, make the changes in your repository, and then create a pull request. Okay, and you can do this, and this activity will actually help you to implement something and understand how things are actually happening. Then if you need these slides, then I can share all these slides, and you can join our Telegram community as I mentioned. Okay, so for that you can either just go to https://t.me zubi_io, or you can search for zubi_io on Telegram. So this is Zubi's community where we are building India's largest emerging technology ecosystem, and you can join it. I can share the slides, and if you have any further follow-up questions after this session, you can ask me there. You can find me there as a_yogesh. Okay, then if you guys are tech enthusiasts, then I'll just suggest you to check this out. It's a emerging technology conference that Zubi is organizing. You can check out at letcon.zubi.io. Okay, and it's like a biggest emerging technology conference, and it's a virtual conference, so you can attend it from the comfort of your homes. And just check it out on letcon.zubi.io. So this was it from my side. If you want to connect with me, you can either join the Zubi community and find me there. You can mail me at yogesh@zubi.io, or you can connect me on LinkedIn. My username is yogesh-agarwal-. And if you want the slides or any other help, feel free to contact me anywhere. And yeah, that's all from my side. If you guys have any questions, you can ask me, or if not, we can conclude this session. Okay, Sheris, are you here?
Hi, thank you so much, Yogesh. For everyone, as Yogesh mentioned, please connect with him on Telegram, on LinkedIn. I'm sure he'll be ready to answer all your questions. And also, if you want the slide deck, please add him on Telegram. Thank you so much, Yogesh, for sharing so much today. This was such an insightful talk. And yeah, we'll be taking a quick intermission before our game next up by Harshil. So stay tuned, everybody. Thank you, Yogesh. Hi, everyone. So, welcome again. And for our final talk of the day, we have definitely saved the best for last. Today, we're very honored to welcome Pak Budiman Sujatmiko into our stage. He is founder of Innovator 4.0 Indonesia, a community of disruptors in the tech and science field of Indonesia. He's also board of Koperasi Satelit Desa Indonesia as well. Pak Budiman received his master's education in University of London in political economy, and also his master's of international relations in University of Cambridge. Today he'll be sharing in Indonesian, but don't worry, for those who will be asking in English, stick around for the question and answer portion of our talk, and he'll be able to answer you in English as well. So the stage is yours, Pak.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Sherish and our fellow Indonesian students in the States who organize this event. Terima kasih sudah mengundang saya. Saya Budiman Sujatmiko, tadi sudah diperkenalkan oleh Sherish. Saya sangat senang sekali menyambut teman-teman Indonesia yang menyelenggarakan acara Garuda Hacks dan mengorganisir hackathons yang diikuti oleh 1.500 orang dari Indonesia dan terutama dari luar negeri juga. Teman-teman sekalian, apa yang mau saya sampaikan di sini adalah bahwa saya ingin mengucapkan pertama belasungkawa terhadap para korban COVID-19, belasungkawa juga terhadap para korban dari kalangan awam maupun tenaga kesehatan, sekaligus ucapan terima kasih kepada para tenaga kesehatan yang sudah berkorban di seluruh dunia, khususnya di Indonesia. Saya tahu ini adalah hari-hari yang berat bagi teman-teman yang di luar negeri, karena terutama khususnya di Amerika Serikat, karena memang ada perintah dari pemerintah Amerika Serikat bagi para pelajar dan mahasiswa Indonesia yang kuliah di sana untuk pulang ke Indonesia dan belajar secara online. Tapi mudah-mudahan ini tidak menghalangi semangat teman-teman untuk mencari ilmu. Karena tantangan yang menghadang dan tergelar di depan anak muda seluruh dunia, tapi khususnya Indonesia, adalah tantangan yang akan saya perlihatkan di halaman slide berikut ini. Silakan, Sheris. Silakan slide berikutnya, halamannya. Ini tantangannya. Ini pertanyaan, are you ready? Siapkah kalian? Karena mulai dari tahun 2016 sampai tahun 2019 dan tahun 2020, sebenarnya hidup kita di bidang bisnis, ekonomi, kebudayaan, politik, akademik, filsafat, spiritualitas, sudah dipacu oleh perkembangan-perkembangan teknologi yang saya tunjukkan di sini. Bagaimana teknologi mulai dari biometrics yang punya dampak bisnis rendah, mulai tahun 2016, kemudian wide scale computing yang punya dampak bisnis tinggi, tahun 2016, ya, sampai kemudian deep learning mulai tahun 2017 yang punya dampak transformasional. Hingga kemudian perjalanannya tahun 2017, 2018, 2019, semua titik-titik ini adalah capaian-capaian yang diraih oleh umat manusia, terutama yang dipelopori oleh perusahaan-perusahaan teknologi, mulai dari Google, Facebook, Apple, Huawei, Microsoft, Tesla, Neuralink, Amazon, dan segala macam. Yang mana kita tahu bahwa masing-masing tiap tahun mulai dari 2016 terutama sampai 2019 itu punya dampak bisnis baik itu rendah, low, medium, tinggi maupun dampak yang transformatif atau transformasional. Kita sudah di 2019 dan kita sudah mengenal teknologi-teknologi seperti advanced robotics, smart machines, bahkan baru-baru ini Tesla dengan Neuralink mencoba mengenalkan teknologi antarmuka otak dan mesin atau otak dan komputer, brain computer interface yang memungkinkan manusia untuk bisa berkomunikasi secara dalam tanda kutip telepatis. Ini mengindikasikan apa? Mengindikasikan bahwa lambat laun manusia bisa mencapai teknologi dengan dampak bisnis ekonomi sosial yang tinggi. Boleh saya katakan ini saya sebut sebagai God-like technology. Teknologi menyerupai Tuhan dalam pengertian luas, dalam pengertian bisa menyampaikan ide, data, informasi bahkan tanpa menggerakkan tangan sekalipun, terutama dengan brain computer interface. Juga dengan quantum computing, apa yang berhasil baru-baru dicapai oleh Google yang mengklaim dirinya sudah mencapai tingkat supremasi kuantum, kemampuan untuk menghitung data dalam waktu singkat yang dalam komputer klasik itu butuh puluhan ribu tahun bisa dilakukan dalam hanya hitungan jam saja. Ya, punya dampak bisnis yang sangat tinggi. Yang mungkin sekarang belum berdampak pada seluruh dunia, tapi lambat laun saya kira akan berdampak ke seluruh dunia. Ya, ini terutama sampai 2019. Yang berdampak medium, ya, itu juga kita bisa lihat adalah fabric based computing. Yang berdampak rendah banyak sekali soal plastik transistor dan segala macam. Yang mana ini akan terus berkembang. Belum lagi teknologi 3D printing yang sanggup menciptakan kemampuan tiap manusia atau tiap kelompok kecil masyarakat bahkan memproduksi apapun. Termasuk salah satunya di Israel, Meat Lab, di mana orang bisa memproduksi daging tanpa menyembelih seekor hewan pun dengan cara memanfaatkan stem cell atau kode genetik dari masing-masing itu. Teman-teman sekalian, kita menghadapi sebuah era yang tidak ada presidennya dalam zaman kita. Ya, dalam zaman kita nggak ada presidennya. Ke bawah lagi. Ke bawah lagi slide-nya. Nah, di lain pihak, kalau kita tadi padatkan, kita kristalisasi, inilah dunia bisnis dan industri yang secara konkret, kalau tadi adalah gambaran luas, ini adalah lebih konkret lagi. Kita peras lagi, mana yang akan berkembang. Dan ini akan mempengaruhi bargaining ekonomi, bargaining politik, soft power, atau hard power masing-masing negara. Semiconductor industry, ya, ada tentang memori, logic, microprocessor, power semiconductors. Ada juga industri penyimpanan energi atau energy storage, baterai recycling, electric aviation, flow battery, solid state batteries, dan segala macam. Ya, ada juga klaster teknologi kuantum, komunikasi, informasi, komputasi, simulasi, sensing, dan imaging system. Salah satu yang dibuat oleh Google misalnya. Ada juga bioteknologi yang sangat berpengaruh terhadap lingkungan, pertanian, industri kesehatan, dan informasi data kesehatan dalam bentuk informatik, dan juga industri rekayasa atomik. Teman-teman, kalau saya simpulkan lebih ketat lagi, kita manusia hari ini menghadapi atau memiliki 3 kemampuan rekayasa. Jadi dari yang tadi halaman pertama banyak, saya peras lagi menjadi 5, saya udah sekarang peras lagi menjadi 3. Apa itu? Manusia sekarang memiliki kemampuan melakukan rekayasa atomik, yaitu dengan teknologi nano, merekayasa sebuah benda, sebuah produk dari proses intervensi teknologi, dari unsur-unsur nano, dari unsur grafin yang mampu membuat mesin-mesin yang sangat kuat, atau bangunan-bangunan, atau produk-produk benda yang baru dari rekayasa atomik. Ya, satu manusia sekarang sudah mampu melakukan rekayasa itu. Kalau kita tarik ke belakang, ini kan sebenarnya diambil dari sejarah ketika dulu manusia-manusia di dalam gua melakukan rekayasa batu menjadi batu tajam, kemudian menjadi kampak, kemudian menjadi tombak, menjadi pedang. Sekarang manusia dengan rekayasa atomiknya bisa membuat benda-benda baru, ya, material-material baru dengan perangkat teknologi nano. Ini yang saya sebut rekayasa atomik. Ya, satu. Kedua, manusia juga sudah sanggup melakukan rekayasa genetik. Ini Sheris dan teman-teman di Berkeley mestinya tahu bahwa Berkeley ada Jennifer Doudna adalah salah satu pelopor dari CRISPR, yaitu teknologi untuk menggunting DNA manusia dan mengedit DNA manusia sehingga bisa memutus penyakit genetik, penyakit turunan, ya, dan bisa juga kemudian bisa dimanfaatkan, disalahgunakan misalnya orang untuk menciptakan manusia kawasta super. Tapi intinya bahwa untuk tujuan-tujuan kemanusiaan bahkan bisa melakukan rekayasa genetik, pengguntingan DNA, editing DNA, ya. Manusia sudah mampu melakukan rekayasa atas gen secara genetik. Selain tadi rekayasa secara atomik. Di lain pihak yang paling berkembang dan paling banyak dikonsumsi, manusia sudah lama mampu melakukan rekayasa bit, rekayasa binary digital. Produk-produk teknologi seperti TikTok, deep fake, ya. Baru-baru ini juga ada juga namanya Open AI, di mana mesin kecerdasan buatan mampu bukan cuma melahirkan robot yang berkomunikasi di kantor-kantor industri untuk melayani pelanggan atau customer, tapi bahkan robot yang mampu diajak berdiskusi filsafat, diajak mampu mengerjakan soal matematika, menulis puisi, short stories, dan segala macam. Ya, itu adalah kemampuan rekayasa bit. Jadi kita peras lagi dari 5 ini, semiconductor industry, energy storage industry, quantum, bioteknologi, nanoteknologi. Sekarang kita peras menjadi 3, rekayasa atomik, rekayasa genetik, dan rekayasa bit atau binary digital. Teman-teman, apa artinya semua ini? Semua ini mungkin sekarang sebagian masih di pinggiran, dia belum menjadi dominan. Tapi saya yakin, jika mengingat usia teman-teman peserta hackathon ini, teman-teman yang sekarang sedang kuliah di Amerika Serikat, Singapura, maupun di Indonesia, di usia kalian yang awal 20-an tahun ini, saya yakin di usia kematangan kalian ketika kalian sudah mengunjak usia 30 tahun ke atas, apa-apa yang saya sebut dan saya urai tadi, itu menjadi kenyataan. Pertanyaannya, bagaimana menyiapkan manusia muda Indonesia, khususnya generasi muda, untuk bukan cuma mengkonsumsi seluruh teknologi tadi, rekayasa atomik, genetik, dan bit, tapi bahkan juga terlibat memproduksi dan mengelolanya. Itu tantangan bagi orang Indonesia. Embracing dan empowering kaum muda supaya mereka punya kemampuan untuk itu. Baik dari aspek sainsnya, atau ketika dia menerjemahkan menjadi teknologi, dan juga ketika dia mampu memasarkannya. Masalahnya adalah ada satu fakta yang akan saya sajikan di slide berikut ini. Silakan dibuka lagi slide-nya. Tidak lagi. Tapi lihatlah, di sini ya, kebanyakan sumber daya manusia bukan dari Indonesia nih. Di perusahaan-perusahaan besar seperti Microsoft, ya, Google, ternyata saudara kita dari India yang bukan cuma mampu dari segi basic science, matematiknya, tapi juga mampu untuk memproduksinya sebagai teknologi dan mampu bahkan mengkomersialisasikannya, kalaupun bukan pemilik, tapi mereka mampu dipercaya secara manajerial pengelola perusahaan-perusahaan teknologi. Saya ingin mengatakan kenapa contoh India. Karena India adalah negara yang tidak jauh berbeda usia dengan Indonesia. Bahkan merdekanya India tahun 1948. Kita tahun 1945 yang akan kita peringati lusa. Kita 75 tahun. India lahir 48, kita 45, kita 3 tahun lebih tua. Tapi kenapa orang Indonesia, orang India mampu bukan cuma dari segi basic science, matematiknya, teknologi, tapi juga mampu juga menduduki tempat-tempat strategis di perusahaan-perusahaan teknologi dunia. Apa masalahnya dengan Indonesia? Kenapa India mampu? Mungkin saya ambil juga contoh negara yang merdekanya 4 tahun lebih muda dari Indonesia, China, tahun 1949. Sampai tahun 80-an akhir, China masih terbelakang dari kita. Secara infrastruktur ekonomi, infrastruktur industri, infrastruktur politik, China masih terbelakang dari Indonesia. Tapi sekarang China bahkan sudah kita bisa sebut sebagai kandidat yang paling kuat untuk menjadi negara superpower baru, menggantikan posisi Soviet Rusia pada masa itu. Di samping Amerika Serikat tentu saja. Nah, apa sebenarnya yang berhasil dilakukan oleh India dan China? Saya tidak akan membahas apa yang mereka sudah lakukan. Yang saya ingin refleksikan adalah kenapa teknologi-teknologi tadi, rekayasa genetik, rekayasa atomik, rekayasa bit, kok kebanyakan dilakukan oleh negara-negara lain. Sementara kita lebih banyak, Indonesia khususnya, lebih banyak hanya menjadi objek dan konsumen dari teknologi-teknologi tadi itu. Baik itu rekayasa bit yang sudah banyak terjadi, ada TikTok, ada YouTube, ada Google, ada Facebook, etc. Itu kan hasil dari rekayasa bit. Ternyata ada yang belum kita selesaikan di Indonesia sebagai satu bangsa, yaitu love of science, cinta atas ilmu pengetahuan. kita masih gagap untuk melakukan penguasaan ilmu pengetahuan. Terutama mulai dari basic science, teknologi terapan, kemudian juga ilmu-ilmu sosial yang bisa sanggup memberikan gagasan-gagasan yang mengakomodasi ledakan-ledakan inovasi teknologi tadi. Teman-teman sekalian, satu yang mungkin harus menjadi perhatian kita adalah bahwa untuk menciptakan teknologi tadi, sebelum Anda menguasai matematikanya, sebelum Anda menguasai algoritmanya, sebelum Anda menguasai komputasionalnya, ya, seseorang itu harus menguasai imajinasinya. Saya membayangkan seorang Mark Zuckerberg pertama-tama sebelum dia merumuskan algoritma Facebook bersama teman-temannya, punya imajinasi, bagaimana aku bisa punya teman banyak? Atau seorang Sergey Brin dan Larry Page, sebelum menemukan algoritma Google, mereka pasti punya imajinasi, bagaimana aku bisa tanpa harus keluar dari kamar kosku, aku bisa punya akses pada jutaan buku yang mungkin harus aku dapat selama ini kalau aku datang ke universitas atau perpustakaan library Universitas Stanford. Tapi mereka mungkin baru punya imajinasi, gimana aku nggak keluar dari kamar ruanganku, aku bisa punya akses pada jutaan, bahkan miliaran buku, atau literatur, atau jurnal. Kemampuan imajinasi itu dan ketidakraguan mereka untuk menerjemahkannya secara komputasional, secara algoritmik, itulah yang kemudian menghasilkan aplikasi, menghasilkan software, dan menghasilkan teknologi yang sekarang diikuti oleh miliaran orang sedunia. Series teman-teman, saya dan lain-lain sekarang untuk mencari informasi kita tinggal ketik Google. Artinya apa? Atau mencari teman lama, kita tinggal masuk ke Facebook, misalnya seperti itu. Atau mencari lagu-lagu lama, atau dokumenter tentang apapun, saya masuk ke YouTube. Artinya apa? Miliaran orang di dunia hidup dengan imajinasi segelintir orang. Hidup dengan imajinasi segelintir orang yang kemudian diterjemahkan menjadi algoritma, menjadi software. Melalui teknologi rekayasa bit. Nanti kemudian, kemungkinan, penemuan yang dilakukan oleh Jennifer Doudna di Berkeley tentang rekayasa genetik CRISPR-19, rekayasa DNA, nanti mungkin akan diikuti oleh miliaran orang. Miliaran orang akan hidup dengan imajinasi segelintir orang. Sebagaimana dulu juga tahun 80-an, sekarang orang ikut imajinasi sekelompok orang yang berhasil melakukan pembuahan di bayi tabung tahun 80-an awal. Atau cloning, segala macam. Pertanyaan, kenapa tidak ada orang Indonesia? Terlalu sedikit bangsa sebesar ini, terlalu sedikit kontribusinya bagi ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi dan imajinasi. Kenapa? Karena satu, selain kemampuan imajinasi yang memang belum menjadi ciri pendidikan kita, karena pendidikan kita kan kebanyakan harus ikut guru gitu ya. Apa yang disampaikan di teks, buku teks itu adalah diikuti. Padahal di era sekarang kemampuan berimajinasi itu adalah penting. Kedua, selain kemampuan imajinasi adalah ekosistem inovasi teknologi sosial yang masih belum terbentuk. Inovasi-inovasi teknologi itu kemudian langsung diserap oleh perusahaan-perusahaan besar, dan kemudian perusahaan-perusahaan besar itu untuk kemudian mendapatkan akses pasar, mereka burning money, bakar uang, untuk mendapatkan akuisisi, user acquisition. Burning money, miliaran, puluhan miliar, ratusan miliar, bahkan ada sampai rugi, hanya untuk mendapatkan market akuisisi. Dan artinya hanya segelintir orang yang punya banyak uang, yang didanai oleh angel investor atau VC, venture capitalist, yang bisa punya uang banyak berlebih untuk market akuisisi. Dan kalau sudah seperti itu, ini akan menjadi sesuatu yang sangat eksklusif. Tidak semua orang bisa melakukannya. Padahal, saya akan mengusulkan di era pandemi, di era new normal, being exclusive is not relevant anymore. Being exclusive sudah nggak lagi relevan. Kita harus inklusif, harus embracing. Karena apa? Karena penyakit virus yang kita hadapi, pandemi ini menghajar semua lapisan masyarakat. Kelumpuhan manufaktur, kelumpuhan sektor produksi, kelumpuhan logistik, kelumpuhan industri jasa pariwisata, kelumpuhan industri transportasi, menyadarkan kita bahwa sistem yang ada selama ini ternyata tidak cukup cerdas, tidak cukup responsif menghadapi krisis pandemic. Sebenarnya kalau kita belajar dari sejarah, dulu waktu pandemic Spanish flu juga seperti itu, sistem mengalami keruntuhan. Kemudian terjadi reformasi sistem. Nah, saya mengusulkan dengan pandemi ini kita harus ada reformasi sistem sosial yang memungkinkan teknologi tadi bisa diakses oleh banyak orang. Nah, karena itu mari saya usulkan ada pendekatan community driven innovation. Kita tahu bahwa di dunia ini teknologi innovation dalam revolusi 4.0 itu didominasi atau dilambangkan, disimbolkan, direpresentasi oleh Amerika Serikat. Yang kebanyakan inovasi teknologinya saya sebut sebagai corporate driven innovation. Perusahaan-perusahaan besar teknologi giant seperti Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Amazon, Tesla, saya sebut sebagai technological sebagai corporate driven innovation. Corporate direpresentasi oleh Silicon Valley. Tapi ada juga pengimbangnya yang dilakukan oleh China, yaitu state driven innovation. Alibaba, Huawei, kemudian Xiaomi, segala macam itu sebagian juga didorong oleh peran negara, state driven. Meskipun mereka swasta, tapi negara sangat berperan kuat. Israel juga pada tingkat tertentu itu adalah state driven, karena kebanyakan perusahaan-perusahaan industri Israel walaupun namanya swasta, tapi ditopang oleh industri angkatan bersenjata. Nah, tapi di era pandemi, di era new normal ini, teman-teman sekalian, kita butuh pendekatan ketiga. Bukan corporate driven innovation saja, bukan seperti Amerika dan Eropa Barat misalnya, atau state driven innovation seperti China, seperti Israel misalnya. Saya mengusulkan pendekatan ketiga yang memang belum banyak ada, tapi menurut saya penting, yaitu community driven innovation. Caranya bagaimana? Dan bagaimana peran kaum muda? Mungkin bisa ke slide berikutnya, teman-teman sekalian. Jadi intinya adalah kita, kebetulan ini kasusnya Indonesia, ya. Kebetulan tahun 2014 kita berhasil menggolkan Undang-Undang Desa. Di Indonesia ada 74.954 desa. Orang Indonesia yang tinggal di 74.954 desa itu kira-kira 50% dari penduduk Indonesia. Jadi sekitar 130 juta orang tinggal di 74.954 desa. Wilayah rural yang kebanyakan infrastrukturnya masih terbengkalai. Ya, infrastruktur fisik, infrastruktur digital, infrastruktur pendidikan, segala hal yang kita butuhkan untuk kemajuan peradaban masih banyak terbengkalai. Tapi alhamdulillah, puji Tuhan, kita berhasil menggolkan undang-undang desa sehingga memungkinkan tiap desa tiap tahun mendapatkan dana desa. Kurang lebih 1 miliar dari pemerintah pusat dan 500 juta dari pemerintah kabupaten. Tiap tahun. Di mana dana itu dipakai selama untuk membangun infrastruktur fisik, jalan, jembatan, which is sangat bisa dipahami karena memang selama ini terbengkalai. Tapi sekarang ini dengan adanya pandemi kita sadar bahwa bangsa atau manusia di desa nggak cuma butuh jalan mulus, nggak cuma butuh jembatan mulus, tapi juga butuh jalan digital yang mulus. Butuh juga jembatan digital yang mulus. Nah, bagaimana uang yang datang tiap tahun ini bukan sekedar membangun infrastruktur fisik, tapi juga membangun infrastruktur digital. Juga membangun infrastruktur sumber daya manusia atau human resource. Ya, community power desa kota, village and kampung kota, ya, urban neighborhood dan rural areas, ya, terutama di wilayah-wilayah urban poor, ya. Nah, bagaimana community power yang sudah ada dan bahkan sudah menyatu dengan financial power karena mereka sudah punya anggaran tiap tahun, kita bimbing agar mereka, manusia-manusia desa ini mampu memegang kedaulatan supaya mereka mampu meningkatkan kemampuan kewirausahaan desa secara bersama-sama yang punya social impact. Itu kebutuhan kita. Satu. Itu kebutuhan kita adalah setelah infrastruktur fisik, setelah dana desa ada, nomor satu. Kedua, kita adalah ingin membangun kewirausahaan. Ketiga, kita ingin membangun kapasitas berinovasi. Orang-orang yang sudah punya sumber daya uang, ya, dengan dana desa itu. Nah, itulah karena itu saya bersama teman-teman mendirikan Inovator 4.0 Indonesia adalah upaya untuk mengumpulkan talenta manusia Indonesia, talent, yang sekarang ini entah masih belajar di luar negeri, masih kuliah di Indonesia, ada yang ambil teknologi komputer, ada ambil bisnis, ada ambil politik, ada ambil filosofi, ada ambil kedokteran, ada yang ambil bioteknologi, neuroscience, gene editing, blockchain, apapun. Ya, kita lagi kumpulkan. Kenapa? Agar manusia-manusia yang saya sebut punya brain power ini bisa combine dengan community power, yaitu di desa-desa, yang sudah punya financial power karena ada anggaran dana desa. Bagaimana supaya dana desa ini bisa berkembang menghasilkan sebuah inovasi di tingkat grassroots, di tingkat akar rumput komunitas. Nah, kita coba sambung-sambungkan, bukan cuma anak-anak Indonesia yang di luar negeri, seperti teman-teman, tapi juga anak-anak Indonesia yang kuliah di Jakarta, Bandung, Jogja, Purwokerto, Surabaya, Makassar, Medan, segala macam. Kita coba koneksikan dengan desa-desa setempat, baik itu yang dekat dengan kampusnya maupun asal-usul desa yang merupakan kampung halamannya. Kita coba lagi koneksikan itu. Ya, kita ada 300-an orang, udah kita kumpulkan inovator, dan kita sedang kembangkan coba apa yang bisa kita lakukan. Supaya ada kanalisasi antara brain power yang di lingkar kotak biru menuju community power di kotak hijau. Di kotak hijau ini sebenarnya sudah punya financial power dari dana desa itu. Sekarang bagaimana menemukan dengan brain power di kotak biru? Agar apa? Agar ketika talenta brain power ini dengan community power bertemu, dengan financial power baik itu yang ada di desa dengan dana desa maupun dengan kalangan corporate yang seperti sedang dihimpun oleh teman-teman di Garuda Hex. Ya, kalangan corporate yang dihimpun oleh teman-teman di Garuda Hex bisa kemudian chip in untuk membantu agar brain power tadi bisa kemudian membawa idenya, mengembangkan riset, kemudian disumbangkan dengan community power yaitu desa, dan kemudian mereka melakukan kolaborasi secara profesional untuk mengembangkan ekonomi berbasis teknologi. Knowledge-based economy, technology-based economy, and science-based economy dari desa. Bukan cuma natural resource-based economy, tapi knowledge-based economy. Saya kira ini adalah kebutuhan. Kalau ini berhasil kita lakukan, maka kita akan bisa mengembangkan community-driven innovation. Dan ini menjadi tawaran Indonesia untuk dunia. Bukan cuma corporate-driven innovation seperti Silicon Valley, bukan cuma juga state driven innovation seperti China, tapi saya bayangkan kita bisa mengembangkan Silicon Village, bukan Silicon Valley, tapi Silicon Village, yaitu community driven innovation, di mana desa-desa menjadi desa-desa silikon. Mungkin tidak seluruh 74.954 desa, tapi 10% saja. Jika dari 74.954 desa, jadi kira-kira 7.495 desa out of 74.000 desa itu menjadi Silicon Village. Desa-desa yang sumber daya finansialnya sudah ditopang oleh dana desa lewat undang-undang desa, dan kemudian sumber daya manusianya bisa distimulus, bisa dirangsang, diasistensi oleh anak-anak muda Indonesia yang terlibat dalam hackathon ini. Ya, saya harap hackathon ini kemudian menghasilkan talent-talent, kreator-kreator industri, apps developer yang kemudian mau berkomunikasi dengan komunitas, bisa lewat kami salah satunya, lewat Inovator, ya. Dan kemudian nanti kami akan salurkan ke desa-desa lewat BUMDes atau masuk dalam koperasi-koperasi kerjasama. Silakan bangun perusahaan-perusahaan swasta sendiri, ya, perusahaan-perusahaan swasta, dan kemudian setelah itu kerjasama dengan koperasi, kerjasama dengan BUMDes, dan kemudian menciptakan market acquisition, tapi juga co-ownership. Karena BUMDes dengan adanya uang, mereka juga bisa investasi. Desa-desa ini dimungkinkan oleh undang-undang untuk investasi dalam perusahaan teknologi. Mimpi saya adalah mungkin belum semua 74.000 desa perusahaannya itu menjadi perusahaan teknologi, tapi 10% saja BUMDes atau badan usaha milik desa itu bisa berinvestasi kepada teknologi. Nah, ini sedang kita coba lakukan. Slide bawah lagi. Silakan nanti teman-teman bisa bergabung bahwa apa yang kita lakukan hackathon ini nanti tidak akan sia-sia. Bukan cuma mendapatkan sesuatu, tapi kita juga bisa kolaborasi. Ya, kita bisa kolaborasi. Nah, ini yang sudah kita lakukan. Kami selain bikin inovator, tempat berkumpulnya talent, ada 300-an talent, ya, kita bagi kurang lebih 3 jenis manusia di talent inovator. Satu, those who want to make our society smart, yaitu para politisi yang progresif, pendidik, budayawan, filosof, psikolog, sosiopreneur, entrepreneur, Ini saya golongkan sebagai those who want to make our society smart. Itu satu golongan. Nah, mereka harus ngobrol dengan golongan kedua yang kita himpun juga di inovator, yaitu those who want to make our technological tools smart. Computer scientist, data scientist, ahli quantum computer, ahli blockchain, ahli drone, kemudian ahli 3D printing, kita kumpulkan juga ada. Anak-anak Indonesia semuanya, yang di luar negeri maupun di dalam negeri. Those who want to make our technological tools smart. Kita gabungkan dengan jenis ketiga, yaitu those who want to make our biological body smart. Gene editor, neuroscientist, psychiatrist, neurobiologist, anak muda Indonesia, bahkan anak inovator ada juga ikut riset di Oxford, ikut riset juga dalam soal salah satu tim dari 300 orang yang riset di Oxford menemukan vaksin COVID-19. Ada anggota inovator. Ada juga dari Cambridge, dia riset di sebuah perusahaan swasta untuk menemukan vaksin COVID-19, orang Indonesia. Ya, jadi those who want to make our society smart, those who want to make our technological tools smart, and those who want to make our biological body smart, kita kumpulin inovator. Tapi ini kan baru brain power, baru talent. Brain power menemukan quantum komputer, menemukan resep untuk menyembuhkan penyakit, itu kan satu soal. Tapi itu belum menyelesaikan soal yang lain. Bagaimana socializing, bagaimana social networking. Nah, kita bangun namanya Koperasi Satelit Desa Indonesia. Siapa itu? Mereka adalah pegiat-pegiat teknologi yang di akar rumput. Grassroots Technological Innovators, Grassroots Socio Innovators, Innovation, Grassroots Economic Innovation. Yang ada di grassroots, yang sudah ada di desa-desa itu banyak. Nah, kita berpikir gimana kita buat memproduksi handphone sendiri. Meskipun tidak 100% teknologi nasional. Katakanlah 35% teknologi nasional. Kandungan teknologi nasional 35%. Ya, device. Kita sebut namanya itu DNA innovation. DNA ini dalam arti pengertian DNA digital, bukan DNA biologi. Yaitu device, network, application. Nah, teman-teman, selama ini kita kebanyakan bicara application. Hackathon kebanyakan juga bicara soal apps development. Padahal ini sudah nggak cukup. Kita butuh juga network. Dari DNA, network. Bagaimana ada akses terhadap blank spot pada daerah-daerah yang tidak punya akses teknologi internet. Dan selain network, device. Nah, kemandirian untuk bangun device, network yang bisa diakses oleh setiap orang, di mana tiap desa bisa menjadi internet service provider, kemudian aplikasi-aplikasi kesehatan, pendidikan, pariwisata yang sedang dilombakan lewat hackathon ini, supaya ini menjadi sebuah ekosistem inovasi. Bukan cuma apps-nya, tapi ada network-nya, ada juga device-nya. Bertemunya antara brain power dan community power dengan financial power, sehingga kemudian bisa mempengaruhi political power, bisa mempengaruhi policy making, public policy making, supaya kebijakan-kebijakan dilahirkan sesuai dengan sains dan teknologi. Dan it's a must. Di era new normal, di era pandemi, sains, teknologi itu harus disatukan dengan social network, dan keduanya harus bisa mempengaruhi kekuasaan atau public policy making. Science, social network mempengaruhi public policy making, maka tak ada yang tak mungkin. Nothing is impossible. Bagi saya, ini yang saya tawarkan bagi roadmap pemberdayaan pemuda Indonesia untuk embracing dan memberdayakan diri menghadapi revolusi 4.0. Saya kira itu saja. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Terima kasih. Ya, oke.
All right, thank you, Pak, for that really insightful talk. Are you still there, Pak Budiman? Halo, Pak. Oke.
Oke, sudah terdengar jelas ya. Oke, terima kasih.
Jelas.
Let's collaborate. Oke.
Okay, let's collaborate definitely.
Yeah.
Are you ready for Q&A, Pak?
Already?
Oke,
Yeah.
Oke, aku bakal baca beberapa pertanyaan yang udah ada di comment section ya. Pertama dari Violin, Menurut Bapak, bagaimana kita bisa encourage anak-anak bangsa Indonesia untuk melewati penghalangan ini? Tadi Bapak mention di Indonesia ada lack of love for technology and STEM subjects ya, science, technology, engineering. Juga ada lack of creativity untuk bikin hal-hal yang inovatif karena kurikulum di sekolah Indonesia masih lebih terlalu strict dan juga kurang inovatif ya. Menurut Bapak, gimana kita bisa encourage anak-anak Indonesia untuk bisa lebih kreatif dan juga explore passion mereka?
Langsung saya jawab, Sheris ya.
Iya, boleh langsung aja.
Oke. While sekolah yang konvensional masih restriktif, sekarang perkembangan teknologi sudah memungkinkan anak-anak muda Indonesia untuk mencari kanal-kanal pembelajaran yang sifatnya lebih encouraging, inspiring, kolaboratif, dan inovatif. Dan bottom line semuanya adalah imajinatif. Ya, imajinatif. Ya, saya kata tadi ya, imajinasinya seorang Sergey Brin dan Larry Page menggiring miliaran manusia, gitu ya. Imajinasinya seorang Mark Zuckerberg, imajinasi seorang Elon Musk misalnya. Miliaran dunia ikut imajinasi itu. Dan sesungguhnya memang dalam sejarah dunia manusia bermiliar-miliar kan ikut imajinasi segelintir orang kan sebenarnya kan. Be it George Washington, Bung Karno, Indonesia kan imajinasi Bung Karno, Bung Hatta ya kira-kira, dan beberapa pendiri republik lain, dan ratusan juta orang ikut imajinasi itu. Nah, penting. Jadi ketika sistem yang ada itu restriktif ya, top down, dulu zaman saya tidak punya alternatif kecuali saya nguber buku, kecuali saya ke toko buku, kecuali saya bahkan kadang-kadang harus mencuri buku dari perpustakaan waktu saya SMA. Karena di mata saya pendidikan sekolah itu dull, ya kira-kira begitu ya, tidak inspiring. Harus sesuai dengan apa yang katakan guru, padahal saya memikirkan ada sesuatu yang berbeda. Kadang-kadang saya cari buku dan saya mendapatkan banyak pengalaman justru dari networking di luar sekolah. Ya, sekarang tidak harus se ekstrim itu. Teman-teman punya kemampuan dengan smartphone yang kamu pegang. Anda bisa klik apapun. Anda bisa klik pembelajaran matematika. Anda bisa klik pembelajaran fisika. Anda bisa klik pembelajaran filsafat. Oke? Saya, Sheris dan teman-teman, sahabat tadi penanya ya, Maureen?
Violin.
Oh, violin, oke.
Iya.
Saya hampir tiap malam, saya ajak anak saya masih 14, bulan depan 14 tahun, sudah year 10, 14 tahun. Saya ajak, nggak sampai tiap malam, saya ajak dia nonton MIT Open Courseware. Kuliah-kuliah fisika, kuliah-kuliah komputer, kuliah-kuliah biologi, history, filosofi. Kita tonton secara gratis. Ada Khan Academy, ada Coursera. Beberapa di antara gratis gitu ya. Kayak MIT Open Courseware saya ikuti. Yeah. Oxford Mathematics ya. Saya nonton, saya ajak anak saya. Saya ajak diskusi kemudian. Artinya apa? Kita punya banyak sumber pembelajaran di luar yang formal. Ikuti itu. Atau kita buat sendiri platformnya. Nah, kami sedang mengembangkan sekolah AI untuk desa. Sekolah Artificial Intelligence, sekolah Internet of Things. Pesertanya khusus orang desa. Tapi orang kota juga boleh. Yeah. Kenapa kita ngejar desa? Karena ini sudah sangat ketinggalan betul sehingga mereka harus catching up ya. Tapi orang kota juga boleh ya. Berbayar tapi murah, tapi kemudian hasilnya untuk kooperasi. Ya kita share bareng hasilnya. Pembelajaran AI, pembelajaran IoT, pembelajaran machine learning segala macam kita lakukan. Kita coba lagi bangun itu ya. Teman-teman juga bisa mendapatkannya. Makanya kita kumpulkan teman-teman. Ayo, siapa yang bisa kita bersama-sama? Kita belajar fisika, belajar biologi dari para dokter anak Indonesia. Kemudian ada versi fisika yang lain, ada filsafat yang lain, ada history yang lain. Saya kira itu, Violin, jangan terlalu sedih. Ingat, ada banyak pintu. Ada pintu resmi, tapi sesungguhnya untuk masuk ke ruangan yang lain, ada banyak pintu yang juga sama-sama terbuka. Tidak haram juga untuk lewat pintu itu. Ada pintu resmi. Violin harus lewat pintu ini. Oke, pintu ini. Tapi ada banyak pintu-pintu lain juga yang bisa kita lakukan bersama. Dan tidak cancelling out each other gitu ya, tidak cancelling out each other, belakang complementary. Just do it, saya just do it ya, oke. Gitu.
Iya, kayaknya emang harus ada seperti kayak ada motivation dari diri sendiri ya Pak untuk mau belajar lebih dan mau cari tahu lebih banyak dari yang kami udah diberi sekarang di sekolah atau mungkin dari lingkungan mungkin ya kita harus kami untuk semua anak muda di Indonesia harus lebih curious, ada curiosity untuk belajar.
Curiosity dan imajinasi, sekali lagi jangan lupa imajinasi, karena gini, anak muda usia serius dan mungkin juga sosial violin dan baik partisipan di sini adalah kebanyakan anak muda kan.
Iya.
Anak muda itu selalu tidak betah dengan realita kekinian. Mereka selalu ingin keluar dari realita kekinian, pasti karena realita kekinian dianggap tidak ideal kan.
Yeah.
Sehingga mereka ingin keluar. Nah, ketika ingin keluar dari realita kekinian ada dua jalan. Satu, halusinasi, atau imajinasi. Nah, kita ingin memastikan agar anak muda yang gelisah dan realita kekinian harus masuknya ke imajinasi, jangan halusinasi. Apa bedanya halusinasi dan imajinasi? Imajinasi bisa dibuktikan, bisa diverifikasi dengan sains. Oleh fisik, oleh komputer, oleh matematik, oleh biologi. Kalau halusinasi nggak bisa diverifikasi. Ada tidaknya, benar tidaknya, tepat tidaknya, nggak bisa. Kalau imajinasi bisa. Mungkin sekarang belum, tapi suatu saat sains akan memverifikasi, memvalidasinya. Bisa benar, bisa salah. Tapi kalau halusinasi tidak bisa dibuktikan. Kalau imajinasi masih bisa dibuktikan, ya kan? Karena anak muda akan ingin keluar dari realita kekinian, karena selalu gak puas. Nah, sekarang series dan violin, di era pandemi, di era new normal, imajinasi anak muda itu lebih ampuh dan powerful ketimbang pengalaman orang tua. Saya kira itu. Ya, terima kasih.
Oke. Ada satu question lagi. Malam Pak, dari Ashley. Adakah aspek sosiokultural yang secara khusus membentuk masyarakat Indonesia yang kekurangan akan imajinasi dan love of science?
Dari siapa tadi, maaf?
Ashley.
Ya. Keren pertanyaanmu. Imajinasi dan kultural, ini menarik.
Sosiokultural, aspek sosiokultural.
Ashley, bahasa itu produk budaya. Kalimat itu produk logika. Dan kata-kata itu produk emosi. Oke. Bahasa itu produk budaya dan budaya adalah produk imajinasi. Grammar bangsa Indonesia yang simpel dibandingkan grammar bahasa Jerman atau Inggris atau Prancis itu jadi mau nggak mau memang imajinasi simple. Imajinasi kita pada waktu, future, past maupun present kan nggak banyak di bahasa Indonesia kan? Kan nggak ada pembentukan kata karena future tense, present tense, past tense kan di Indonesia nggak ada. Pembagian antara gender juga tidak ada. Itu menyebabkan karena kalimat adalah produk budaya dan budaya adalah produk imajinasi, dan ketika kalimatnya sederhana jadi budaya relatif sederhana. Oke. Sehingga imajinasi sebenarnya jangan-jangan imajinasi sederhana. Kenapa imajinasi sederhana? Saya nggak tahu, tapi kemungkinan karena memang terlalu baik kita memakan dogma sejak kecil, doktrin, instead of critical thinking. Imajinasi itu produk budaya. Kalimat itu produk logik. Ketika ada namanya present tense, future tense, past tense, itu kan berarti kan orang atau bangsa yang memproduksi kalimat future tense, present tense, past tense itu punya logik tentang waktu kan? Apa yang akan, sedang, dan pernah terjadi. Apa yang pernah masih terjadi. Apa yang pernah sudah tidak lagi terjadi. Kan gitu. Ya kan, dalam kalimat kan itu ya. Dalam bahasa Inggris ya. Mungkin juga di tempat-tempat lain bahkan ada benda-benda yang pakai genre tertentu berbeda gitu ya. Itu berarti ada imajinasi, ada logik ya. Dalam kalimat ada logik. Ketika sebuah kalimat tidak present, future, dan past, artinya jangan-jangan memang logik kita tidak dalam soal menafsirkan waktu itu juga mungkin tidak terjadi, ya kan? Nah, ada waktu yang pernah berlalu dan masih berlaku, ada waktu yang pernah berlalu sudah berlaku, kalimatnya udah beda, bentukan katanya berbeda. Kemudian kata adalah ungkapan emosi. Bahasa kalimat kata adalah budaya, logik, dan emosi seseorang. Nah, sekarang bagaimana menghadapi itu? Menghadapi bahasan budaya seperti ini. Kita punya jawaban ternyata. Mungkin logiknya sederhana bahasa-bahasa kita. Tapi kita punya keanekaragaman bahasa suku-suku. Ada sekitar 700 bahasa suku di Indonesia. Artinya ada 700 budaya. Mungkin masing-masing sangat sederhana dibanding katakanlah budaya Inggris ya. Tapi karena jumlahnya dalam negara bangsa Indonesia itu banyak, kalau di Inggris kan paling cuma orang English, orang Scottish, orang Wales, dan orang Irish misalnya seperti itulah ya. Selama di Inggris ya agak paham di situ. Di Spanyol ada orang Katalan, ada Kastilan dan segala macam. Tapi di Indonesia kan 700 suku. Artinya ada masing-masing mungkin sederhana logik dan budaya dibandingkan orang English, orang England ya. Tapi karena ada jumlah yang banyak, kita punya variety, punya keanekaragaman yang lebih kaya daripada orang Inggris. Dan kemudian dari bahasa itu masing-masing punya logik kalimat sendiri, masing-masing punya ungkapan emosi kata sendiri. Kira-kira bisa nggak dari keanekaragaman data itu yang kayak kita bisa menghasilkan sebuah sains? Ada. Tidak semua sains yang cocok mungkin di Indonesia. Mungkin basic science kurang di Indonesia. Mungkin. Math, biology, physics, kimia, mungkin kurang. Tapi jangan-jangan Indonesia ada sains lain yang tumbuh subur karena keanekaragamannya. Yaitu complexity science. Bukan basic science, tapi complexity science. Ekonomi fisik, biologi evolusioner, computational sociology, computational history. Itu kan complexity science. Ini kalau di Amerika Serikat pusatnya yang mengembangkan di Santa Fe Institute di New Mexico. Kalau di California mereka dikembangkan di Caltech. Ada Mary Gell-Mann segala macam dulunya ya di Caltech. Kemudian risetnya sekarang di Santa Fe Institute di New Mexico. Complexity science. Bukan tentang biologi tapi evolutionary biology. Bukan tentang fisika tapi ekonomi fisik. Bukan tentang computation ya, computing science, tapi computational sociology yang beragam, computational anthropology, even sekarang ada computational history. Mungkin bangsa Indonesia, sains yang berkembang sesuai dengan keanekaragaman sukunya yang sangat beragam datanya, itu menyebabkan basic science kurang, tapi complexity science kuat. Artinya apa? Kalau complexity science kuat, dia lebih dekat pada aplikasi. Dan di era revolusi 4.0 aplikasinya pada apa? Pada membangun empati dan social networking. Ya, social networking. Jangan-jangan mungkin itu kontribusi Indonesia bagi dunia, bukan pada basic science seperti orang Yahudi atau seperti orang Jerman atau seperti orang Inggris yang baik memberikan basic science atau orang India yang baik berkontribusi pada basic science. Indonesia pada complexity science. Emergence, sesuatu yang emergence ya. Saya kira itu. Karena lanskap sosial kita dan lanskap geografis kita itu. Saya kira itu.
Iya, saya pikir itu konsep yang sangat menarik ya Pak. Complexity science. Satu contoh aja mungkin yang aku baru pop up di kepala saya. Ada data yang bilang Indonesia itu salah satu negara yang internet presence-nya paling tinggi ya. Yeah, no wonder because at the very core kita emang very social beings, right? Yeah, very interesting. I think untuk semua partisipan kami bisa something to keep in mind kalau mau bikin project.
Saya dekat dengan yang namanya komputer, dan internet. Ya, mungkin itu kekayaan Indonesia.
Iya, yeah, maybe itu salah satu sektor yang kami bisa fokus ya untuk future Garuda Hackathon event. Oke, next question ya Pak. Ada dari Mcel, mungkin Marcel namanya. Pak, saya ada pertanyaan. Bagaimana cara merubah pola pikir orang yang tidak terbuka terhadap teknologi? Dan juga untuk sektor tersebut yang tadi Bapak jelaskan, industri apa yang paling menjanjikan untuk Indonesia menurut Pak Budiman?
Industri berbasis data adalah yang paling menjanjikan. Karena Indonesia punya keanekaragaman data bahasa, artinya keanekaragaman data kalimat, logik, keanekaragaman kata, emosi. Teknologi Neural Language Processing (NLP) dalam kecerdasan buatan atau artificial intelligence itu akan sangat berkembang. Oke? Ya, itu rekayasa bit tadi. Kemudian khusus karena kita menghadapi pandemi, yang terutama akan berkembang adalah industri pertanian, industri kesehatan, industri pendidikan yang di-enabled, ditopang oleh industri digital. Saya kira itu akan berkembang khusus untuk pandemi. Ya, khusus untuk pandemi. Tapi di luar itu, yaitu industri yang berbasis big data, terutama data tentang bahasa. Karena itu bicara perception. Ya, bicara tentang behavior orang Indonesia yang ditentukan oleh kategori sukunya masing-masing yang sangat beragam tadi itu ya. Ada industri lain lagi, industri biotek Indonesia. Ingat, Indonesia adalah satu negara yang socio diversity yang paling kaya di dunia, sekaligus biological diversity-nya jika digabung darat dan laut juga adalah yang terkaya di dunia. Kalau darat saja itu Brazil nomor 1. Brazil, kalau biodiversity darat saja itu Brazil. Tapi kalau gabungan dengan darat dan laut, Indonesia adalah yang biodiversity-nya terkaya di dunia dan social diversity-nya juga terkaya di dunia. Jadi kita sebenarnya ada di sebuah tempat yang sangat mewah dari segi data science. Makanya data budaya dan data biologi, tanaman, ya, obat-obatan, segala macam, itu sebenarnya adalah industri yang sangat berkembang. Nah, kita ingin pastikan bahwa data ini berhenti di Indonesia, dikuasai oleh AI, ahli-ahli expert Indonesia. Saya kira itu.
Thank you, Pak. Mungkin dari saya buat follow up question. Mungkin ada cara, karena mungkin sekarang di Indonesia masih ada banyak lack of data juga.
Maaf, saya ada pertanyaan yang belum saya jawab sebelum saya teruskan. Bagaimana membuat orang yang tertutup pada teknologi?
Iya.
Oke, sorry.
Gak apa-apa.
Kemampuan untuk taking risk ya. Teknologi itu adalah inovasi, research dari basic science yang diaplikasikan dan, nah ini menarik, keberanian kita untuk amati, tiru, dan modifikasi teknologi negara lain. Jadi orang seperti Sheris, Brian, Desmond, Scott dan lain-lain yang sedang belajar di luar negeri, belajar di Singapura, belajar di Eropa, belajar di mana-mana adalah amati, tiru, dan modifikasi teknologi yang sudah dikembangkan oleh negara yang tempat kalian belajar. Adaptasikan untuk Indonesia. Jadi di mana-mana yang namanya teknologi suatu negara itu selalu meniru negara lain dan selalu mencuri. Jepang dulu mencuri dari Amerika. Amerika dulu mencuri dari teknologinya Jerman ketika ilmuwan Yahudi lari dari Hitler tahun 30-an. Ya kan? Dulu pusat fisika, bahasa fisika itu bahasa Jerman loh, jurnal-jurnal fisika, tapi kemudian setelah Hitler naik, banyak lari ke Amerika. Sehingga kemudian bahasa Inggris menjadi bahasa lingua franca dunia basic science dan dunia jurnal-jurnal teknologi. Ya, hampir semua negara di dunia ilmunya saling mencuri. Cina mencuri dari Amerika, mencuri dari Jepang, dulu mencuri dari Rusia. Belajar dari Rusia karena dikasih oleh Rusia. Kemudian ambil dari Amerika, ambil dari Jepang. Jepang dulu ngambil dari Amerika, Amerika ngambil dari Jerman. Salah gitu. Jadi kalau ada kerjasama dengan negara lain, ada investasi, jangan takut, pelajari. Cina punya teknologi apa? Ayo kita pelajari, silakan investasi, kita pelajari cara bekerja dan berpikir orang Cina. Misalnya seperti itu. Hanya ada sedikit negara di dunia yang tidak mencuri teknologinya, karena basic science-nya kuat, yaitu Jerman, Inggris, dan Prancis. Hanya Jerman, Inggris, dan Prancis yang memang teknologinya bukan niru atau nyuri negara lain, tapi diambil dari basic science yang kuat. Saya kira itu.
Iya. Mungkin pertanyaannya, kalau saya mengerti, mungkin ini pertanyaannya saya rephrase saja ya Pak. Gimana kami bisa introduce the world of technology untuk orang yang mungkin masih belum terlalu fasih dalam menggunakan handphone atau mungkin komputer, karena masih ada beberapa area-area di Indonesia yang belum terekspos dengan sebanyak devices itu, Pak.
Ya, Series dan teman-teman, untuk bisa orang mengenalkan sesuatu yang baru, pertama harus buat rasa nyaman, dan kedua, what's in it for me-nya itu harus jelas. Harus ada benefit, harus ada manfaat. Yang tangible, uang, atau intangible, terserah lah ya. Saya kira mengenalkan teknologi kadang-kadang tuh masalah harus lihat, oh nih manfaatnya ini, praktis. Nggak kita terangkan secara filosofis ya. Jadi penting orang-orang seperti Series belajar bisnis, marketing, dan kemudian belajar antropologi dan belajar psikologi. Orang belajar bisnis, belajar antropologi, dan belajar psikologi untuk ketemu dengan ahli teknologi komputer misalnya, ketemu gimana nih algoritma yang sudah kutemukan, bagaimana bisa menghasilkan pengalaman yang secara psikologis membuat orang nyaman, secara antropologis sebuah komunitas atau sebuah suku atau sebuah masyarakat bisa menerima itu dan nyaman. Dan kemudian juga bagaimana ahli marketing tahu bagaimana perilaku konsumsi sebuah masyarakat atau sekelompok orang. Ini penting untuk kerjasama. Di sebuah perusahaan terus ada computer scientist-nya, harus ada antropolog penting. Antropolog penting loh, psikolog penting tentu saja, ahli marketing tentu saja penting. Ya. Saya kira itu penting. Jadi kalau Anda mau bikin startup atau perusahaan teknologi, harus ada antropolog, harus ada psikolog. Sehingga produk Anda bisa diterima oleh sebuah suku tertentu. Atau kelompok agama tertentu even.
Yeah.
Saya kira ini penting. Ya.
Iya, mungkin orang-orang pikir kayak bikin satu app atau satu produk tuh simple ya, mungkin use-nya untuk ini, feature-nya ini dan semuanya udah di-prepare, tapi ada satu aspek lain yang kita mungkin orang-orang suka lupa, gimana orang bisa actually pakai dan terima app itu. Jadi very great answer, Pak.
Ada user experience yang itu.
Iya. Ada question lagi. Negara lain juga tidak diam, mereka terus mendevelop anak mudanya tanpa henti. Sementara Indonesia sudah ketinggalan jauh. Apakah kami hanya butuh fokus pada satu sektor saja?
Menarik. Dari siapa ini?
Dari Munib Ansori.
Munib, oke. Beberapa minggu lalu, Perdana Menteri Singapura Goh Chok Tong bilang, yang bisa bertahan dari krisis pandemi ini adalah negara yang jumlah penduduknya besar. Sekarang Singapura sudah resesi. Jerman, negara yang advance secara teknologi, industrinya, resesi. Karena itu Cina, India, dan Indonesia adalah negara yang relatif bisa bertahan. Karena apa? Hari ini size does matter. Jadi jumlah yang kita anggap sama jadi beban ternyata adalah potensi. Karena apa? Marketnya dalam ukuran besar sudah terbentuk. Singapura, karena mengandalkan jasa dan pengetahuan saja, tapi marketnya kecil, niche-nya kecil, apa yang terjadi? Cepat resesi. Sementara di negara yang jumlah penduduknya besar, pasar itu luas, lebar, sehingga ada waktu, ada ruang untuk mengeksplorasi dan mengelaborasi lebar lapangan dan jumlah manusia. Syaratnya ada koordinasi yang baik antara pemerintah, sains teknologi, dan social network yang bisa menghimpun komunitas. Syaratnya itu. Cina punya itu, India punya itu, Indonesia pemerintahnya juga embracing, rangkul semuanya. Bandingkan dengan Amerika. Kenapa Amerika kewalahan? Meskipun penduduknya besar, size dia punya, lebih punya dari Indonesia, dan secara geografi lebih mudah karena dia kontinental. Sains teknologinya juga maju Amerika. Tapi ada satu faktor yang Amerika yang tidak punya, tapi Cina, India, dan Indonesia punya. Itu apa? Pemerintahnya tidak embracing. Pemerintah di Amerika presidennya kan hostile nih, nyerang sana, nyerang sini, nyerang sana, nyerang sini. Beda dengan Pak Jokowi gitu kan. Kalau perlu musuh pun dikumpulin jadi satu gitu loh. Jangan kebanyakan musuh gitu ya. Meskipun ada juga masih tetap musuhin gitu ya, tapi minoritas lah ya.
Yeah.
Kalau Trump, teknologi sains ada di sana. Size ada di sana, market size. Tapi pemerintahnya divisif, hostile, tidak memeluk, tidak merangkul, sehingga nggak jalan juga gitu. Kalau Cina, sosial networknya jalan, teknologinya jalan, pemerintahnya partai tunggal. India juga relatif embracing. Jadi ada yang kompak pemerintahannya, sainsnya ada, tapi size-nya nggak berjalan. Singapura, karena kecil penduduknya. Jadi size does matter hari ini. Quantity menentukan kualitas. Kenapa? Pandemi seperti itu. Karena pandemi menyebabkan tadi logistik lumpuh, manufacturing juga terbata-bata, ya kan? Industri jasa juga mengalami kelumpuhan, kecuali yang digital. Kalau yang masih analog lumpuh. Ya, industri pariwisata yang analog lumpuh, tapi industri pariwisata digital tourism barangkali akan berkembang. Ya, satu-satunya jalan yang tersisa adalah dengan digital untuk embracing dan mengconnecting the dots dari banyak dots. Kita punya 271 dots India punya 1 miliar sekian dots, Cina punya 1,5 dots, Indonesia punya 271 dots. Ini penting. Jerman punya teknologi, pemerintahnya relatif kompak, Inggris punya teknologi, pemerintah kompak, tapi size-nya menengah saja. Singapura kecil, jadi terhantam. Kita enggak. Jadi kalau negara melakukan, ya sudah. Kita sekarang juga melakukan karena kita punya advantage. Itu apa? Collaborative advantage.
Yeah.
Artinya yang biasa ada di depan lagi macet nih. Yang biasa ada di depan kita lagi macet nih. Oke. Kita bisa ngejar gitu. Karena yang biasa di depan kita perlombaan ini lagi larinya lagi melambat, kita bisa ngejar. Saya kira itu. Tapi kita harus tahu kekuatannya tadi. Fokus di mana? Fokus pada dari segi ilmu pengetahuan, fokus pada complexity science. Dari segi teknologi, fokus kepada biotech, ya, biotech untuk menangani biodiversity kita. Dan dari teknologi digitalnya, fokus kepada natural language processing untuk mengakomodasi keanekaragaman sosial kita atau sociodiversity kita. Jadi dari teknologinya, fokus pada biotech untuk mengakomodasi biodiversity. Untuk teknologi digitalnya, fokus pada natural language processing untuk mengakomodasi keanekaragaman sosial, kultural bangsa kita. Ya. Kemudian tadi dari kompleksitas science, biotech, dan natural language processing. Kemudian dari segi bisnisnya, sociopreneur. Bukan lagi private saja, tapi sociopreneur, kewirausahaan sosial, bisnis yang punya social impact. Saya kira itu.
Ya, saya setuju sekali, Pak. Kayak saya pikir social complexity itu, social complexity ya namanya ya. Itu sangat unik akan Indonesia ya. Dan saya sebenarnya saya hope tadinya Bapak bisa bicara lebih early dalam acara kami supaya lebih banyak orang bisa dengar ide ini sebelum mereka mulai bikin project mereka.
Gitu. Awal-awal gitu.
Iya, tapi ya nggak apa-apa. Nanti kami undang lagi ya tahun depan untuk bicara.
Kolaborasi dengan inovator, series.
Iya, benar-benar.
Teman-teman Indonesia yang ada di Indonesia, peserta-peserta ini nanti koneksikan aja dengan saya. Nanti bisa koneksikan ke desa-desa.
Iya.
Ya kan? Gak usah nunggu tahun depan, koneksikan, hubungkan dengan kami di inovator dengan kooperasi satelit desa. Nanti kita hubungkan dengan desa-desa untuk menciptakan social complexity science itu, ekosistem. Sorry.
Iya, siap. Mungkin karena kita udah hampir kehabisan waktu, ada any last words untuk semua partisipan di sini?
Closing remarks ini, peserta ada berapa nih? Saya ikut, saya lihat di mana nih?
Waduh, sebentar ya Pak, saya harus cek dulu. Tapi silakan mulai dulu, Pak.
Pesertanya rata-rata dari mahasiswa atau pelajar?
Pelajar.
Pelajar ya? Oke. Mahasiswa banyak juga kah?
Banyak.
Sorry kalau saya agak ketinggian ya, maaf ya. Tapi nanti kapan bisa dilihat lagi rekamannya. Ini ada di YouTube juga kan? Ada di YouTube juga kan?
Akan di stream.
Akan di stream, oke. Nanti kalau udah direkam nanti bisa dikasih saya linknya. Jadi gini, apa closing remarks saya untuk survive? Satu, berimajinasilah. Untuk Anda bisa mengejar dan memahami zaman ini, Anda harus mampu melampaui imajinasi. Bung Karno, Bung Hatta, Bung Syahrir, Tan Malaka dulu punya imajinasi tentang Republik Indonesia. Di era new normal, currency yang akan sangat kuat adalah imajinasi. Itu yang akan buat manusia lebih unggul di atas mesin. Mesin bisa akurat, mesin bisa tepat, cepat, cerdas. Tapi mungkin sementara saya belum lihat mesin bisa berimajinasi. Berimajinasilah. Kedua, berilmu pengetahuanlah. Terjemahkan imajinasimu ke dalam ilmu pengetahuan, ke dalam matematika, ke dalam algoritma. Buatlah apps. Jadi ketika Anda sedang bikin apps sekarang, Anda harus punya kekuatan imajinasi dulu. Apa yang akan mau aku selesaikan? Problem apa yang akan aku selesaikan? Padahal itu sebenarnya nggak cukup. Kita butuh juga di era sekarang adalah bukan cuma mengimajinasikan solusi baru untuk masalah lama, tapi bahkan juga mengimajinasikan masalah-masalah yang belum hadir dan akan hadir kita selesaikan. Satu, imajinasi. Kedua, berpengetahuanlah. berilmu bermatematika lah, beralgoritma lah. Ketiga, let's collaborate. Buat social network, gotong royong, bersolidaritas, social networking. Itu ketiga, berimajinasi, berilmu pengetahuan, dan berkolaborasi. Itu. Lakukan ketiganya, Anda akan menjadi pemenang. Saya kira itu, Series dan teman-teman Garuda Hacks. Dan kita menyediakan di inovator untuk berkumpul dengan brand power. Kalau Anda mau kumpul dengan community power, kita ada kooperasinya. Satelit Desa Indonesia.
Iya. Inovator 4.0 itu sangat very inspiring, Pak. Saya baru masuk grupnya dan semua orang di sini kayaknya kalau belum tahu tentang organisasi ini segera di check out di internet, udah banyak banget informationnya. Mungkin Pak Budiman bisa share dikit kalau mau apa yang ingin dicapai di dalam kedepannya, 1 tahun ke depan.
Kita ingin memunculkan agar talent-talent Indonesia, brand power itu ada bersama masyarakat, bersama desa, bersama kampung kota, bersama universitas-universitas Indonesia, bersama sekolah-sekolah di Indonesia, agar setiap sekolah, kalau perlu nanti talent-talent Indonesia ini punya binaan sekolah, binaan universitas, binaan kampung, binaan desa, binaan bisnis seluruh Indonesia. Agar kekuatan imajinasi, kekuatan sains menyatu dengan kekuatan rakyat, social network. Sehingga bisa menciptakan masyarakat yang lebih fair, lebih equal, lebih free, lebih empatetik, dan lebih bersolidaritas. Saya kira itu. Kita ingin menciptakan tujuan-tujuan kita merdeka, ya. 75 tahun kita akan merdeka.
Best of luck, Pak. Kami semua di sini mendukung.
Sama-sama kolaborasi.
Thank you juga untuk waktunya bisa bicara di sini. Ada banyak banget yang bisa datang. Thank you everyone yang udah join. So this is the last keynote talk for Garuda Hacks. For everyone else who is still hacking, keep pushing on. You're at the final few hours, so push on, and we're gonna have a few more hours till submission time. So thank you everyone for joining. Thank you Pak Budiman.
See you di Jakarta ya.
See you Pak.
Dan Brian juga.
Iya, happy malam minggu di sana ya.
Oke, makasih. Bye.
Thank you everyone. Okay. All right, thank you everyone for joining in. If you want to rewatch this video, we will be posting it on YouTube. So tune in, and thank you everyone.